Amen. Let the doors be open. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Tabling of documents. Honorable Secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. Mr. Speaker, I have the pleasure to table in both official languages the annual report 2015-2016 of the Security Intelligence Review Committee, as required under Section 56 of the Security Intelligence Act.
Projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from inter-parliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House, in both official languages, two reports of the Canadian section of Parliamericas respecting its participation at the annual gathering of the Open Parliament Network of Parliamericas, held in Paraguay from May 25th to May 28th, 2016, and at the 8th annual gathering of the Group of Women and the 40th Board of Directors meeting held in Quito, Ecuador from June 1st to June 4th, 2016. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Trost, seconded by Mr. Miller, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Incorporation of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This act is a very simple act. It takes the CBC and moves it from being a state broadcaster to actually making it a public broadcaster where Canadians can actually participate and own it. It's good for the taxpayers. It brings CBC into the modern era, and I do hope the House will support it.
Mr. Trost, seconded by Mr. Miller, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Spangeman, seconded by Ms. Damoff, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish Gender Equality Week. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to rise today to introduce my private member's bill, An Act to Establish Gender Equality Week. This bill aims to establish the first week of October every year as Gender Equality Week. After consulting with stakeholders, constituents in my riding of Mississauga Lakeshore, and groups across the country, my team and I developed an additional opportunity to address the challenges Canadian women and individuals of minority gender identity and expression continue to face, and significantly to underscore the role that men need to play to establish a gender-equal society in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to elaborating on these points in later debate with my colleagues in this House. Thank you very much.
Mr. Spangeman, seconded by Ms. Damoff, moves the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Massey, seconded by Mr. Bossio, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Administration Act, Debt Recovery. This motion is deemed adopted. The
Honourable Member for Avignon-Métis Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud today to rise in the House to introduce a bill which aims to amend the Financial Administration Act with respect to debt recovery. This legislative amendment will create something for all departments, and this would be assured by the Receiver General of Canada. It's an opportunity which would make it possible to recover more debt. Thanks to these services, the Government of Canada will recover significant amounts due to it that have not been recovered before being written off. This will help clean up public finances, and the Government of Canada will therefore be assisted in achieving its elimination of debt. There are people in my riding with an excellent knowledge of this, and they have assured me that this would be an exceptional service. This initiative will also make it possible to stabilize the situation for the Receiver General and at the same time to develop and implement national expertise for debt recovery in Canada and in the regions. Thank you for your support, colleagues, on this bill.
Mr. Massey, appuyé par
Mr. Massey, seconded by Mr. Bossio. Move that this bill be read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi. First reading of this bill.
Quand ce projet de loi sera-t-il
When shall the bill be read a second time?
à la prochaine séance de la Chambre?
At the next sitting of the House.
Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, you will find that there is unanimous consent for the following motion.
Today's debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member for Laurier St. Marie. All questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred to Tuesday, October 4th, 2016, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
L'honorable député a-t-il le consentement?
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? The House has heard the wording of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Adopté.
Carried.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
L'honorable député de Brossard-Saint.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, I rise to table this petition, which aims to draw the attention of the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food for the need to improve regulations for animal health, and I table this. It's been certified since September.
The Canadian Coalition of Farm Animals, with some 7,407 signatures from each and every province and territory. The petition has shown that there is a strong support for modifying our animal transportation regulations to ensure that animals are humanely treated in transit. Les règles actuelles dépassent
The current rules need to reflect what's happening in the EU. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I humbly submit my petition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to present a petition on behalf of about 150 of my residents from Cape Breton Cancel, Southwest Margaree, Belcote, East Lake Ainslie, Scottsville, areas that I know the Speaker has been to and enjoyed many times. A member from Owen Sound, Bruce Gray, has traveled to as well. Good people that are calling on the Government of Canada to specifically identify hospice palliative care as a defined medical service covered under the Canada Health Act, so as to provide accessible and available hospice care for all residents of Canada in their respective provinces and territories, and I present this petition on their behalf.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In July 1999, the Chinese Communist Party launched a nationwide persecution campaign to eradicate Falun Gong. Millions of Falun Gong practitioners have been arrested and put in custody, and many sentenced to long prison terms of up to 20 years, where torture and abuse are a routine, and tens of thousands are feared dead as a result. Mr. Speaker, these signatures on the petition are asking that in a public way that we need to call for an end to the persecution of Falun Gong in China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions in the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Travaux des subsides. Motion de l'opposition au nom de...
Opposition motion. Motion in the name of Ms. Laverdière regarding the creation of a Standing Committee on Arms Exports Review.
Madame Hardcastle propose que...
Ms. Laverdière, seconded by Ms. Hardcastle, moves that the House recognize that Canadian arms exports have nearly doubled over the past decade, and that Canada is now the second largest exporter of arms to the Middle East. 2, Canadians expect a higher standard from their government when it comes to protecting human rights abroad. 3, Canadians are concerned by arms sales to countries with a record of human rights abuses, including Saudi Arabia, Libya, and Sudan. 4. There is a need for Canadians through Parliament to oversee current and future arms sales. B. Standing Order 1042 be amended by adding after Clause B the following. C. Arms Export Review. C. Standing Order 1083 be amended by adding the following. 1. Arms Exports Review shall include, among other matters, a review of and report on 1. Canada's arms export permits regime. 2. Proposed international arms sales. 3. Annual government reports regarding arms sales. 4. The use of these weapons abroad. 4. The use of these weapons abroad. 5. All matters and broader trends regarding Canada's current and future arms exports, and the presentation of reports on this. D. The Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs prepare and report to the House of this order a new list of members to compose the new standing committee created by this order, and E. That the clerk be authorized to make any editorial and consequential amendments to the standing orders. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et j'aimerais vous...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to say from the outset that I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh this morning. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to have this opportunity to rise and to introduce this motion, which is designed to create a multi-party committee on arms exports. Why a new committee, Mr. Speaker? Well, first of all, because the export of arms is something involving trade, defense, foreign affairs, human rights, and industry. It's a highly complex issue which doesn't fall under the purview of any specific committee. So there is no committee that currently has a mandate to examine this issue and to conduct a comprehensive review of it. In addition, what we are suggesting is a standing committee, not a committee that would simply do one study that would be shelved. No. Of course, there would be a number of choices that this committee could study. And we could look at, for example, how the Liberal government approved the sale of arms to Saudi Arabia, a significant sale, while at the same time ignoring regulations that currently exist. When we claim to be defenders of human rights, but at the same time we're selling arms to Saudi Arabia and not even following our procedures. Don't forget, Mr. Speaker, that Canada has policies that ban the sale of arms to countries with a poor human rights track record unless there are guarantees that the arms will not be, or the weapons will not be used against civilians. And now, the Minister of Foreign Affairs allowed the export, but that issue had not been covered off adequately. Now, this committee could also take a look at the Strait Committee, which sells weapons to Sudan despite sanctions and embargoes in place. At this point in time, there doesn't seem to be a mechanism in place to manage this type of situation. And what's worse, it would appear that the Department of Foreign Affairs gave contracts without a standing offer to the same company. Now, I'd like to know if the minister has approved export permits for Thailand as well, for Thailand, because they are living under a military regime. There's also the most recent report on the sale of arms by Canada, which weaken our current standards, which are already not started up, but they're being weakened. And as a result, human rights issues are not considered adequately before these export permits are authorized. Now, exports have more than doubled over the past few years, and we are now the second largest country or the country that sells the second largest amount of arms and other weapons to the Middle East. Two countries that are not adequately respecting human rights. We're selling more to China, which isn't really a democracy. Now, the Prime Minister admires that administration, but we can't call it a democracy. And so there are other problematic areas where we're exporting arms as well. Now, are there flaws or problems with our regulations? How are they enforced or applied? There are questions that other countries have raised as well. What constitutes an arm? Surveillance material for totalitarian regimes? Does that enter in that category?
And there's another element that's very important. We've seen that arms sales have gone up a lot, and they're not going to stop tomorrow morning. So we need to have constant oversight of who we are selling arms to, which arms, why, how, and under what conditions. Canadians are very concerned by these questions. We know, we've seen it in surveys. Canadians want to know, and Canadians have a right to transparency and openness, something that the Liberal government has indeed promised. So that is why a committee would be a step in the right direction.
Speaker, Canadians are preoccupied, and Canadians want to know where and to whom Canada sells arms. Of course, there's the famous Saudi arms deal given the green light by the Liberals. And we know that Saudi Arabia is really not a model in terms of human rights. In fact, we have reasons to believe that arms sold by Canada to Saudi Arabia have been used in Yemen, where Saudi Arabia is being accused in a UN report of war crimes. Further, in that specific case, the process was obviously not followed. We know that according to current regulations and procedures, you cannot sell arms to a country that abuses human rights unless it can be demonstrated that there is no reasonable risk that it can be used against civilian population. Well, I don't think that the government did its homework on that, and the government needs to do its homework. But there's so much more. There's the straight group who's selling arms to Libya and Sudan despite embargoes, and there's the fact that Canada has become the second most important exporter of arms in the Middle East. There's the toning down of having to take human rights situation into account when issuing export permits that we've seen in the latest annual report. There's so many issues relating to arms sales and arms export. Canadians want to know. Canadians are worried, not only about this, but about the overall issue of arms sales. This is why we need a permanent committee which will be able to look at past and future deals, but also at larger trends, options, rules and regulations, and how they are applied. A multi-party House committee could examine any number of questions related to arms export, just like the UK committee is doing right now. And it could look at where, to whom, how much, what kind of arms we are exporting. It could identify loopholes in our existing legislation, that's one thing, but also in our regulations and our practices. Because what we've seen recently is that even when we had regulations, they are not always properly followed. There's no existing committee that can deal with these issues on an ongoing basis. The committee, this issue involves defense, trade, foreign affairs, development, human rights, industry. We need a specific committee that's able to look at the whole issue. We need no existing committee has the depth and the mandate to study this whole issue. And none has the space also to be monitoring our arms sales on an ongoing basis. I mean, I said it, in the last 10 years, our arms exports have doubled, nearly doubled. Well, if it keep on, we need to look at it constantly, not a one-off study. That is certainly not sufficient. And it needs to be comprehensive and bring everybody around the table. The Liberal government has promised to be open and transparent. Well, this is an opportunity to be open and transparent on an issue for which Canadians care. Au moment où le Canada...
At a time when Canada wants to come back on the international scene, altogether we can show that we can act in a responsible and transparent way when it comes to arms sales, when it comes to world security, and defending human rights.
Back on the world scene, we have to show it by acting in an open, transparent manner on arms sales, global security, and human rights. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess in the name of openness and transparency, I listened very carefully in terms of what the member was talking about. And I think it's important that we recognize it wasn't that long ago that her leader actually made it very clear to all Canadians, where in fact that they supported the multi-year, multi-billion-dollar sale and the contracts that was actually committed to. So on the one hand, you have the New Democrats saying, yes, let's move forward on this. But now a little time has passed, and I'm wondering if maybe they're not as transparent as Canadians would want them to be. And I would ask for the member, you know, was it because of an election? And there's a lot of good, solid union jobs that we're talking about, and we all want Canada to do the right thing, and we as government will do the right thing, Mr. Speaker. But I would ask for the New Democrats to be a little bit more transparent in terms of what their positioning really is. Do they still support the leader of the NDP's position at the time when he said that he supported the contracts signed off, which was multi-billions of dollars to Saudi Arabia? Do they still support that today?
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to clarify something, because my honourable colleague seems to think that we are creating a committee on arms sales to Saudi Arabia, and that's not the case. It goes well beyond that. As for that particular sale, over the last year, and particularly since January, there are facts that have become clear. There are serious accusations that have been made of war crimes by Saudi Arabia, in which Canadian arms could be implicated in Yemen, and also Canadian arms may have been used for repression inside Saudi Arabia. These are elements that should have been taken into account by the government. That having been said, the debate here goes beyond, well beyond, the question of that sale, as I'll certainly be able to ask questions to my colleagues later, for example, about arms sales to Thailand. What I'm proposing today is constant oversight of this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire on la députée de
Questions and comments?
Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for bringing this forward this motion. This is obviously an important discussion to have, and I appreciate her work on this issue. I know that Saudi Arabia has been a little bit of a catalyst for the discussion, so I do want to ask the member to just reflect a bit on our relationship with Saudi Arabia, because, of course, on the one hand, we know of grievous human rights abuses by the Saudi regime. On the other hand, there's some potential importance of strategic cooperation with Saudi Arabia, especially in countering Iran's influence in the region as a state sponsor of terror, and also the need for some degree of stability. We certainly wouldn't want to see happen in Saudi Arabia what we see happening in Syria. So I wonder if in light of some of that context, she can reflect on the kind of relationship that we should have with Saudi Arabia, recognizing major human rights problems, but also some of these other issues.
The honourable member for Laurier St. Marie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, which is a very relevant question. Indeed, our relationship with Saudi Arabia is a very complex relationship where there are a number of issues at play. That having been said, when it comes to stability, I am among those who feel that the best way to guarantee stability is respect for international law, respect for our own rules and laws, and to avoid putting more weapons into volatile regions where there's a potential for conflict. And defending human rights is part of ensuring stability. And I'm not alone in saying that. We know that the British, for example, have a committee similar to the one that we are calling for today. That committee is currently studying this issue in its entirety, and I think that this is an issue where the committee that we're proposing could look at. We have time for a brief question and answer. The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind my colleague that in the election campaign, the Bloc Québécois was the only party to firmly oppose the sale of arms to Saudi Arabia. That having been said, I heard a lot in my colleague's speech about democracy. I would like to know what she thinks about the fact that the Bloc Québécois has proposed an amendment to force to ensure that the Bloc Québécois be a member of the Standing Committee on Arms Sales that proposed here. That was refused by the NDP, who's using the standing orders of the House to say that unrecognized parties don't have a right to be on that committee. So the NDP had a chance to accept the Bloc's amendment and talk about democracy. Why have they not done that? The honourable member for Laurier St. Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, our parliamentary system holds that parties recognized in the House participate in standing committees, and we are proposing a standing committee, and we are following the usual practice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate. The honourable member for Windsor, Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to proudly support our party's opposition day motion, creating a House committee to provide parliamentary oversight for arms exports in a long-pressing issue that has become urgent, especially given the utter lack of transparency with our government's current system, as well as the increase of disturbing allegations that Canadian weapons are being used to commit human rights violations in countries where we have no business selling weapons, like Saudi Arabia, Yemen, China, and South Sudan. Part of my duties as an NDP MP is my engagement in and monitoring of the international human rights file. Therefore, I would like to speak to our motion from the perspective of human rights, which is, I believe, the most important perspective, and I know that perspective is something that many of you won't argue with. And I also know, comfortingly, that I'm not alone in believing that human rights takes ultimate priority, just because that's been demonstrated by the throngs of people that are here in Ottawa today participating in the One World Summit. And that's extremely affirming for someone like me who wants to go forward and not be cynical about how we embrace this advancement of transparency and accountability on something that directly impacts human rights. The main reason we're debating a motion like this in the House is due to the outcry from Canada's decision to greenlight the sale of $15 billion worth of weaponized vehicles to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a country which, as many know, is one of the most brutal and despotic regimes on the planet, on par with North Korea. Distressingly, Canada is now the second largest arms dealer in the Middle East after the United States. We've heard that from my honourable colleague. And according to Jane's defence industry publication, they reinforce that. Moreover, reports have emerged this year that Canadian-made tactical equipment was used by Saudi forces in raids against dissidents. Military gear stamped "Made in Canada" was found at the scene of a deadly raid against Shia civilians in the Qatif region of Saudi Arabia's eastern province, writes Cesar Jaramillo, the executive director of Project Plowshares. Unfortunately, the situation is not just limited to the Saudis, and Canada's government won't even confirm whether the Minister of Foreign Affairs issued an export permit for military sales to Thailand earlier this year. And that's Thailand, by the way, ruled by a military dictatorship. Just yesterday, Amnesty International had to cancel the public launch of a report on torture in Thailand after police in Bangkok warned the rights group that its representatives might be arrested and prosecuted for visa violations. Just think about that. Activists are also alleging that the Saudis sent Canadian-made vehicles into Bahrain in 2011 to help quell a democratic uprising. Canadian-made weapons have also made their way into South Sudan during a period in which grave human rights abuses have been committed. High-level reports from the United Nations and Human Rights Watch are sounding the alarm, including to our own Subcommittee on International Human Rights. And according to Global Affairs Canada statistics, Canadian arms sales to China, which is a country with a notorious human rights record, soared to the tune of $48 million in 2015. It's been pointed out in this House often, and as recently as this morning by the honourable member across the way from Winnipeg North, that we do have a troubling situation in China. In China, there is no freedom of speech or freedom of conscience. Human rights defenders and pro-democracy activists are routinely arrested, subject to arbitrary detention, enforced disappearance of politicized prosecutions, and torture by authorities in response to their work. This is according to Human Rights Watch. Yet, for all this, China takes a backseat to Saudi Arabia in terms of human rights violations. And I'd like to give a brief rundown on the appalling human rights record in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I use the word brief as I could easily spend the remainder of my day here cataloging the endless horrors that constitute this regime's human rights record. In January of this year, Saudi Arabia carried out a mass execution of 47 imprisoned civilians convicted for terrorism in 12 different provinces in the country. 43 were beheaded, 4 were executed by firing squads. Under Saudi Arabia's reading of Islamic law, such attacks are interpreted as banditry and carrying automatic sentences of death, followed by public displays of the bodies. Freedom of speech does not exist in Saudi Arabia, nor is there freedom of press. Authorities will arrest, prosecute, and imprison government critics, including bloggers and other online commentators, political activists, members of the Shia minority, human rights activists and defenders, including women's rights defenders, and this is something that has been noted by the respected Amnesty International. Reports of torture while imprisoned are common. Routine punishments include public lashings, with prisoners being sentenced to upwards of 1,000 lashes. Prominent blogger Rafe Badawi, for instance, was sentenced to 1,000 lashes last year, with 50 of these being administered this last January. Blogger and human rights activist Mikhalif Al-Shamari was sentenced by special criminal court to 2 years in prison as well as 200 lashes. He's been arrested several times in recent years for his work surrounding democratic reform and human rights within the kingdom. And one of his crimes that he's been charged for is tweeting his intention to pray in a Shia mosque. Worse still, Saudi Arabia is one of the most notoriously misogynist countries in the world. Women are not allowed to drive. They can't open a bank account or get a passport, among other things, without written consent by a male family member. They're not allowed to walk down the street in broad daylight without being accompanied by a male relative or guardian. And not to mention the domestic violence that is on the rise. While there are laws prohibiting spousal abuse, they are not enforced. I mentioned earlier the prominent Saudi blogger Rafe Badawi, a uniquely courageous man by any standard, who received a 50-lash public flogging in Jeddah this past January. This flogging was the first installment of a sentence of 1,000 lashes. And you might be asking what his crime was. Well, that was criticizing prominent religious leaders on his blog. Earlier this year, Mr. Badawi's sister Samar was also arrested and interrogated before being released. I have personally met Mr. Badawi's wife, the formidable Ensaf Haider, and their children who've been granted asylum in Canada, and it distresses me to think of how Ms. Haider must feel about the Canadian government's support for the $15 billion deal to sell weaponized vehicles to that country. What a distressing and ironic and disparaging situation it is for her and 1,000 other people just like her that watch from first-hand experience what it is like. After all, the Prime Minister has stated publicly that he won't intervene on behalf of her husband with his counterparts in Saudi Arabia, and while at the same time he has personally intervened and expended a good deal of political capital on making sure the $15 billion deal goes through. Not to mention that Saudi Arabia's crimes extend beyond its border. The country is without doubt guilty of war crimes in Yemen, where it has been spearheading a coalition of 9 Arab states attempting to affect the outcome of the country's civil war, and this according to the American Journal of Foreign Affairs. The UN Human Rights Council is set this week to discuss a Dutch resolution calling for an impartial monitoring body to travel to Yemen to collect evidence of human rights abuses there. And since peace talks were suspended in August, the UN has reported a sharp increase in civilian deaths. I can't believe I'm asking this, but honestly, is this the sort of situation that Canada should be involved in, either directly or indirectly? And I'll answer my own question here. No, emphatically, it is not. Let us have the confidence to assert our sovereign identity. Human rights are not optional. Governments, like individuals, are defined not by their words or intentions, but by their actions. I therefore hope that on the matter of Canadian arms sales abroad, and indeed across our country's approach to international relations more broadly, that our reality soon becomes more closely attuned to the rhetoric.
Order. 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 Okay. I just perhaps suggested the honourable member and to other honourable members as well from time to time in the course of their speeches or remarks, if they direct their attention to the chair, from time to time we try to give you signals on how much time's remaining, that sort of thing, to help honourable members to stay to the timelines. Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. I listened with great interest to the reports of the concerns raised by human rights, concerns we all share, and noted that some of the dates of the reports were as far back as 2011. In other words, these abuses were well known long before the previous election. And during the last election, the member from the NDP from London Fanshawe, where the factory that produces these vehicles is produced, said a number of things, very definitive things in the campaign, very definitive promises in the campaign. Things such like, it's a signed deal. We recognize the impact this will have for General Dynamics. I've spoken to our leader. He is not wishy-washy on this. We will honor this contract. It's a signed contract. Went on to say, I said very distinctly, in no way is the NDP wishy-washy on this. This is a signed contract. I make a solemn promise to my constituents that we will sign this contract. In light of the fact that these human rights abuses that the NDP just detailed existed long before the election, and these promises were made during the election, what has changed since the election that now says that they can break that promise they made to the constituents of London Fanshawe? Why are they being, in fact, so wishy-washy?
Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Wow, that's a wonderful demonstration of some of the rhetoric I was talking about, because those words are very clear distinctions about our priorities in human rights. I stated at the very beginning of my statement, Mr. Chair, that we have pressing issues that are growing. There's a lot we know. Why is it that open transparency about asserting our democratic and human rights responsibilities can't be had by a standing committee here to discuss all that? I'm not going to get into more about asserting our sovereignty, but I can tell you we have ample opportunity to redeploy the use of those vehicles right here in Canada. I can talk about the mismanagement of a lot of issues in that file, but we have a lot of opportunities here, and we need a committee that meaningfully discusses all of that stuff and not just tries to hide behind, oh, you made promises during a campaign so we don't have to uphold human rights issues. This Opposition Day motion, if you look at the text, is a situation where everyone can assert human rights and open transparency about our role and responsibility as a government. Don't hide behind campaign words and twist words around and promises because it may not be convenient.
Order. Order. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech and for all the very hard work that she has done on the human rights file. Now, speaking of which, the last annual report on arms sales issued by the Government of Canada began to downplay the impact of human rights when granting permits. All of a sudden, the trade aspect became more important, and the human rights issue was shifted aside. Doesn't my colleague find this situation troubling?
For Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank my honourable colleague for the question because I know that her work in advancing the conversation and advancing awareness about human rights and a government's role and responsibility and what regulation looks like for things like weapons sales, what that looks like has been so important and inspiring to me. And I just want to say that this is an example of something where a lot of times statistics and data sets are what are most important, it seems, to government bureaucracies. And we have an opportunity here with a standing committee to be able to address these issues effectively and for us to be able to advance human rights and really look at the impact of our decisions for all of these industries, and whether they're Canadian industries that are located here or abroad. This is something that is very important for a standing committee to address, and this motion achieves that in such a timely fashion as these issues escalate. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, We are pleased to speak today to this very important topic. We observe with pleasure that the members of this House are determined to work to maintain high standards in terms of peace, security, and human rights.
Welcome the members' concerns for human rights, transparent processes, and strong arms controls. We are disappointed by the disregard for tens of thousands of Canadians' livelihoods. Our defence industry directly employs 70,000 Canadians. Their jobs are well-paying. Many of them are union jobs, which support families across our nation. Workers in the defence industry work hard to create products that help families and protect Canadians and our allies. The disregard that the NDP holds for fellow Canadians is clear in the opening of their motion, which says Canadian arms exports have nearly doubled over the past decade. Is keeping our forces safe, providing our allies with equipment they need to operate effectively, serving as a source of innovation in support of aviation, communications, and transportation not important to the member opposite? Is the defence industry really something we wish to cut back on? For many years, the NDP have consistently attacked the Canadian defence industry. The only time they broke from their attacks was during the last election in an effort to hold on to a seat in London. In October 2015, when asked if he would cancel the sale of arms to Saudi Arabia, the leader of the NDP declared, "You don't cancel a commercial accord retroactively, it's just not done." He was not alone. Even the honourable member for London Fanshawe stated, "It's a signed contract and we will honour that contract." Now that the election is over, the NDP has once more chosen to abandon the defence industry and abandon the hard-working families it supports. We recognize that the export of arms requires rigorous oversight and regulation, and we are aiming high. The nature of the products requires that sales be strictly controlled, but this does not mean that the industry should be shut down. As I've said in this House on previous occasions, Canada's export controls are among the best in the world. Canada controls the export of not only military goods, but also dual-use goods and technology, nuclear goods and technology, goods and technology pertaining to missiles and unmanned aerial vehicles, and any goods and technology that could be used to create chemical or biological weapons. All applications for permits to export controlled goods or technology are carefully reviewed against the full range of Canada's defence and foreign policy interests. The purpose of this review is to ensure that exports from Canada do not cause harm to Canada or our allies, do not undermine national or international security, do not contribute to regional conflicts or instability, do not contribute to the development of weapons of mass destruction or their means of delivery, are not used to commit violations of human rights, and are consistent with economic sanctions. We're very encouraged that the members of the House share our government's keen interest in maintaining high standards for peace, security, and human rights. I note that while the export control system has served Canada well, there is always room for improvement, and the government's commitment to enhance the rigour and transparency of the process is underway. We are pursuing many parallel paths to deliver on this commitment. As promised during the election, Canada will become a state party to the United Nations Arms Trade Treaty, ATT, in 2017. Mr. Speaker, Canada is committed to joining the Arms Trade Treaty. The implementation of this multilateral treaty by Canada and other states parties will reduce the unregulated flow of weapons that contribute to terrorism, transnational organized crime, and violations of human rights. These goals are consistent with Canadian values and our policy objectives of reducing conflict and instability, promoting human rights, and countering terrorism. The previous Harper government was wrong not to join the Arms Trade Treaty. By joining the treaty, Canada will come into line with our NATO and G7 partners. This will allow Canada, amongst other things, to participate fully in ATT meetings of states parties, enabling the government to be more effective in its push for more transparency and accountability in the global arms trade, both in Canada and worldwide. It's important to note that Canada already meets the vast majority of ATT obligations. In fact, the ATT was designed to bring other countries up to the type of high standard that Canada already applies. For example, Canada already controls the export of all ATT relevant goods, already has measures in place to provide diversion of exported goods, already assesses all proposed exports of all military goods, not just the goods that the ATT explicitly covers, but for the type of risks identified in the ATT, such as the potential for an export to be diverted to terrorist activities or used for purposes contrary to international peace and security or to commit violations of human rights. I would point out that Canada currently conducts these assessments for all proposed exports of all goods that are subject to export controls, not solely the military goods required by the ATT. Indeed, Canada fully complies with all but 2 of the 28 articles in the treaty. Article 7 regarding export assessment criteria and Article 10 on brokering. Article 7 of the ATT requires states to take a number of factors into consideration when considering whether to authorize an export. In fact, we already take these factors into account as a matter of policy, but now they're added into law. Specifically, an amendment to the Export and Import Permits Act and its associated regulations will create a legal requirement for any Minister of Foreign Affairs to take the ATT criteria into account in assessing all proposals to export military goods controlled by the treaty, such as tanks, small arms, and light weapons. The ATT also requires that its members not authorize an export when there is an overriding risk of negative effects that cannot be mitigated and when that risk overrides any positive benefits that could come from the export. We will outline a clear policy with respect to how the Minister of Foreign Affairs will apply this overriding risk level. Article 10 of the ATT requires each state to regulate brokering. Arms brokering is when a Canadian facilitates or is a middleman for an arms transfer between entities outside of Canada and thus not captured by Canadian export controls. This will be a new regulatory area for the government, and it is a good example of where we are enhancing the rigor of our current export controls. We will introduce legislation later this fall to make these changes. Once the legislation and regulations are in place, we will submit an instrument of accession to the UN Secretary General. Our goal is to ensure that Canada becomes an ATT states party in 2017. Mr. Speaker, the previous government claimed that ratification to the ATT might affect domestic gun laws, and it's important to clarify that this is completely and categorically untrue. The treaty governs the import and export of conventional arms, not the trade in sporting firearms that are owned and used by law-abiding Canadian citizens. Joining the treaty will have no impact on how gun ownership is regulated in Canada. In addition to ATT accession, and together with the Minister of International Trade, we have announced other measures to further enhance the transparency of Canada's export control system. The annual reports on the administration of the Export and Import Permits Act and on military exports from Canada will be more transparent, more user-friendly, and more informative, and they will be tabled on time every year by law. Going forward, the public and other key stakeholders can rely on these reports being tabled no later than May 31st each and every year. As in the past, all reports will continue to be published online as soon as they are tabled in Parliament in order to ensure that Canadians are fully apprised of activities under the Export and Import Permits Act and of the value, scope, type, and destination of military goods exported from Canada. This is just the beginning. As we move forward with our plan to join the ATT, NGOs and industry are being consulted on how we can make these reports more informative, transparent, and easy to understand. We are confident that we can find the right mix of additional information to enhance transparency without harming Canadian business or the livelihood of Canadians who are employed in this important commercial sector. As the government works to deliver on these commitments, it's important that we do so in a manner that maintains the competitiveness of the defence and security industry in Canada. In addition to serving as a crucial source of supply for the Canadian Armed Forces and directly contributing to the protection of Canada, the defence industry drives innovation. This helps to keep Canada at the leading edge of technology among the G7 nations, not just defence technology, but in the information, aviation, automotive, and many other sectors. The defence industry is interwoven throughout the Canadian and North American industrial sector and contributes $6.7 billion to Canada's GDP in 2014. The defence industry represents more than 70,000 jobs for Canadians. These are high-paying, highly skilled, middle-class jobs spread across more than 700 firms located in every province and territory of the country. These jobs pay salaries that are on average 60% above the average Canadian industrial wage. Many of these jobs are union jobs. In short, these are good jobs that this government will work hard to protect. which is why it is so fundamentally disappointing to see the NDP working to undermine these jobs. It's particularly disappointing to see the member for London Fanshawe, who has 3,000 of these good jobs in her own riding, failing to speak up in support of her constituents. Each region of Canada has seen substantial investment and development of specializations in various defence industrial activities. For example, there are strong aerospace clusters in Quebec and in Western Canada, an Ontario-based land vehicles cluster and shipbuilding clusters on 2 coasts. Canadian defence and security products are sought after by Canada's allies and security partners abroad, and the defence industry contributes almost $7 billion to Canada's GDP. Canadian companies are innovative and competitive, and when they succeed, it's good news for our manufacturing sector and our economy. Military and strategic goods are subject to strict controls, precisely because of the uses to which they are designed to be put. For these reasons, exporters looking to fill the overseas demand for Canadian products are required to comply with Canada's export control system. None of this changes the fact that Canada expects all Canadian companies operating abroad to respect Canadian and international law, as well as human rights. Canada promotes improved performance in this regard through the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, the OECD Guidelines for Multinational Enterprises, and the Voluntary Principles on Security and Human Rights, showcased in Canada's updated Corporate Social Responsibility Strategy. Canada's missions abroad foster partnerships between companies, governments, and civil society to promote respect for human rights. Minister Freeland is working to improve corporate social responsibility requirements each and every day. Mr. Speaker, the opposition motion notes the important role of parliamentarians in holding governments accountable for Canadian engagement abroad. Indeed, department officials and their colleagues across the public service regularly appear before the committees studying these matters. Specifically, we look forward to working with the House of Commons Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee in the coming months as we bring forward implementing legislation for Canada's accession to the Arms Trade Treaty. We respect and appreciate the work of existing committees in both the House of Commons and the Senate who study these issues. These committees are empowered and independent, and they are well within their mandates to study what they want, including Canada's arms trade. The creation of the committee suggested is unnecessary and will merely create additional excessive burdens on an already highly regulated and monitored industry. Perhaps that's what the NDP want, to overburden industry. I'm not sure. But for the member of London Fanshawe, she certainly has not expressed support for the families she represents. Mr. Speaker, Canadians demand that the government effectively monitor and control the exportation of Canadian arms. Canada already has a rigorous process and there is room for improvement. Our government is responsibly responding to this need. Work is underway to live up to our commitments to improve the system, to accede to the Arms Trade Treaty, and we look forward to moving this along in the coming weeks and months. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée de Laurier.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to my colleague for her speech. However, she did mention that Canada export controls are among the best. And that's something that less and less observers are convinced of, and that's something Canadians are not convinced of. And that's why we need a parliamentary committee to oversee the whole issue. But my question is, I agree that we should provide military goods, be ready to provide military goods to our allies. And I think even we should provide military goods to our own women and men in uniform, and they need some. But I would like to ask my colleague, is it true that the Liberal government has approved arms exports to Thailand, which is a military dictator? And if true, is it because the government considers a military dictator as an ally? Thank you very much.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Put very simply, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has not approved any permits for arms sales to Thailand.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East, rather.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. I'm a new MP, like so many around this chamber, and I guess not so new now because we've been around for a while. But I do recall, though, that after the election, the Prime Minister said that there will be a new spirit in this chamber, and that would include working across the floor with different parties for the best policies, development for Canada. My colleague had just tabled, and we're debating this important motion today, which calls for exactly that. All that we're saying is for all members of the House to be able to form a committee to sit together and to be able to examine what is really important to Canadians, and that is the protection and advancement of human rights. Why is the government rejecting this very important motion? To suggest that all the other measures are in place, we don't need that, is simply a false argument, and it doesn't stand up to the notion of transparency and in the spirit of the sunny ways of working together.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would like to remind my colleague that at least two occasions that come to mind, we have reached across to the NDP. We were unanimous as a government on equal pay for equal work. We also extended our arms for full membership on the Electoral Reform Committee, and it's an honour to work with my critic for the NDP because of her passion and experience in this field. Acceding to the Arms Trade Treaty is a significant step forward, and the fact that the independent Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee is also looking into this should be a strong statement of the fact that we can do better and that we are listening absolutely to the wise counsel of the opposition. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this issue of arms control was brought by the member for Laurier-Sainte Marie in a motion to the Foreign Affairs Committee, not at the time to create a separate standing committee, to create a subcommittee of Foreign Affairs to study the issue. Now, we in the Conservatives supported studying it in the context of foreign affairs, but that didn't happen because the Liberals voted against it. Now, we don't support the idea of creating a separate standing committee of the House, in part because this is a job for the Foreign Affairs Committee. But I'm wondering why the government didn't agree with the consensus of opposition parties at the time, which was to have this issue studied in the context of a subcommittee of the Foreign Affairs Committee.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
So I'm really not sure where the member opposite stands. I think he said he's in favour and against this at the same time. But where we stand is to move as quickly as we can to accede to the Arms Trade Treaty, something the previous government failed to do for no apparent reason, and also to empower and celebrate the fact that the Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee is conducting its own studies at the same time.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her statements this morning. Very powerful and very informative as to what the government is currently doing. You mentioned during your speech a little bit about the burden that this additional committee will create. I wondered if you could expand a little bit more on that topic.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much to my honourable colleague. Of course, the government's business, as far as we're concerned, should be expedited. It should be rigorous, transparent, accountable, and we believe the best way forward is by acceding to the Arms Trade Treaty. It's by following the good work of the Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee, and I think for Canada it is a significant accomplishment that by the end of 2017 we will be joining our allies in the Arms Trade Treaty.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, the member speaks and the government talks the good talk about transparency, but let's just take a minute and look at the salty deal, for example. The government has yet to release the final delivery date or confirm exactly how many vehicles were delivered. Basic transparency, I would think, if that information were to be provided to Canadians so that they have that information. We don't. I still don't understand why the government would oppose a motion that calls for the members of this House to come to work together to ensure that there is transparency and accountability and to ensure that Canadians can have peace of mind and the trust in their government in moving forward with the claim objective of protecting and advancing human rights.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Maybe I need to take a look at my speech again, but I think I must have said several times in the course of 15 minutes how much this entire endeavour is about transparency, accountability, and I look forward to continuing rigour by members opposite in ensuring that Canadians understand the fact of acceding to the Arms Trade Treaty brings us in line with our allies and allows us to support a vibrant, vital industry that supports hard-working families in Canada and that allows us to do an even better job of standing up for human rights around the world. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think it's important to clarify my question because I don't know that the Parliamentary Secretary understood it and maybe I wasn't sufficiently clear. We don't support the creation of a separate standing committee which will use additional parliamentary resources and that will sort of hive this area off from Foreign Affairs. But we did support, and I spoke in favor of at Foreign Affairs Committee, the creation of a subcommittee of Foreign Affairs that would study this issue. And the fact of the matter is this issue is not currently being studied at the Foreign Affairs Committee. So I guess to the Parliamentary Secretary, why did her government not support having this issue studied through a subcommittee mechanism, something that I think at the time all the opposition agreed would have been an effective way of proceeding, ensuring that this area got appropriate scrutiny while also not sort of hiving it off and using the resources of a separate standing committee. What would have been wrong with that approach at that time? Why did the Liberals vote against it at committee?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, the whole point of the Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee itself, the actual committee, is to study this. So why would we set up a subcommittee? Why do we need a separate standing committee when the actual committee is making this a central focus of its work in the next few weeks? Thank you.
Questions and comments? Yes, come on, I'll let the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I thank my colleague for her speech, and again, very informative. Mr. Speaker, the first part of this motion speaks about the doubling of the past decade of Canada's exports and it being the second largest exporter of arms to the Middle East. Our colleague described how the industry is a vital and important part of Canadians' GDP and our capacity to help with human rights across the world with this industry. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could further elaborate on this particular point.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much to my honourable colleague. This is a $7 billion industry. There are over 700 companies in Canada throughout the country. The industry, of course, is involved in arms, but so many affiliated industries in aviation, in transportation, in telecommunications, in research. And we are here to defend our economy, to defend hardworking middle-class families, good jobs that pay above average, and we're very pleased to be adding an additional level of rigor so that Canadians know we're acting responsibly, transparently, and accountably. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me say off the top that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Mr. Speaker, let me make clear at the outset that there are a number of statements in the preamble of this motion which we in the official opposition and as government previously fully agree. Conservatives agree with the NDP that Canadians expect a high standard from their government when it comes to protecting human rights abroad. Conservatives have always supported efforts to establish and to maintain international standards for arms transfers aimed at preventing illicit transfers of weapons and materiel that would be used to fuel conflict or to enable terrorism or for the use of organized crime. Under our previous Conservative government, Canada had some of the strongest export controls in the world, including laws and regulations such as the Export and Import Permits Act and the automatic firearms country control list. In addition, Mr. Speaker, when we were in government, the Department of Foreign Affairs rigorously assessed all exports of military goods and technology on a case-by-case basis. Now, to address another point in the preamble to the NDP member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie's motion, we in the official opposition also recognize that Canadian arms exports have increased over the past decade. And that is not in itself, Mr. Speaker, bad news, because arms exports were only approved by our Conservative government if and when contracts were consistent with Canada's foreign and defence policies. Now, I'll come back to those considerations in a moment, Mr. Speaker, but members today must remember, Canadians must remember, that many thousands of Canadian jobs depend on exports, legitimate and closely regulated sales of the products of our Canadian defence and defence-related industries. The much-discussed sale of armoured vehicles to Saudi Arabia has created and will sustain more than 3,000 jobs in southwestern Ontario, which, as my colleagues in the House know, is a region of Canada which is the heartland of our manufacturing sector. This single contract will also create thousands of indirect jobs across Canada through a 500-firm supply chain stretching literally from coast to coast to coast. We, in the official opposition, were proud to deliver these economic benefits for southwestern Ontario when we were in government, and benefits which extended to all of Canada. And this just this one single job-creating contract is only one of many in Canada's steadily expanding defence industries, in our aerospace, in our shipbuilding, and our high-tech sectors, to name just a few. That said, Mr. Speaker, end-user contracts are an important element of defence systems export sales. In the case of the armoured vehicles sold to Saudi Arabia, and I would remind colleagues, the conditions of this sale, the sale itself was conditional. The purchaser committed, in effect, that the vehicles would not be used against the Saudi domestic population. No evidence of any such misuse was discovered or reported during our Conservative years in government. But we in the official opposition fully expect the Liberal government to continue today to ensure that conditions of that contract are respected. And as we've said many times in recent months, if the government finds that terms of that contract have been violated, then appropriate action must be taken by the Liberals, by the government. The Liberals simply can't look the other way on highly conditional defence product export contracts. I'd like to return now, Mr. Speaker, to my earlier points about any arms export contracts being consistent with Canada's foreign affairs and national defence policies. For example, we need to know, despite concerns that have been raised about the armoured vehicle sale, for example, to Saudi Arabia, we need to remember that Saudi Arabia is an ally in probably the most violently contested region of the world today. Saudi Arabia is an important member of the Allied coalition in the war against ISIL, the so-called Islamic State. Iran's continuing support of terrorism is a continuing and growing threat to the stability of that region, specifically in Yemen, in Saudi Arabia, and elsewhere in the region. In Syria, the Iranian regime has provided increasing military assistance to the Assad regime, and we've just learned today that another 3,000 Iranian fighters have been dispatched to prop up Assad forces in the long and tragic battle for the city of Aleppo. It remains to be seen today whether Iran will comply with the P5+1 nuclear agreement, even as the regime continues to ignore UN resolutions against the development of ballistic missiles. Of course, Iran continues to be belligerently proclaim its goal, its aim of destroying the state of Israel. And domestically, of course, Iran is among the world's worst violator of human rights. Now, that said, and at the same time, Mr. Speaker, the recent execution of the Shia cleric Nimr al-Nimr in Saudi Arabia has outrageously, unnecessarily, further inflamed Sunni-Shia tensions right across the region. And while we share Saudi concerns about Iran's efforts to export their violently destructive ideology across the region, we believe that alienating moderate Shias in these chaotic times is profoundly counterproductive. Again, we strongly encourage the Government of Canada to take every opportunity to make our views on human rights and religious freedom known to Saudi authorities and to the international community at the same time. Canada must continue to work aggressively with our allies in the region to create a stable and one day prosperous Middle East, governed by freedom, tolerance, and pluralism, and where human rights, particularly the rights of the now persecuted minorities, are fully respected. Now, my honourable colleague raised the matter of the arms trade treaty, and I think I'd like to make a couple of points there, although it's not directly reflected in the motion by the NDP today. We in the official opposition believe that any arms trade treaty should recognize and acknowledge the legitimacy of lawful ownership of firearms by responsible citizens for their personal and recreational use, including sport shooting, hunting, and even collecting. We are disappointed that the Liberals have moved forward with an ATT that does not specifically respect the legitimate trade or use of hunting or sporting firearms. And we're also concerned that little to no consultation with lawful gun owners was undertaken by the Liberals before they unilaterally decided to accede to this treaty. These are concerns, Mr. Speaker, from law-abiding Canadians about just how the treaty affects or could affect responsible firearms owners. Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, will continue to give voice to these legitimate concerns. And that brings me, Mr. Speaker, to the central objective of the NDP motion, an outcome the party has sought on a number of occasions in the past. The NDP, Mr. Speaker, wants to address legitimate concerns about Canada's arms exports with a review that would look at past and current sales, the arms export permits regime, end-use conditions and enforcement, and broader international trends. All valid topics for review, Mr. Speaker. But the NDP is asking in this motion to create an entirely new standing committee of the House to manage such a review. The official opposition, Speaker, will not support this motion, and the reason is quite simple. The Foreign Affairs Committee already has the power and authority to study these issues or to create a subcommittee for such a study. In our view, establishing an entirely new committee devoted solely to arms sales would create an unnecessary burden on and consumption of limited House of Commons resources. And so, Mr. Speaker, the official opposition will oppose the motion put by the member for Laurier-Saint-Pierre. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Saint-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to know if my colleague, and I thank my colleague for his speech, I'd like to know if my colleague agrees with us that Canadians are very concerned by this issue and that Canadians have a right to more information, to greater transparency, to have to a real open government that truly answers questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for her question, and I must say it has been a pleasure in recent months to have worked with the member on the Foreign Affairs Committee on a number of important issues. The government hasn't been persuaded yet to strike a committee. There are a great many very important issues, to be fair, which the committee has been asked to address, and we will. I think To answer my colleague's question directly, there is concern. There is concern among the Canadian public against a variety of a broad range of situations in the world today where arms have found their way into the hands of those who would abuse not only human rights but their own domestic populations. And I think conditions and situations may well seem to have changed in the years between the signing of some of our current contracts and the behavior of the purchasing countries or bodies, organizations in the years since. So I think, yes, it is a very valid topic in which Parliament, this House, should investigate. But again, I would suggest that the resources of this House are too valuable, are too thinly stretched to be focused on yet another standing committee, and would be best used by a subcommittee of either the Foreign Affairs Committee or a joint subcommittee of Foreign Affairs and perhaps Defence.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the speech by my honourable colleague, and I would say that the Foreign Affairs Committee is doing excellent work. My question to him, though, in light of the concerns Canadians have with regard to appropriate uses, why the previous government failed to sign the Arms Trade Treaty?
Member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. And as she sits aside the chair of our Foreign Affairs Committee, I quite agree with the remarks that the committee is applying itself very diligently, very productively to the issues which we've been assigned to investigate. Well, as I mentioned in my remarks about the Arms Trade Treaty, we have serious reservations about the possible encroachment, the breadth of the treaty as it is written today, with regards to those Canadians who are legitimate hunters and trappers, quite law-abiding users of weapons which can be used improperly, but which, on record in Canada, this is a major recreational, sporting sector of our economy. Billions of dollars every year are invested and generated in this economy. And as I said in my remarks, little or no consultation, to my knowledge, has been undertaken by the government to speak to lawful gun owners in Canada about their concerns of what agreement or participation, commitment to the ATT would mean to them.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise and contribute to what I think is a very important debate. It's an honor for me to follow my colleague, our foreign affairs critic, someone who's doing a great job standing up for international human rights and for a both principled and hard-headed approach to foreign affairs. And I want to congratulate the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie for bringing this motion forward. As my colleague said, we will not be supporting it, but it has been a pleasure working with her on these issues as well, and I appreciate the knowledge and commitment she brings to them. I think in general, you see from both the Conservative and the New Democrats, from all of us here in the opposition, a very different attitude towards the importance of international human rights than you see, unfortunately, at least from the front bench, from the policies being taken on the government side. Now, I'm going to make 5 distinct points here. The first point I'd like to make is just about the procedural grounds on which I and we as the official opposition can't support this motion. As I mentioned during questions and comments, I and my colleagues who were there at Foreign Affairs Committee on the day that this motion was proposed supported the creation of a subcommittee to study the issue of the arms trade. And this would have been a very effective way of ensuring scrutiny of this issue and also integrating discussion of arms control within the broader discussion of foreign affairs. We have, of course, another subcommittee, a subcommittee on international human rights, but the value of that as a subcommittee is that it feeds information through the Foreign Affairs Committee to the House. The use of subcommittees does not create the additional strain on House resources that a separate committee would create. It also ensures that there is well set aside and cordoned off time. But it's noteworthy that the reason the subcommittee was not created is because its creation was opposed by all of the Liberal members on that committee. That was something at the time that we and the New Democrats agreed on. Now, there would be a range of different options for moving forward in a similar way that achieves some of the same objectives that this motion does. It might even be worth contemplating a joint subcommittee between foreign affairs and defense. And with regard to the activity in terms of the study of this, it's important to note the parliamentary secretary sort of made it sound as if there was a current or imminent study to happen in foreign affairs on the issue of arms control. And to my knowledge, that's just not the case. I believe the committee is currently reviewing reports and is very soon to undertake studies of other, albeit very important matters, but without an imminent plan to move forward on a study related to this issue. So I think we know who needs to be doing this job and where this job can be done. I don't think the creation of a standalone committee is necessary, but the real impediment to the objectives that the member in the NDP has talked about is the government as far as the approach that they have taken on that committee. So that's why, on I think some important procedural grounds, we can't support the motion, although there are many things, as my colleague from Thornhill pointed out, many things in substance that are important to affirm. The second point that I want to make is that a strong and effective arms control regime is important, and it's in particular important to us here in the official opposition. My colleague laid out very ably aspects of the arms control regime that we had in place and that we were committed to. They include, for example, the Export and Import Permits Act and the Automatic Firearms Country Control List. They included, of course, in the context of the LAV deal with Saudi Arabia that we've discussed already, and I think will probably come up frequently throughout the day, end-use permits to actually control and restrict the end use of those vehicles. And there's mechanisms in place for responding if there are abuse, and we would expect the government to take those obligations very seriously. My colleagues have been right to point out the important number of Canadian jobs associated with this deal. At the same time, we understand in the official opposition that who we are, that the values we believe in have to come first. And that is reflected, I think, in the approach we took, seeking opportunities for Canadian commerce, but insisting as a first primary principle in the protection of human rights. And that's the third point that I want to underline today, that we must defend human rights regardless of the cost. We have to be clear about our values. We have to talk about our values. And we have to recognize that in some cases, standing up for our values might involve sacrifices, whether commercial or otherwise. But who we are as a country, the values and principles that define us, that reflect international norms that are rooted in ideas about human rights and universal human dignity, these exist prior to purely material or economic considerations. But in many cases, in fact, we can and do have both, but we have to be clear about our human rights. And I think it's worth saying to the government, because there isn't this acknowledgement in the way they talk about foreign policy, that there is such a thing as a moral absolute. I listened it was about a year ago to a speech that the Foreign Affairs Minister gave at the University of Ottawa, where he talked about moving away from a purely principle-based ethic in foreign policy to one that he called responsible conviction, but really as a way of saying we shouldn't as I understood it, we shouldn't be holding fast to these ideas of moral absolutes, that we should be evaluating our response in a sort of highly contextualized and situational way. But I think there is actually a need, conversely, for moral clarity in a murky world, for a government that is clear about our values and is clear about there are certain fundamental principles of human rights that we will not compromise on, whether that's our dealings with Saudi Arabia, whether that's our dealings with China, whether that's our dealings with any number of other actors, Russia, Iran. If there is no such thing as an absolute when it comes to human rights, I would suggest that you can't talk about a genuine commitment to human rights at all. We, on this side of the House, believe in the need for Canada to speak with moral clarity despite the murkiness of the world around us. That means calling out those that are egregious violators of human rights, and that also means being willing to talk about human rights with our allies. Now, the fourth point that I wanted to make today in the context of this motion is specifically about Saudi Arabia and the Saudi system, because I know that's an important part of what colors this discussion. I view the Saudi state as a, in many ways, contradictory entity, and therefore it requires what you might even call a contradictory response. In other words, we need to respond to the aspects of the Saudi state that we find objectionable, and we need to work with the aspects of the Saudi state that we can and should. And that doesn't mean compromising our clarity about our values, but it means recognizing the need to deal with different parts of the same state in different ways. Of course, we know that Saudi Arabia is in some ways a conservative monarchy, but on the other hand, that some of its international education programs really play a role, perhaps indirectly, but they do have the effect of fomenting extremism. This is a country with a terrible domestic human rights record, with an ideology that is very much internally, as it's expressed, at odds with our values, and yet a country that has historically had a more pro-Western foreign policy, a country that we have been able to collaborate with in certain respects that are important to the protection of our interests as they relate to our values. My colleague spoke very well, for instance, about the need to contain Iran, and the fact that although, again, Saudi Arabia's approach to Israel is nothing that could be misconstrued as pro-Israel, there is an agreement about the concern that Iran poses in terms of stability to the region. And there is a shared concern, in fact, about the Iranian nuclear deal. So these are interesting things to observe in how we relate to the Saudi state. And above all, it must be said that the Saudi state needs to survive, because if under the present circumstances there were to be sort of a Syria-style revolution in Iran, the consequences in terms of human rights as well as international human peace and security would be absolutely devastating. I don't know if I have time to talk about my fifth point very briefly on the strategic balance of power in the Middle East. It is necessary that we have an effective alternative to Iranian influence. We know about the major concerns with growing Iranian influence. So the partnership we have with Saudi Arabia, to the extent that it allows us to combat Iranian influence, is important for both human rights and international peace and security. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. And I appreciate the support that the Conservatives have brought to my colleague from Laurier-Sainte-Marie in her attempts to create a subcommittee of the Foreign Affairs Committee. However, the question that I have for my colleague, and well, he did a good job of illustrating how we can be faced with very complex situations in the Middle East, which require sometimes contradictory policies, and there's very complicated work that has to be done by our diplomats in the decisions that we make in Canada. In hearing that, well, that gives me even more reason to ask him to support the creation of a committee that will specifically look at arms exports, because it would allow us to have a committee that would constantly and perpetually study all of these changing situations. And if we look, for example, at the example of the UK, which created a similar committee a number of years ago, does he not agree, given the limited resources of the House, that this deserves deeper study?
Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the question. And on this topic, we agree on though not all, certainly on substantial parts of the direction here. But here's the issue. He talks about having a committee that in an ongoing way studies these situations. Actually, that's not the proposal. It's not a committee to study in an ongoing way the challenges of politics in the Middle East, right? It's a committee specifically looking at one piece of that very complicated question, which is the issue of arms exports. So I guess if this motion were to pass, the question would be, how many standing committees should the House have? That's perhaps not as interesting a question as the underlying substantive debates about our foreign policy and about arms control. But it's a question we have to consider in the context of how we vote on this motion, because we need to have an effective, cohesive system in the House for analyzing different issues. We have a Foreign Affairs Committee. It can and should create subcommittees to address sub-issues. I think that's a more effective way to go. The impediment to that clearly has come from the government side.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, if I may, just to acknowledge, on the issue of human rights, it's something in which I've had the opportunity to speak a great deal on. And when I reflect in terms of my party, the Liberal Party, or the government, we are a party of the Charter of Rights. In fact, it was Pierre Elliott Trudeau that brought to Canada the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, in which we all love and respect. I remember the late Izzy Asper, and he's the one that founded the idea, the concept of the Canadian Human Rights Museum, which was the first national museum dealing with human rights and the many tragedies that have occurred around the world of genocides and so much more. The human rights is a very important issue for all of us, but I can tell you that from a party perspective, I don't believe that we're second to any other. We need to recognize that the government is committed to enhancing both the rigor and transparency of Canada's export control process. We are pursuing many parallel paths to do so. The foremost is ensuring that Canada becomes a member of the United Arms Trade Treaty, the ATT. The ATT aims to stop unregulated arms transfers which intensify and prolong conflict, lead to regional instability, facilitates violations of international humanitarian law and human rights abuses, and hinders social and economic development. I'm wondering if the member would agree that this would in fact be a very positive step forward, and maybe this is something that we could actually be talking more about today, just how important the ATT is for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the member, perhaps this is the pot calling the kettle black, the member has spoken a lot about human rights, among other subjects. But with respect to the issue of the ATT, I think my colleague has addressed this very clearly, that it is important that the Arms Control Treaty recognize the legitimacy of lawful firearms ownership, and there are some concerns there with respect to law-abiding citizens owning and using firearms for legitimate purposes. Now, on the issue of human rights, I don't dispute that there is a lot of human rights talk that has come from some in the party opposite. But for us, when it comes to foreign affairs, we believe in an absolute commitment to human rights, and that clearly isn't present in the approach of this government. And I could give a wide variety of examples already we've seen in terms of shifting foreign policy from this government that de-emphasizes international human rights. We have their negotiations or not, or something similar but not quite negotiations, on extradition with China. And the Prime Minister has said that this is something that's going ahead. We have the refusal to support our private member's bill on Magnitsky sanctions, a clear way of addressing human rights abuses in Russia. Again, I don't know why the government isn't supporting that. We have the elimination of the ambassador for international religious freedom, the creation of a new so-called human rights department without its own ambassador, and effectively the downgrading then of an emphasis on...
Order. Order. Yeah, we really don't like to cut members off. Actually, it's the last thing we want to do. Just give us a glance every once in a while. We'll try and give you some cues as to when the time's coming to an end, and we've exhausted the time for questions and comments. So now we'll go to reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bourgeois-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with my colleague from Burnaby South. I'm very pleased to be able to speak in favor of the motion that my colleague from Laurier-Sainte-Marie has introduced today, because this is a very important issue. And at the outset, I'd like to say that I'm very disappointed to learn this morning that the Liberal government, despite rhetoric on openness and transparency, is going to oppose the creation of this committee to examine arms sales. And sure, we can appreciate their narrative on human rights. And my colleague, or rather my conservative colleague talked about creating a subcommittee. Now, that's not bad, but it's too bad they're not supporting our motion. And Mr. Speaker, when I heard the speech given by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, it was like deja vu all over again, because it's the type of speech that I might have heard during the last Parliament. Arguments against the fact that saying, well, it's not necessary because tools already exist. Think of the economy, think of this, think of that. And that really disappoints me, Mr. Speaker, because first, when we talk about economic matters, the beauty of creating this type of committee would be allow us to study all aspects of this issue. Now, when we look at the Foreign Affairs Committee, its mandate is too limited, and the beauty of creating such a committee means that, yes, we can study the matter of international trade, we can study defense policies here in Canada, we can study other foreign affairs aspects and the protection of human rights. All those aspects deserve robust consideration. And when we hear the argument presented by the government, it was saying, well, this committee is not necessary because the current standing committee is undertaking a study, well, that misleads Canadians. Why, Mr. Speaker? Well, because we are finally signing the arms trade treaty, but that is only one specific aspect of the matter. And what is important in our motion, and I know that there are a number of new members here, but it must be understood that committees undertake studies and listen to witnesses, but time is very limited. Let's be clear. Sometimes there's a bill that, comes forward and we have to move things around. And with all those time limitations, we firmly believe, especially given that human rights are being flouted in a number of countries to which Canada exports arms, and we know that Canadians are legitimately concerned about this, well, we think that this committee should be created to undertake further study. In 1999, the UK created a similar committee to undertake the same type of examination, and with a view to reporting annually on arms exports. So they are studying these matters very much in depth, and we have to recognize the importance of such a committee, because I heard the Conservative members say, well, listen, how many committees are we going to create? Are we going to create one on every issue? But I think that the issue that's before us today deserves its own committee. It deserves particular study, because we can see an increase in arms exports by Canada. We are now the second largest exporter to the Middle East after the United States, and that raises a number of concerns. And of course, for the very reasons that the Parliamentary Secretary put forward during her speech, she hammered home the importance of industry in Canada. Well, that's exactly the reason we should create this committee, in order to have constant parliamentary oversight of an industry that is so important. And what is the most important for me and for the NDP is the matter of human rights. So this is very interesting, because I know obviously the government will talk about the Tahal campaign, but there's no contradiction because the government must respect its commitments to openness and transparency. It must honor its commitments to give more powers to parliamentarians outside of cabinet, and it is through such a committee that we can reach these objectives. So it's too bad that they are dismissing this solution out of hand, especially when we hear all their rhetoric on openness and transparency. Now, Mr. Speaker, when I look at all the new information that has come out since the election campaign, we've even seen videos that came out thanks to the Globe and Mail, and we can see how Saudi Arabia used the arms and the jeeps that we export to them. Now, Mr. Speaker, these are very serious problems, and these new information should be food for thought. So obviously, this is a question of approving export permits, and that is a very important nuance that the government and the minister does not seem to have understood. And speaking of the minister, he rose in this House and said that if there was new information that came forward, that he would be prepared to revisit his decision, and that was not done. So that is why we need to create a committee so that parliamentarians are do not have to bow to the minister's discretion. We can study and decide on things ourselves, and so that we're not stuck with the current standing committee, because we saw through the Liberals' refusal to create a subcommittee on arms exports that we cannot rely on their good faith. We need a specific committee on this subject. That is how we will be able to study arms exports in detail. Now, Mr. Speaker, I am wondering why the Liberals are so afraid of creating such a committee. Once again, in the Liberal speeches, I haven't heard any kind of relevant argument that would justify their refusal to create this committee, because the situation we are confronted with today is that we hear pretty speeches by the different parties on human rights. So why don't we ensure that those human rights are monitored to make sure that parliamentarians can give reports, can produce reports to the House to ensure that we are honoring our international commitments and highlighting and showcasing our own values. Mr. Speaker, I am tremendously concerned when we are told that the House doesn't have the resources, when we are told in no uncertain terms that the government can't accept our motion, and when they use quotes from the election campaign that are really not relevant. This committee would have a Liberal majority, so they don't have to fear that we're trying to trap them or catch them out or put them in a situation that would put them at odds with their own government. All we're doing is seeking more transparency so that Canadians can regain trust in the system. It's the same argument, Mr. Speaker, that we put forward even yesterday. We were debating the National Security Intelligence Committee yesterday. So we're not just talking about the involvement of parliamentarians and the review of facts. It's also our relationship to Canadians, and what we can see in polls and in our conversations with our constituents. What we can see is that our fellow citizens have lost trust in this process. You know, Canada does not monitor or oversee arms exports at all. So the parliamentary secretary talked to us about the excellence of our regulations and of the assessments that Canada does before exporting arms. But monitoring and oversight is important as well, because after all, the world changes very quickly. Situations can change very quickly, and as has been said many times this morning, there are diplomatic cases that are very, very complex worldwide. So the government should recognize how important it is to follow up on these exports. Mr. Speaker, when we talk to our fellow citizens are more and more global citizens. We know that they care about the protection of human rights. And in Canada, we have certain values. We have international commitments And when we hear all this empty rhetoric, and when we hear Canada is back, we don't want to just hear it. We want them to walk the talk. We want to see the creation of a committee that will truly be able to study this issue and give powers to parliamentarians and therefore give powers to Canadians, allow them to regain their trust in the work that we do to protect human rights and to do a genuine follow-up and shed light on a situation that is more and more troubling. And that is why I strongly support the motion of my colleague from Laurier-Sainte-Marie. I hope that that my Liberal colleagues will see eye to eye with me. Thank you.
For Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. I already believe that Canada's export controls are some of those toughest and most transparent in the world, but obviously there's always room for improvement. And I believe Canada should also become a member of the United Nations Arms Trade Treaty. But Canada also already meets many of those obligations. In fact, Canada is one of the reasons that that Arms Trade Treaty was implemented and is looking to become even more widespread around the world. But we don't apply to about 2 of the articles, which is Article 7, Export Assessment Criteria and Overriding Risk Tests, and 10, Brokering. And I'm just wondering to the member if he could explain why we should create another standing committee and how other standing committees that we already have in this institution, in our Parliament, can address the review, the investigation, and the understanding of this issue.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first, on the matter of the Arms Trade Treaty, Canada should have signed it long ago, but that's just one part of the puzzle. The government relies a great deal on that aspect of the matter, but we want to study the matter more broadly, and the fact remains that the government believes that we already have a robust legislation. But as I said, Mr. Speaker, nothing is being followed up on, and this is our committee that could follow up on it. Look at Saudi Arabia. Look at the information coming out of there that was made public. And I would like to make a last point to my colleague. He talks about committees. The question that is before us goes well beyond the mandate of the Foreign Affairs Committee. We see that in the UK, they set up the same committee. Why don't we do that here in Canada? Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I listened to it very attentively, and he is calling on the government to put forward a genuine argument as to why such a committee should not be set up. I would also like to ask from him, why did the NDP not accept the Bloc's amendment that called upon all parties to be represented on that committee, whether the parties are official parties or not? He talked about democracy and that that the government needs to walk the talk on that. And so I'm asking him the same question. The democracy advocated by the NDP should be translated into action. So I repeat, why did they not accept our amendment, and he should stop hiding behind the standing orders? The Honourable Member, we're not hiding behind the standing orders. On the contrary, it is thanks to the NDP that the Bloc can participate in the Special Committee on Electoral Reform. But that is a standing committee, and so I am not at all hiding behind the standing orders. I want things to be open and transparent for everyone, but that is the reality before us. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, the important thing is that the ball is in the government's court, and it is up to the government to make this decision and shed some light on the matter of arms exports. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Bay, James Navuk-Ayu. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He delivered it with a great deal of assurance and aplomb, as usual. Now, this matter of arms exports raises a number of questions. In this context, Mr. Speaker, Canada, as a member nation of the United Nations, has certain international obligations. For example, Article 55 of the UN Charter obliges member nations to foster respect of their international commitments. So insofar that we want to be an important player on the world stage, insofar as we want Canada to be taken seriously globally, is it not time to honor these obligations that we have at an international level? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and indeed, it is high time that we should do as he says, that is, honor our international obligations, and that starts right here at home. At the end of the day, when we want to be taken seriously on the global stage and to advocate for peace and human rights, these are debates that are sometimes very difficult. So it has to start right here at home. It has to start with a government that is ready to study this question in depth. And before they start trying to teach lessons elsewhere, they need to apply these lessons here at home. So we want them to respect this.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've enjoyed listening to this debate. I think my colleagues who have spoken before me have outlined in a very good way the details of this motion, the reasons why this motion is important. I think some of the objections that should be taken into consideration. But from my perspective, I think perhaps we've lost the plot a little bit here. Maybe I can start with a bit of a story about what we're supposed to do in this place. Mr. Speaker, when I was elected in 2011, one of the first decisions that I was ever asked to make was whether or not I supported the mission to send fighter jets to Libya. This decision for new MPs is very difficult. I think for all parties involved. I believe it was supporting a mission against Muammar Gaddafi, who of course was an international scourge, as somebody who was really one of the worst human rights offenders in history. But still, Mr. Speaker, what struck me during those discussions, both in this place and outside this place, is what we were really talking about is killing people. That's what we're really talking about. If we're sending fighter jets to Libya or whether we're sending arms to Saudi Arabia, in the end, being parliamentarians here, we are deciding on who's going to live and who's going to die in one way or another. And I think that really should underscore these discussions that we're having here today. Is that, and this is why Parliament's important and why democracy is important, is that in dictatorships, of course, places that we oppose, that we think are not the proper way to run governments, to run countries, it's usually one person or a small group of people that decide to make these decisions about who will live and who will die within their own countries, and then when they engage in military actions against other countries. But in democracy, what we're supposed to do is to come to places like this Parliament, like the Senate, like we have in other places around the world, these legislatures, to discuss in a very open, transparent way about how we regard our standing in the world and to say whether or not we should engage in certain actions. And I think that's all we're talking about here, Mr. Speaker. It's really the same thing. It's not about a direct motion, of whether to take direct action in a country, whether to support or oppose a certain regime, but it's more of a macro discussion about how we see ourselves in the world, how we make decisions, and in particular about, in this case, whether or not we should sell armaments to particular countries. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think that should probably underscore this discussion. So we've heard, we have a global affairs committee that discusses foreign affairs. I understand that there were proposals for subcommittees. This is a proposal for a new standing committee. But to me, that's all. I don't know. That's all for a Canadian who's looking at this debate. I think what they'd really like us to get down to is how is we as parliamentarians going to discharge our duties in terms of making these very important decisions about to which they're also attached because they vote for us. So voters vote for MPs, for various political parties. We come to this place, we make decisions. And some of these decisions are lethal decisions, whether or not we will actually involve in the loss of human life in various countries. So, Mr. Speaker, I think through this debate, Canadians would be quite shocked that we have that our arms exports have doubled over the last decade. In fact, it might be one of our dirty little secrets that Canadians like to see themselves in a particular way. They like to think of Canadians in blue helmets going around the world, keeping the peace. Our past Nobel Prize efforts, where again, that's where Canada really emerged onto the world stage in terms of our peacekeeping efforts. We like to think of ourselves as givers of aid, very generous contributors to reducing poverty around the world. But then, through the course of this debate, they're going to find out that we have doubled our arms exports, and we're now the second largest exporter of arms to the Middle East. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a clash of values we're having here. So Canadians that are sitting and watching this debate or see it or read about it in the media are going to say, wait a second, what's happening, what Parliament, the decisions this government is making and past governments are making clash with how I see myself as a Canadian. And I think that's what this place is for. There's difficult choices to make, whether or not we approve arms sales to one country or another country. That's what's decided here, and it should be. But so decisions have been taken now, both within the industries that produce these arms, but also the government bodies that approve the sales and export to other countries, where I think Canadians and many Canadians would say, well, hold on a second. This doesn't jive with my view of what Canada does. And right, that's okay. And that's, again, what these places are for, Mr. Speaker, is for us to come to discuss the facts that are behind every decision that we have to make sure we get those straight, and then to debate out in a public way, again, on TV here with recorded minutes, with recorded votes, as to what should be done. Decisions are taken, and then those decisions have their effects. So the effect of the decisions on arms sales is that Canadians, in one way or another, are going to, the result of these decisions are that people are going to die. You can't sell arms to a country and not think they're going to be used, especially small arms or in many cases vehicles or the small arms that are attached to these vehicles. And so for me, Mr. Speaker, that's really worth debating in more detail on making sure that we get the facts. And I think, I think most of my colleagues here in the House would agree these are probably the most important issues that we talk about here. So it's not talking about really the mechanism doesn't interest people. Whether it's a standing committee or a subcommittee or a special committee, I think that all kind of doesn't make a ton of difference. But what Canadians do expect from us is that when we're making decisions as grave as this, when we're evaluating decisions about whether or not we should actually be compliant in someone's death, then this deserves significant debate. So our proposal for this, Mr. Speaker, because we've had new facts come to light about these sales, and we're not clear about how these deals have transpired, the actual details of the short-term details about who's benefiting, who's not benefiting, but also the long-term impacts of this deal. Then we're proposing that we have a standing committee, and of course that's in terms of a procedural decision, that's a fairly big one. Starting with a new standing committee is a significant commitment, but the issue that this committee would be studying is so important. It's probably one of the most important things that we'll be looking at. It's whether it's reviewing our roles in participating in the deaths of people around the world. Now, sometimes those military interventions are necessary. As I said, I voted to support the mission in Libya after a lot of deep thought. I thought that, and again, unanimously, that was approved in this House here in 2011. But this standing committee gives us room to not only talk about decisions regarding arms exports, but also to review the impacts of these things, that we could have regular reports that come in from experts in this area. We could have a better understanding of our own arms industry. We could have briefings because the world changes. Places that are at war now will soon be at peace, and places that are at peace now, unfortunately, will be at war at some point. So it would allow the committee members to get briefings on this and to have very fulsome discussions, Mr. Speaker. So I think there's a couple of things going on here that's really worth pausing for a second. I know the parties all have their entrenched, that their entrenched votes already kind of scripted out where they're going to go. But I'd really ask for members here to take a pause and say, well, the issue that we're dealing with here is grave. It's one of the most important things that we'll decide as parliamentarians. Do these types of decisions actually deserve a space of their own? I know, Mr. Speaker, that I would have welcomed this in my over 5 years as a parliamentarian. I think it's a committee that would have great merit. I don't think a subcommittee would be enough for this. I think that the committee needs a good degree of independence in order to look at all these issues in great detail, Mr. Speaker. And I really urge the government to have a rethink on this, not to dismiss this idea out of hand. And so I thank you for your time, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to questions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the city I represent in this House, London, Ontario, General Dynamics Land Systems is a very important company, employing over 2,000 people. They're central to the defense sector in that city. They're central to the defense sector in this country. I wonder if the Honourable Member could tell this House why it was the case that the NDP supported the work of the company, but now has changed its position. Did they call the company to tell them this priorhand? Have they reached out since? Would the Honourable Member and his leader accept an invitation to come to London to visit General Dynamics and speak to the workers and really articulate and underline the implications of what they're calling for and the job losses that would result? This from a party that says they're representing the working class.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we of course have very able members that represent London and have for a long time. Mr. Speaker, I think that this is the kind of fog question that is just seek to score political points rather than have actual debate. What's at issue here is to create a standing committee to review these issues. It's not to cancel particular deals. It's not to support particular deals. It's to understand them better and to make sure that we have the kind of debate we need that Canadians get the information that they do. So, I'm not sure why the Liberals wouldn't approve such a committee, and they haven't offered any kind of other solution other than to throw up things that don't really matter. So I'd really ask them to consider this motion, and perhaps if they don't agree, to put up their own proposal as to what we could do instead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de...
Questions and comments?
Roy.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to hear the remarks being made by my colleague when he talks about human lives, about life and death, and the Liberals contrast that and talk about jobs created, where there are people working in those industries who are uncomfortable knowing or thinking that the arms that they are building, manufacturing, are being used to violate human rights in other countries. In that regard, in June, Canada, where it was announced that Canada had a treaty, but it stated that these arms that are exported must not be used to contribute to violations of human rights. But Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International have urged the UN National Assembly to suspend weapons to Saudi Arabia because of human rights violations. So there are more and more reports and proof, in fact, showing that our exports have ended up in places that violate human rights. And so this committee that we're proposing would be well placed to study the situation and look at where these arms are going, where they're being used. It's important for Canada to obtain that information, that transparent information. It's up to us to ensure that Canada is complying with international treaties.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I enjoy my colleagues' comments as always. This doesn't have to be a jobs versus killing people kind of debate. I think people that are working in these industries work very hard, good unionized jobs. I think they would actually be assured that it would be assuring for them to know that this committee had thoroughly studied their deals and gave them, a seal of approval, rather than having this kind of fog around the products that they are producing. So, Mr. Speaker, I see that as a win-win. I don't see this as any way killing jobs. I think it's all it is developing a better understanding of what is a very important issue. Is again Canada's role in what eventually is people dying, and I think that again that would make Canadians feel much more comfortable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London North Centre. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you at the outset that I will be splitting my time with my honourable colleague from London West. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about the government's commitment to human rights. I do so as a parliamentarian, as a member representing a city that thrives because of the defence sector in part, as someone who has taught human rights policy for a number of years at Western University. This is an issue I take extremely seriously, Mr. Speaker. The promotion and protection of human rights is an integral part of Canada's constructive engagement in the world. We view human rights as universal, indivisible, interdependent, and interrelated. Mr. Speaker, we have all seen how hatred and xenophobia have taken root. A record number of refugees are now displaced. We believe everyone has to do more to protect the most vulnerable and marginalized people in the world today. We do this by embracing diversity. Last week, the Right Honourable the Prime Minister spoke in front of the UN General Assembly and told the world that Canada is stronger, not weaker, because of our differences. He said that we should embrace diversity. As a multicultural, multi-faith, and inclusive society, Canada is well positioned to champion peaceful pluralism, respect for diversity, and human rights internationally. So, how do we do this, Mr. Speaker? Canada is enhancing and expanding its efforts through multilateral organizations, bilateral engagement, development assistance, and trade and policy services. The UN is the main forum where we advance our international human rights objectives. Canada actively participates as an observer at the UN Human Rights Council and is fully engaged in the UN General Assembly's Third Committee. Canada is also party to 7 UN human rights treaties, which have been established treaty bodies to regularly monitor state compliance. Canada actively participates in the Universal Periodic Review process, which evaluates the human rights performance of all 193 UN member states at regular intervals. Canada was last reviewed in 2013 and will be up for review again in 2018. The promotion and protection of human rights is an integral part of Canada's development programming and humanitarian assistance. Our development programming integrates the principles of inclusion, participation, equality, and non-discrimination. Our humanitarian assistance ensures full respect for the rights of the individual in accordance with international law. With regard to trade, Mr. Speaker, Canada expects Canadian companies operating abroad to respect human rights and promotes improved performance through the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, the OECD Guidelines for Multinational Enterprises, and the Voluntary Principles on Security and Human Rights, showcasing Canada's updated corporate social responsibility strategy as well. Canada's missions abroad foster partnerships between companies, governments, and civil society to promote respect for human rights. Canada indeed consults regularly with civil society organizations, both at home and abroad, through a network of missions, including our permanent mission to the UN in Geneva and New York. Canada is a strong advocate at the UN for the full participation of civil society. This is becoming increasingly important given the efforts of some countries to limit civic space both at the UN and more broadly. Canada also acknowledges the important leadership role played by the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Canada is directly contributing $15 million to the office over the next 3 years.
Canada indeed also works to advance international standards on important issues and promote human rights around the world in a variety of multilateral fora, ranging from UN bodies to the G7. For example, Canada is advancing the rights of women through our membership on the UN Committee on the Status of Women. Key issues for Canada related to the rights of women include addressing violence against women, sexual and gender-based violence, improving maternal, newborn, and child health, women, peace and security, gender equality, and women's economic empowerment. Canada was elected a member at the Commission on the Status of Women in March 2016. Canada is also a strong supporter of UN Security Council resolutions on women, peace, and security. Canada is an active promoter of the rights of children and has helped to lead international efforts to end child, early, and forced marriage. Canada was instrumental in bringing the issue of children in armed conflict to the international agenda and continues to support to eliminate violations of children's rights in conflict. For the past 13 years, Canada, in partnership with a strong cross-regional group of similarly concerned countries, has successfully led an annual resolution at the UN General Assembly on the situation of human rights in Iran. This fall, Canada is leading this resolution again. Canada has joined the global movement to support the human rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and intersex persons. Our embassies around the world support grassroots LGBTI organizations that are fighting against discrimination, violence, and unjust laws. In July, the Foreign Affairs Parliamentary Secretary attended a global conference of LGBTI human rights and joined with 29 other countries to found the Equal Rights Coalition. Canada is also a founding member of the Freedom Online Coalition, which seeks to protect and promote people's human rights online. We also work bilaterally and multilaterally, Mr. Speaker, to promote internet freedom, which remains a key component of open democracy. Canada's international support for human rights extends to other areas as well. We oppose the death penalty and support the abolition of the death penalty internationally. Our government will undertake clemency interventions in all cases of Canadians facing execution in foreign jurisdictions. Canada recognizes the key role played by human rights defenders in protecting and promoting human rights and strengthening the rule of law, and we are committed to supporting their work. We are concerned that, through new legislation and increasingly harsh tactics, governments and other actors are restricting civil society, promoting discrimination against individuals from vulnerable and marginalized groups, and threatening human rights defenders and other civil society actors. Canada believes strongly that freedom of religion or belief is a universal human right. On May 17, 2016, Canada's Minister of Foreign Affairs announced the creation of the Office of Human Rights, Freedoms and Inclusion. This new office expands on the work undertaken by the former Office of Religious Freedom by bringing these efforts together under a comprehensive vision that includes all human rights and addresses issues of respect for diversity and inclusion. Of course, Mr. Speaker, there is much more to be done. We will continue to seek out opportunities to strengthen human rights around the world. I've highlighted, Mr. Speaker, the human rights element to all of this because I think it's important, and if you look at the comments of my honourable colleagues in the NDP, they are discussing human rights as they should be. It's an important value. I also wish to discuss an economic element to all of this. Economics matters for any member of Parliament, but since we are discussing issues that have a direct impact on London, Ontario, being a member here representing London North Centre, it would be remiss of me not to mention the importance of General Dynamics Land Systems to the London economy. This company employs over 2,000 people. The result is that $230 million is injected into the London economy each and every year. This is a city that has been hard hit by the loss of manufacturing. This advanced manufacturing sector that we see propelled forward by GDLS is incredibly important. We're talking also about 10,000 indirect jobs in the London region. These are well-paying middle-class jobs that put food on the table, that allow middle-class families to send their children to school, to raise their families in a prosperous way. GDLS also works to support and sustain a network of 500 suppliers in all regions of Canada. That's incredibly important for this House to understand, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about jobs here. We're talking about members of Parliament who represent ridings across this country who benefit because of GDLS. GDLS also employs 650 engineers, and tens of millions of dollars have been invested in research and development. As this government and as this country moves towards an innovation agenda, as we should, Mr. Speaker, This is the sort of example that highlights the importance of a firm such as GDLS. My colleagues opposite have shifted positions. They supported the work of GDLS, but now don't. And I wonder, and I invite all members of the NDP to come to London to speak to the employees of GDLS to explain clearly why they have changed their position. Why did they support the work of GDLS? These are working people, Mr. Speaker. Working people represented by Unifor. Why have they shifted their position, Mr. Speaker? I beg of them an answer. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Belleuil.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Read the motion because that's not the position that's in question. What's actually in front of us is the motion to create a committee to study the export of arms. And in fact, I think that that's something he could appreciate, because I'm looking over what was the comments that he made in the last election, and before that, in 2011, he actually called Saudi Arabia's princes tyrants, comparing them to such colorful characters as Colonel Gaddafi, the Shah of Iran, and Saddam Hussein. And when he was asked how he reconciled that with the position he now has, he said, "I was elected on October 19th. I can't say I've had as much time as others have in the previous government, for example, to look at this and analyze this." That's great to hear, because that's the opportunity that we want to give him with the creation of a committee. We're not flip-flopping here. We just want members like him to be able to sit down with experts, witnesses, and analyze this so that we can better understand the role Canada is playing with the export of arms. What does he think of that?
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. It's my hope that the honourable member recognizes that, It's my hope that the honourable member recognizes that there are indeed committees in place which can look at the kinds of questions that they've put forward. The Trade Committee, for example, the Foreign Affairs Committee has this ability. As for comments that I've made, I have indeed criticized Saudi Arabia's human rights record. It is a concerning human rights record. But the way to push countries to change is not by walking away, is by actually engaging with countries. We don't walk away. We engage. And when we're at the table, we can criticize. When we walk away, we can't. And the member does not answer the question. Why did the NDP shift its position on GDLS? Why did they support the workers? And why have they abandoned them now?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I was listening intently to the member's speech, and I noticed, just like the member for Belleuil, that he distinctly avoided actually dealing with the contents of the motion, and actually was skirting really close, I believe, the issue of relevance in this chamber, which is Standing Order 11.2, if I remember correctly. What we're dealing with is whether should we create an arms trade committee, basically, a standing committee of the House to specifically deal with one issue. Now, I personally disagree with putting new committees together to deal with a single specific issue. I think it could have easily been done by the Foreign Affairs Committee, as we heard earlier today from the member from Thornhill and the member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, was that actually there was a motion to create a subcommittee to deal with this issue, but the Liberal members voted against it. Now, I don't want to hear what the government is doing, because this member is not a member of the government. Those are the members in the front bench. What I want to hear is what can we as parliamentarians do? Why did those Liberal members vote against creating a subcommittee to deal with this issue?
Honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. As I said in my previous answer, however, there are committees in place that can look at these sorts of questions, and I believe my honourable member shares that view. In fact, I'm quite happy he asked the question, because it gives me an opportunity to highlight the fact that the Foreign Affairs Committee, and I'm a member of that committee, will be looking at sanctions policy in the coming weeks and months, and the questions that have been raised in the Opposition Day motion by the NDP will be looked at. And the NDP realizes that full well. And so there is political gamesmanship going on here, Mr. Speaker. If in my speech I've highlighted human rights and talked about the economic importance of the defence sector to London, Ontario, and to Canada more generally, it's because the motion is frivolous. It is based on politics, Mr. Speaker. There are very important issues to discuss here, issues of human rights, issues of economics. I invite all the honourable members of the NDP and of the Conservatives, if they wish, to come to London to visit the folks at GDLS. They're doing great work. I just hope they continue to support them, certainly in the Conservative Party, but the NDP has walked away. I don't know why.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak to this very important topic. It is encouraging that members of the House share the interests of our government and all Canadians in maintaining high standards for peace, security, and human rights. A key priority of Canada's foreign policy is the maintenance of peace and security, and in line with that, Canada has some of the strongest export controls in the world that are very much in line with those of our allies and security partners. All exports of controlled goods and technology, including military goods, are carefully reviewed to ensure that they are consistent with these objectives, as well as with other key foreign policy objectives, such as the protection of human rights. In addition, our government is enhancing the rigor and transparency of Canada's export controls with respect to military and strategic goods and technology. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs stated earlier this year, the government is undertaking measures in a number of different areas. First, we will be joining the United Nations Arms Trade Treaty, ATT. This treaty aims to stop unregulated arms transfers, which intensify and prolong conflict and creates common international standards for the export of weapons. In order to do this, we will make all of the necessary changes to legislation and regulation to be able to implement all of the treaty's obligations. It is important to recognize that Canada meets nearly all of these obligations already. However, some additional work is required. And that being said, I would like to underline that the treaty, in fact, was designed to bring other countries up to the high standards of export controls that Canada already has in place. The criteria that we currently use to assess export permit applications, which have been implemented through policy for many years, will now be a legal requirement. Canada also implement controls on brokering activities by Canadians who facilitate transfers of arms between third countries. This is a new regulatory area for Canada, and we are consulting with industry and NGOs on how best to implement this obligation. We will introduce legislation to enact the necessary changes with the goal of ensuring that Canada has all the necessary laws and regulations in place so that we can accede to the Arms Trade Treaty in 2017. Mr. Speaker, we are also making changes to improve transparency, specifically by making more information about exports of military and strategic goods available to Canadians. Annual reports on how the Export and Import Permits Act is being administered and annual reports on exports of military goods from Canada will now be more transparent, more user-friendly, and more informative, and they will be tabled in Parliament on time beginning next year. Of note, on June 17th of this year, at the same time as the Arms Trade Treaty was being tabled in the House of Commons, the government also cleared the decks from the previous government and published the 2014 and 2015 reports on exports of military goods and technology from Canada. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs confirmed, these reports will now have a fixed date for publication and that this date will be enshrined in legislation for May 31st each and every year. Mr. Speaker, these are substantial improvements over past reports, but we intend to go further. Relevant stakeholders, including NGOs and industry, are being consulted on how we can make these reports even more informative, transparent, and easier to understand for the Canadian public. Our goal is to provide additional facts, content, context, and explanation so as to make the reports clearer and more useful to all readers. While we will do all that we can to provide as much information as possible to enhance transparency, we must do so in a fashion that will not harm Canadian business interests or negatively impact either competitiveness or the livelihood of ordinary Canadians who are employed in this important commercial sector. Mr. Speaker, this issue is very important to me as a Member of Parliament for London West. Many of my constituents work at General Dynamics Land Systems, located in the riding of London Fanshawe. These hard-working Canadians and their families rely on jobs created by this regional employer. JDLS, the 8th largest regional employer, hires over 2,400 people and approximately 2,100 employees in the London and Edmonton facilities. They are our local and global leaders in light armored vehicle platform and subsection integration. They have over 35 years of experience in supporting and protecting our soldiers. During the election campaign, I was asked by a number of constituents if a Liberal government would sacrifice the jobs at JDLS because of concerns with the deal made with Saudi Arabia. I said during the campaign, and I have continued to say without wavering, that I would do all that I can to continue to support the jobs at JDLS. Canada has a strong history working with the defence industry. My father worked at Avro Aero in the 1950s as a draftsman, working on the engine of this amazing aircraft. He was one of the 5,000 employees who lost their jobs on that infamous day when the Conservative government decided to turn their back on Avro Aero. I won't let that happen again. JDLS Canada relies on the Government of Canada to set trade and export policies under which they conduct their business. Defence goods are among the most highly regulated export commodity in Canada. JDLS Canada exports in full compliance with the laws and regulations of the Government of Canada. Canadians expect an export control system that is rigorous, transparent, and predictable, and that's what we deliver. We are delivering on our campaign commitment by joining the Arms Trade Treaty, thus promoting responsible transparency and accountability in regulating the global trade of conventional weapons. This is the right thing to do. We are committed to the jobs at General Dynamics Land Systems, unlike members in the third party who are now turning their backs on the thousands of workers in the London region who count on these jobs. Mr. Speaker, we are confident that we can find the right balance between safeguarding the commercial interests of Canadian businesses and delivering on our commitment to further enhance the rigor and transparency of the export control process and accede to the Arms Trade Treaty. This treaty is the result of growing international concern about the direct and indirect consequences of the global arms trade conflict, human rights and development. The ATT does not restrict the type and quantity of arms that a country can export, but requires that these be exported in a responsible manner. It is aimed at ensuring that individual states have an effective export control system in place to regulate the legitimate arms trade, while at the same time using transparency measures to combat the illicit trade. The ATT sets out robust global rules to stop the flow of weapons, munitions, and related items to countries when it is known that they would be used for truly horrific purposes, including genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. It requires all its states parties to assess the export of conventional weapons to a high standard to ensure that they are not used to commit human rights abuses, to violate international humanitarian law, or contribute to international terrorism or organized crime. For the first time, it specifically requires that states also assess their exports against the risk that they would be used to commit serious acts of gender-based violence or violence against women and children, seeking to protect those who are so often the victims in the use of conventional weapons. It is important to note that the ATT does not require its member states to automatically halt all exports to countries with challenging records on human rights or other areas of concern. Rather, it must assess the risk of an individual export being used for nefarious purposes and consider options to mitigate this risk. In other words, states must apply due diligence in considering exports and consider both the risks and benefits of the export of conventional arms. The ATT also requires transparency and efforts to prevent diversion of weapons. This is critical in the fight to prevent the illicit transfer of conventional weapons. These weapons, when traded illegally, too often fall into the hands of those who do not respect human rights or who commit acts of terrorism. It is now essential that we rejoin our international partners and allies in their collective effort through the Arms Trade Treaty. Indeed, Canada is the only NATO ally and only G7 partner not to have signed or ratified the treaty. This is neither in keeping with our Canadian values nor our broader policy objectives of reducing conflict and instability, promoting human rights, and countering terrorism. Acceding to the Arms Trade Treaty will complement Canada's existing engagement on the responsible trade of conventional arms. It will allow Canada to be more effective and to work multilaterally in its quest for a more transparent and accountable arms trade, not only here in Canada, but throughout the world. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and for the list of improvements, much-needed improvements that are potentially coming. But the problem is this. In my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, my constituents care deeply about human rights, and they also care deeply about good-paying jobs. But when they look at what's happened recently with some of these arms sales, what they tell me is they're concerned that Canada's image nationally and internationally is one of caring more about money than about human rights. And that's the message that they give to me. So when I look forward, so that's where we're at now. When I look forward, the proposal that we have from my colleague this morning is forward-looking to how can we give Canadians more confidence in the future that Canada is doing the right thing about arms sales. And a multi-party committee, I won't say all party, respecting my Bloc and Green colleagues, but a multi-party committee looking at arms sales, making perhaps better decisions for Canada and its future, potentially will still ensure that there are good-paying jobs, but be able to change the opinion right now that many of my constituents have, that the Liberal government cares more about money than they do about human rights. So would the honourable member not agree that a multi-party committee focused on this issue may give a greater sense of confidence to Canadians as a whole and certainly to people in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for that question. Of course, human rights are very important. There's no question here. That's not what we're debating. The point is that we already have an International Trade Committee, an International Foreign Affairs Committee, and it's within their rights to debate these very issues. We take human rights seriously, and we know these committees do as well, and we know that they will ask the appropriate questions to make sure that the human rights issues are addressed.
Right on.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her contributions to this debate. So it is interesting that she mentioned the committees, and she completely avoided in her initial speech to talk directly to the motion and the kind of procedural nature, which is the creation of a new standing committee, and really skirted also, almost like I mentioned before when another member spoke, to the issue of relevance in this House. And actually, at the committee meeting, the member for Thornhill and the member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan both said that there was a motion brought forward to create a subcommittee to look at this specific issue, and was voted down by the Liberal members. So, to the Parliamentary Secretary, why did the Liberal members vote down that motion?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable colleague. I think I answered that by saying that it would be redundant to have a subcommittee when we already have committees in place that can handle this very topic. I question why they don't have the respect of that committee, why they think that they should have another committee deal with this. This is exactly what these two committees are set up to deal with. And, you know, I wanted to also mention that this government cleared the decks, as I mentioned, from 2014 and 15, and published the reports. And we have now launched a consultation with NGOs and the industry on the transparency Canadians expect for these reports going forward. And this is the information that the committees need and they will get. Thank you very much.
We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We know that Canada's defence and security industry is very much integrated into many other sectors of the economy, including aerospace, automotive, marine sciences, and cybersecurity, and it supports close to 63,000 highly skilled and high-paying jobs across the country and contributes $6.7 billion to our Canada's GDP. And there's levels of expertise right across from coast to coast, right across the country. And I was wondering if could the honourable esteemed member from London West highlight the importance of these jobs in this industry to her riding.
Parliamentary Secretary in 45 seconds or less.
No problem, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to my honourable colleague for that important question. It is so important to the people of London, London West, London Fanshawe, London North Centre, Elgin, Middlesex, London, that the jobs at General Dynamics Land Systems stay in place. And there is no reason that any of the questions about human rights should be discounted but that these jobs will continue as long as we as a government make sure that the right questions are asked of everyone along the way. It is important for all of us to stand behind this company and make sure that the jobs continue. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with my colleague from Salal-Berry-Sirois. Speaking in support of the motion on the floor, I'll start it off by just saying once again, as my colleagues have been echoing all morning in this House, for too long, Canadians have had too little information about our arms exports to countries with questionable human rights records, and this has to change. Liberals have not been fully transparent with Canadians about our arms exports, but we have a right to know who Canada is doing business with and under what conditions. There are increasing allegations that Canadian weapons are being used to commit human rights violations in countries like Saudi Arabia, Yemen, and Sudan. It's clear that Canada's arms export policy is not working, and it's really time to have a national conversation about arms exports with a multi-party Commons Committee and which would collaborate across the floor. Human rights are not optional, and if the government wants to show Canada that it is a leader in human rights, then they need to ensure that they and we are walking the talk. I was very moved at a ceremony in my community in Nanaimo, right on the waterfront, August 6th, which is the anniversary of the Hiroshima bombing. The organizations, the Women's League for Peace, the Women for Peace, very long-standing activist organizations within our community, they were talking about the UN vote that was coming up on nuclear disarmament. And they shared my optimism that given the campaign commitments around peace and security and restoring Canada's international reputation on the world stage, that our Prime Minister was going to direct that Canada vote in favor of negotiations to end the nuclear weapons trade. But sadly, last month, Canada voted against negotiations for a global treaty banning nuclear weapons. It was shameful and it was a shock to everybody. These nuclear negotiations had been called for by UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. 68 countries ended up voting in favor of this motion, so Canada was on the outside of that international consensus. And the vote was called, in quotes, the most significant contribution to nuclear disarmament in 2 decades by one of the UN member countries. The Liberal government's vote last month also flew in the face of a 2010 resolution in this House encouraging the Canadian government to join negotiations for a nuclear weapons convention. This motion was adopted unanimously in this House and in the Senate with support from all parties, including the Liberals. So that they did not follow through and carry on that commitment that would have made us proud on the international stage was a real sad point, and we want to move forward in a more positive way. There's more United Nations consensus that our country can join in with. The 2009 resolution of the Security Council stressed the particular impact that armed conflict has on women and children, and refugees and internally displaced persons, as well as on other civilians who may have specific vulnerabilities, including persons with disabilities and older persons, and it stressed the protection and assistance needs of all affected civilian populations. As the New Democrat spokesperson from the status of women, I want to bring a particular gender lens to this debate. The United Nations and international aid agencies say women are among the most heavily impacted victims of war. Tens of thousands suffer from sexual violence, rape, and lack of access to life-saving health care. Amnesty International says women and girls are uniquely and disproportionately affected by armed conflict. Women bear the brunt of war and are the vast majority of casualties resulting from war. Rape and sexual violence target women and girls and are routinely used not only to terrorize women, but as a strategic tool of war and an instrument of genocide. This is still Amnesty's list. It goes on. Systematic rape is often used as a weapon of war in ethnic cleansing. In addition to rape, girls and women are often subject to forced prostitution and trafficking during times of war, sometimes with the complicity of governments and military authorities. In all countries everywhere in the world, sexual violation of women erodes the fabric of a community in a way that few weapons can. And so this is the moral challenge to our country and to this government. 603 million women live in countries where domestic violence is not yet considered a crime. Are we exporting weapons there? In many countries, there is repression, silencing, abuse, mistreatment, imprisonment of women, human rights defenders, and activists. Are we exporting to those countries? In some countries, women are considered perpetual legal minors, permanently under the guardianship of male relatives. Are we exporting there? And in some countries, it's actually legal for a man to rape his wife. Are we exporting arms to those countries? Canada would be, we hear again and again, Canadians want to have more scrutiny over the destination of Canadian weapons, and they want to know that we are not exacerbating these human rights abuses in countries abroad. At the NDP convention in April, Stephen Lewis gave a very powerful speech, and I'll quote him: "We are not supposed to be sending armaments to countries that have a persistent record of serious violations of the human rights of their citizens. Saudi Arabia is the embodiment of the meaning of the word violations, and the Government of Canada refuses to release its so-called assessment of the human rights situation in Saudi Arabia. So much for the newly minted policy of transparency." He went on to say, "It's a huge pleasure to have a Prime Minister who is unself-consciously calls himself a feminist, but he is selling weapons to a regime steeped in misogyny." So isn't it time we looked more closely at the regimes that we export weapons to? Polls show that most Canadians disapprove of arms deals with human rights abusers. Many Canadians would be shocked to know that Canadian weapon exports have nearly doubled over the last 10 years. While Canada used to export arms mostly to NATO countries, under the Conservative government, our arms exports shifted to include many countries with very troubling human rights records. Canada is now the second largest arms dealer in the Middle East. That's after the US. And Saudi Arabia is now the world's second largest buyer of Canadian-made military equipment after the United States. Now, our arms rules were supposed to prohibit the sales of military hardware to countries whose governments have a persistent record of serious violations of human rights of their citizens, so on. However, it's clear that our arms export controls are not working. While the government argues, as the Conservative government did before them, that Canada has strong arms export regulations, in recent months, Canadians have grown increasingly concerned about Canadian arms exports falling into the wrong hands. Canada does not control or track the use of its arms exports overseas. And worse, it was revealed in August that the Government of Canada has actually weakened its arms export policy to make it easier to export military hardware to states that abuse human rights. Now, we have a few pieces of good news, despite all of this tough stuff. I'm very glad that this government has agreed to accede to the Arms Trade Treaty. We look forward to seeing the details of that, but it is a move in the right direction. We do have an pre-election commitment from the Prime Minister, and he said to the press that Canada must stop arms sales to regimes that flout democracies such as Saudi Arabia. That was in the London Free Press, August 10, 2015. And we have a government that says that they are committed to equal rights for women and that they are deeply committed to transparency. And so I urge this government, in the spirit of cooperation, to agree to a House committee that would provide parliamentary oversight for arms exports. This is oversight that is badly needed. We would have multi-party cooperation investigating current and future arms exports, and we can follow the example of other countries that have taken this step. Let's move forward, let's do the right thing collectively, and let's make Canada proud on the world stage again. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to inform the honourable member, if she is not already aware, that the Foreign Affairs Committee will be examining these sorts of issues in an upcoming study of the Special Economic Measures Act. And so committees are enabled to do this, whether it's the Foreign Affairs Committee or the International Trade Committee. Committees already have the power to do this. But leave it to the NDP to come up with an idea for another level of bureaucracy, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to ask the honourable member, when the leader of the NDP had a position in favour of supporting the workers at GDLS, but has shifted that position, did he inform GDLS? Has he informed the company? And how would she reply to questions and concerns from unionized workers at GDLS who wonder about why the NDP said they represented them to begin with and now have reneged? The honourable member from Outremont has talked about in glowing terms his admiration for Margaret Thatcher, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure where the NDP stands on these kinds of issues.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I'll say three things. One is we are not proposing to end arms manufacturing or exports. I mean, that I know there's a constituency for, but we're talking, this motion is about a committee to investigate the human rights records of our customers. And so if we get our business in order, there's no reason that we can't continue within the right framework to do that manufacturing. Second, the committee that you describe is not studying the human rights record of our arms customers. This is an economic study. It's not a human rights study. But I'll say that I was so glad to have the members opposite support for our New Democrat Opposition Day motion on pay equity. In that case, we did all agree to strike a special committee to look at the urgent need of bringing in pay equity legislation, something that had languished for 20 years. That committee then did its work, tabled a report to this government. And I know, because I sit on the Status of Women Committee, when you're a committee member, you will have a list as long as your arm of things that we want to work at. The rationale for having an additional committee that is specifically focused on just this task is its only requirement. And there's many members of this House that are not sitting on committees and would certainly be able to lend their expertise.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The hypocrisy of the NDP is truly, truly breathtaking. One has listened to the left for decades now, and all they do is spout anti-Western rhetoric. Disarm the West is their mantra. Had Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan, and Pope John Paul all laid down their swords and their great words and their military,
we have a point of order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
It's a question, Mr. Speaker, validity. I don't know why he's attacking us over Pope John Paul when we're talking about exports to Sudan. So I'd ask you to have him stick to the relevance as to the idiocy of his discussion.
We'll just let that pass, but the honourable member.
And because of the anti-Western stance by the left for decades and decades, that's why Lenin called them useful idiots, because they quite clearly helped communism survive for many, many years. To carry...
Well, member for Timmins James Bay.
We have to have some decorum. If he's starting to spell words like idiots in the House, Mr. Speaker, we don't have mirrors here, so I'd ask you to make
Once again, I believe the honourable member for James Bay is bringing up debate. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River.
Speaker, and if the truth hurts, well, that's the way it is. Now, in terms of these arms sales, I agree with my colleague opposite in that it's the workers in those industries that are truly important. And the NDP talks up a great game about being the workers' party, and they're clearly the party of the elites. They want to see these people lose their jobs. I want to ask the member if they will go to the union and ask the union to have those members eliminated from the union.
Before I go to the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, I want to remind the honourable member for James Bay that there is a process here, and I'd appreciate it if he didn't scream at the people who are talking. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I'm having trouble figuring out what the question was in the middle of that tirade, but I will take the opportunity to say that I don't know any Canadian workers that want to have the kind of blood on their hands that we hear about in some cases with very vulnerable people and human rights abuses happening. And if we had a parliamentary committee that could actually look at the financial arrangements between sales and the receiving country, we could have more confidence about going forward. This is lots of new information has come out about human rights abuses in the receiving countries since that deal was first discussed and since the Liberals signed off on it.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Laurier-Sainte-Marie for suggesting that a standing committee be created on an arms export review, ensuring parliamentary control that is necessary given the actions of the Conservative and Liberal government. This is an interesting motion because it allows members to study exports, current and future exports, and also to comment on arms sales policies, imports and exports, and it would publish the reports of this committee regarding any sort of abuse of human rights. Now, we're going to look at the international context. The Middle East is undergoing a number of unbelievably intense conflicts, whether it be in Syria, Iran, or Yemen, with the intervention of Saudi Arabia. Now, for example, South Sudan, Libya, and Mali are extremely troubled. The common point of these regions is Canada's sales of arms to these dictatorial regimes. The journalist Alex Castonguay says, during the past 2 years, Canada has exported $842 million of arms and military equipment in countries where there are no homosexual rights, including Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Nigeria. Canada sold $860 million of arms and technology to nations where freedom of press and freedom of expression do not exist. For example, Egypt, China, and Vietnam. It exported $863 million worth of military equipment where there is no gender equality, including Saudi Arabia and United Arab Emirates. It exported $663 million to nations where there is no criminal justice, for example, Turkey, Egypt, and China. This is an indefensible record, and I hope that the Liberal government will change its policy instead of coasting on its slogan, Canada is back. Second, the recent examples of arms sales do not respect the expectations of Canadians with regard to human rights protection. Let's begin with the most visible contract, the sales of arms to Saudi Arabia. In April, the Minister of Global Affairs approved a contract for $11 billion of arms exports of light armored vehicles to Saudi Arabia. So these are vehicles that can be equipped with machine guns and cannons. Therefore, they are not just jeeps, as our Prime Minister likes to say. It is the government's duty to ensure that this will not be used against the civilian people. And between the campaign and the approval by the minister, the situation on the ground deteriorated considerably, going from a context of war, where more and more allegations and reports have come out against the Saudi Arabian army, including the use of Canadian equipment to target civilians. That is what particularly troubles us, Mr. Speaker. the Minister of Foreign Affairs himself recognized that if there were new human rights violations that came to light, he would cancel the exports. Despite calls from NGOs, civilians, and other members of the population, the Minister of Foreign Affairs maintained his position and defended the contract. This is especially frustrating since the threshold of exclusion to cancel a contract is not the existence of evidence that Canadian arms are used, but just the fact that they could be used. So it is very serious, Mr. Speaker, because we have numerous allegations that Canadian arms are used in cases of human rights violations. So it is for that reason that the NDP is calling on the Liberals to suspend arms exports permits that were granted under this contract for LAVs to Saudi Arabia until such time as an investigation into human rights violations has been completed.
This sale to Saudi Arabia requires considerable transparency in terms of the government operations, and the Canadians need to have an opportunity to rely on reliable sources, and these reliable sources must come, in fact, from the creation of a committee. Let's look at the United Kingdom, where, since the start of the debate has been mentioned, where control over export permits allows for release of information through bulletins. Members of their committee publish a report analyzing the export practices, and the committee gathers information, but also from academics, corporations, public officials who contribute to the debate. And so there's a factual consideration of the situation. In the most recent document made public, there were conditions put forth, and that the export of weapons wasn't simply based on trade or logic. It was more about respect for human rights, which is a very dear value that is very dear to Canadians. This requires great consideration. Look at Straight, which is using companies abroad to provide weapons to Yemen and Sudan. They have been singled out by studies at the UN on 3 occasions and subject to sanctions. The Straight Group was criticized for having sold LAVs to countries that are ravaged by war. And in each case, sanctions were placed. Canadian companies here or located abroad are prohibited from selling weapons and arms to them. There were allegations that these companies are violating rules, but Global Affairs doesn't want to disclose information on the subject as to whether or not trade delegates helped the Straight Group under the Trade Secrets Act. We're talking about thousands of dollars in sanctions for not having complied with the rules. Given the current controversy, we want answers to a number of questions. To what extent did the government support the Straight Group in this area? Did it receive the assistance of trade delegates from Canada and in the UAE? How can Global Affairs show reasonable and due diligence when promoting this? And what loopholes need to be changed in order to ensure that Canadian export rules apply to exports that come from plants located here and elsewhere in the world? The NDP believes that citizens and Canadians have the right to information, to participate in the debate, to know whether or not companies are complying with legislation and regulations on arms exports, and if our own companies are exporting to the countries that I mentioned earlier. and if in fact our companies are dealing with companies that violate human rights. So the striking of this committee is part of greater transparency. The government needs to be accountable to Canadians. We are calling on the Liberals to put an end to their backward policies and to simply going ahead with what the Conservatives put in place. They had promised change. They had promised to ensure that human rights would be respected on this file. And, in fact, at the end of some consultations on human rights, a document was produced with respect to weapons, and that is not something that everyone knows, but the Liberals, or in fact the legislation regarding this consultation has been weakened. Trade is trumping all other concerns. That's worrisome, and I think that Canadians are entitled to get the answers they want, the answers to those questions. Thank you very much, and I'm now prepared to take any questions members may have.
For Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a most interesting debate, but where do we draw the line? Can we make a subject simply black and white? In the Indigenous philosophy, everything is holistic. It is interconnected. Now, everyone wants human rights, no war, but take cars, vehicles, and the environment. We all know they are not a benefit to the environment. They cause health problems, but yet we all drive. Products are still delivered to our home in vehicles. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud that on May 17, 2016, Canada's Foreign Minister of Foreign Affairs announced the creation of the Office of Human Rights and Freedoms and Inclusion. This new office expands on the work undertaken by the former Office of Religious Freedom by bringing these efforts together under a comprehensive vision that includes all human rights and addresses issues raised for respect of diversity and inclusion. Human rights is a long walk to a better world. I believe that the current institutions of Parliament are ready and willing to study, investigate, and understand and report on human rights, and they can do so currently under the actual rules we have today. And I'd like to have, obviously I disagree with the member, but she can offer her comments about what I've said. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his comments. But the fact remains is that the rules with respect to export or arms exports are such that many experts say there are flaws with respect to the oversight of weapons exports. Reports have shown the many violations of human rights in countries in conflict where Canadian arms have been used. So we're entitled to ask the question, to ask for an update. Under what conditions are arms produced in Canada being used that are being sold by Canadian countries? And that is precisely why we're debating the issue here today. We're asking for some light to be shed on it. So for the next years, next export contracts, etc., we have a committee that will have an opportunity to look at it on an ongoing basis to obtain that information. Now, if it's such an important value to the Liberals to defend human rights, then why don't they adopt this motion?
And comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very worried by the government's decision to support exports, weapons exports to countries that have used them to attack their own citizens. In Sudan, for example, there is a social tragedy unfolding. Does my colleague believe that the decision to support the export of arms to Sudan will help to reestablish stability in that region? The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Timmins, James Bay, who puts forth such excellent questions. We have a human and moral duty to ask questions on these difficult issues. Yes, we have responsibilities to countries where Canadian arms are being exported, we need to ensure that they're not being used against civilian targets. We heard those arguments from the Liberals. They've said, well, there are people working here who are going to lose their jobs. But people who are working in those plants, manufacturing arms, military weapons, they too have questions. They say, what are we doing? Are these weapons being used to kill women, children? People who are simply speaking out against their domestic policies? These weapons are being used against dissidents in Saudi Arabia, China, Algeria. These is where Canadian products are being sent, and according to a report by Global Affairs Canada, it dates back to 2015. It's a recent one. So, as members, we know that Canada is dealing with countries that don't respect human rights. And we're simply closing our eyes or sticking our head in the sand, and that makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. I don't agree with that, nor does my party. And I believe that that is the case for the majority of members here. Resuming date, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North. Mr. Speaker, today I will talk about jobs in Canada, often unionized jobs, good-paying jobs, and highly skilled jobs that it's our duty to protect. But before doing so, Mr. Speaker, as other members have done, I wanted to point out that this government is working relentlessly to improve transparency and thoroughness for our export permits and wants to put an end to illicit weapon sales in the world. We are honoring our campaign commitment with respect to the trade in weapons, where we talked about accountability and transparency in the sale of conventional weapons internationally. That is what we are doing, and we are proud of our approach. The promotion and protection of human rights are an integral part of Canada's foreign policy. As the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs says so often, that is a Canadian value, and we will continue to defend it at all opportunities. Members on this side of the House know that manufacturing jobs are highly skilled jobs, good-paying jobs. They are essential for growth and prosperity for the middle class. We also know that many companies targeted by today's motion play a critical role in the Canadian economy. This sector generates spin-off effects for other areas, are part of the logistics chain internationally, and support good-paying manufacturing jobs across the country. This industry has contributed $6.7 billion to the GDP in Canada and created some 64,000 jobs across the country. Some 640 companies work in defense and security in this country. Most of them are SMEs, and they play a crucial role in other sectors in manufacturing and technology, once again across the country.
Members in this place who have sought to misconstrue the true nature of this sector. It is a vast, diverse sector and is present in many of the communities that we have the privilege to represent. For example, Canada's dynamic aerospace sector, including aircraft fabrication, structures and components, maintenance, repair and overhaul, air-based radar and other sensors, space-based systems and components. Canada's maritime sector, including ship fabrication, structures and components. And Canada's ICT sector, including communication and navigation systems, satellites, cybersecurity, software, electronics and components. These businesses are responsible for thousands of high-quality, high-skilled jobs, and the benefits are felt by families in communities large and small. All across the country, We have highly skilled workers performing maintenance, repair, and overhaul services on a wide variety of vehicles, aircraft, Royal Canadian Navy, and Canadian Coast Guard ships. Each region of Canada has benefited from substantive investment and the development of specializations in a variety of defense manufacturing activities. For example, there are strong aerospace clusters in Quebec and in Western Canada, an Ontario-based vehicles cluster, shipbuilding clusters on 2 coasts, and defense technology clusters in Montreal and Ottawa. In some communities, Mr. Speaker, these businesses are keys to supporting the broader community. A prime example of this is in southwestern Ontario, the home of Canada's vehicle manufacturing sector. Maintaining these highly skilled, high-paying jobs is critical to the region's broader manufacturing sector. Mr. Speaker, I emphasize once again that these are not low-skill, part-time jobs. Workers are in fact characterized by their high level of skill. Engineers, scientists, and researchers accounted for more than 30% of the defense industry in 2014. These are professions our government proudly supports in a 21st century knowledge-based economy. Because the sector is highly skilled and because it is innovative, jobs in this sector are high-paying. In fact, in 2014, the direct jobs from the direct defense sector provide an average compensation close to 60% above the manufacturing sector average. Canada's defense businesses possess strong linkages into important global value chains, generating high-value exports. Roughly 60% of Canada's defense sales are attributed to exports, representing an export intensity that is close to 20% higher, Mr. Speaker, than that of the overall Canadian manufacturing average. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, the defense and security industry is made up almost entirely of small and medium-sized enterprises. Although the sector is export-oriented, these small businesses owe much of their livelihood to larger supply chain opportunities. Mr. Speaker, our defense industry requires exports to be sustainable. Of course, the majority of our exports go south to our American friends. Canada is a proud partner in the North American defense industrial base. We are and will continue to be good neighbors and good partners in North America. Canada's defense firms are sources of technological dynamism and have contributed to innovations across a range of sectors, including aerospace, space, marine, and information communications technologies, or ICT. This is particularly true with regard to technology spillovers flowing from defense-related research and development in areas such as propulsion, detection, navigation, communications, composites, and materials. Of course, Mr. Speaker, this is much more about economics. Canada's defense and security industry helps enable mission success for the Canadian Armed Forces, both here at home and around the world. The Canadian Armed Forces could not be successful in what they do without Canadian industry ensuring that our military has the right skills, equipment, and training to succeed on every mission. Without a commercially viable defense and security sector, industry support to our armed forces and their objectives would not be possible. An example, in the maritime sector, the National Shipbuilding Strategy is re-establishing an important industry and supporting Canadian technological innovation. At the same time, the strategy and the renewal of the Canadian Coast Guard fleet are essential to the Government of Canada's ongoing efforts to keep Canadians safe on the water and to help navigate the billions of dollars in cargo that travel through Canadian waters each year.
Our government understands the importance of an army that protects our continent and our coastlines and contributes to peace and security internationally, and that will respond in the event of a natural disaster. But it's impossible without the active role played by our companies and workers. In summary, Mr. Speaker, the defense and security industry contributes significantly to our economy. It provides good-paying jobs, innovative jobs for Canadians across the country in the various sectors of our economy. We should be proud of Canadians who work in these sectors. The NDP, Mr. Speaker, should not be so insensitive and abandon these workers who earn a living in these companies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Absolutely a fascinating 10 minutes of my life to hear probably the most put together numbers of ridiculous comparisons of side issues, the supply chain opportunities, the knowledge-based economy, technological dynamism, technology spillovers, mission success, and then, of course, the insensitivity of the NDP. When the issue here, and he never mentioned it once, was whether or not there should be a committee to oversee the sale of arms to countries with dodgy human rights records. I would think that that's not being insensitive. So I don't want to bring the conversation down, but let's talk about South Sudan. Let's talk about massacres. Let's talk about rapes. Let's talk about the 170 armored vehicles shipped into South Sudan. Let's talk about Yemen and the weapons the Canadians are putting into Yemen. Let's talk about the fact that we now have a salesman to sell more weapons into the Middle East. God, how many regimes that are credible in the Middle East? Can we count on more than 2 fingers? But we're now the second largest. So I didn't hear a single word about what this government's going to do to ensure that we are not just selling weapons to countries that rape and kill their citizens. To me, that's a Canadian value. It might be insensitive, but I think it is the role of Parliament to make sure that we stand up for something once in a while, and that we make sure that when we're going to sell weapons to countries, that they are indeed allies, that they are indeed sharing our values, and they're not just murdering and raping and torturing their own citizens.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his comment. I did say at the beginning, at the outset of my comments in French, that we were committed to greater transparency in ensuring that we did not export arms to places where we should not be exporting arms, and that we were committed publicly to implementing the ATT, and we remain committed to that. We have been committed to that since the beginning of our mandate, and even before, Mr. Speaker, during the election campaign. Obviously, what is happening in South Sudan is horrific, and we condemn that violence, and we are doing our best as a government to make sure that proactively these kinds of arms sales do not happen in the future.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess my question is, given the sensitivities of many of the issues that come before the House, one doesn't question the importance of human rights. We have other standing committees. We can talk about the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Defense Standing Committee. Our committees are charged through standing orders and the desires of Parliament to deal with important issues. And my question to my colleague is, would he not agree that there are subject matters such as this that are, in fact, quite doable in our standing committees? In fact, my understanding is that we have the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs that is dealing with and has plans on dealing with this very specific issue. I don't quite understand why it is the New Democrats are wanting to form yet another standing committee when you already have a standing committee that is quite capable and able to deal with what it is that's being suggested by the New Democrats in this opposition motion.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for his question and his leadership in this House, Mr. Speaker. I think he's hit upon the main problem with the motion in front of us today, Mr. Speaker, and that it's superfluous. We have standing committees that deal with this. We also have a number of different parliamentary institutions, such as ministerial responsibility, that place responsibility where it should lie and allow these matters to be dealt with in a substantive way and in an effective way. There's no reason for this kind of duplication on this sort of committee. There are already committees in which opposition members participate in a very meaningful way and will continue to do so.
Questions? Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker, and it's with pleasure I rise to address this motion that we have before us today. And there are a number of things that come to my mind. And I would like to be able to maybe start it off by talking about the importance of human rights. And this is something that is fairly universal. Canadians truly care about what's happening around the world. I don't question that. The Liberal Party doesn't question that. The Prime Minister and the Government of Canada, not only do we not question it, but we are very much proactive on that particular file. When I think of my own party, Mr. Speaker, I've said in the past, it was the Pierre Elliott Trudeau that brought Canada its Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We are a party of the Charter. When I think in terms of even my years inside the Manitoba legislature, I can't help but think about the late Izzy Asper, a gentleman that had the idea of having a human rights museum. And today we have the Canadian Human Rights Museum in Winnipeg, Mr. Speaker, and that is the first national museum. There are no doubt individuals on all sides of the House that have played a leading role in different capacities dealing with the issue of human rights. But I don't believe for a moment that we should have to abandon our thoughts on human rights. We can be strong advocates, but at the same time recognize Canada's valuable contributions moving forward on a wide number of fronts. We do need to recognize Canada's defence industry. This is an industry that plays a critical role, not only in Canada's military and other United Nations militaries around the world, Mr. Speaker, but it also plays an important role in the sense of thousands and thousands and thousands of jobs in all regions of our country, Mr. Speaker, where our middle class is very much dependent on these jobs. And I think there was a time in which even New Democrats used to appreciate those jobs. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this multi-billion-dollar, multi-year deal with Saudi Arabia, where the NDP are criticizing today, well, that wasn't the case a few months ago during the election. In fact, we had the leader of the New Democratic Party be very clear with Canadians, saying that as the New Democrats, we're not going to back out of these agreements. We had a local member of Parliament that was a New Democrat that guaranteed that they would fulfill those contracts to Saudi Arabia. And that's why it's interesting when I saw one of the members stand up and say, well, some facts have changed. No, the only fact that has changed, we're no longer in an election. While we were in the election, the New Democrats seemed more interested about those defence industry jobs, Mr. Speaker. But today, they seem to have written off that industry. Yet, Canada is one of the most proactive countries that is very much aware of human rights, and we have things that are in place to ensure as much as possible that we have a responsible exportation policy, Mr. Speaker. Then the New Democrats are putting forward yet another standing committee. It was interesting. One of the members tried to say, well, the government of the day, the Prime Minister said, yes, let's do a separate standing committee on pay equity. And yes, it was an NDP motion. We acknowledged it as a good idea, and we accepted it, and we voted for it. Well, the answer to that particular member's comments in regards to why not this committee, because this is not a good idea. Mr. Speaker, this is something that's just not necessary. So I'm surprised that New Democrats, on such an important issue, have chosen to politicize it to the degree in which they have. Because, I could pull those very specific quotes where you see, hypocrisy oozing out on the issue, Mr. Speaker. I wish I had the vocabulary to demonstrate, as Pat Martin used to do from the New Democratic benches, Mr. Speaker, as I'm sure that people would recognize that what's happening today on this issue is of utmost importance. And they need to be assured that the Government of Canada is, in fact, doing its job. We are committed to enhancing both the rigor and transparency of Canada's export control process. We are pursuing many parallel paths to do so. The foremost is ensuring that Canada becomes a member of the United Nations Armed Trades Treaty, known as the ATT. The ATT aims to stop unregulated arms transfers which intensify and prolong conflict, lead to regional instability, facilitate violations of international humanitarian law and human rights abuses, and hinder social and economic development. It also promotes responsibility, transparency, and accountability in the global arms trade. Mr. Speaker, Canada already closely controls the export of all goods and technology listed on the export control list. This includes all dual-use goods and technology, not just military goods that are required by AT&T. Mr. Speaker, that would include things like chemicals that could be used in chemical warfare. It includes nuclear-related issues. Mr. Speaker, there are many different things in which the Government of Canada is aware of, and that's one of the reasons why we have these export rules. The government is committed to delivering a more transparency so that the export control system will combine national security along with human rights, along with Canadian jobs, and there's nothing wrong with defending Canadian jobs, and a domestic defense industry that supports Canada's military. Mr. Speaker, it makes sense. We have demonstrated tangible leadership in regards to the arms treaty. The government is committed to ensuring that Canada becomes a state party to the arms trade treaty. In many ways, you know, Winnipeg is home of Lloyd Axworthy, who talked, and I would ultimately argue, has played a leading role on the landmines mines ban, Mr. Speaker. We have done all sorts of things on the global front dealing with humanitarian causes. The ATT, getting back to the ATT, it aims to stop unregulated arms transfers which intensify and prolong conflict, lead to regional instabilities, as I mentioned earlier, or facilitate violations of international humanitarian law and human rights abuses, and hinder social and economic development. It also promotes, Mr. Speaker, the responsibility, transparency, and accountability in the global arms trade. So not only are we looking internally, Mr. Speaker, but how it is that Canada can play an international role at making sure that the right thing is being done, that human rights are, in fact, being advocated for in all regions of the world. With the entry into force of the ATT in December 2014, Canada must accede to the treaty to become a state party to it, Mr. Speaker. This process is being pursued as a priority for this Prime Minister and this government. But it will take some time, as legislative and regulatory changes are expected and are necessary before Canada can accede to the treaty itself. But, Mr. Speaker, I would, realizing that my time is quickly running out, I would encourage my friends in the New Democrats that they look at the standing committees that we currently have. In fact, their member on the Foreign Affairs Standing Committee would be aware of the fact that the Foreign Affairs Committee is looking at this very issue in itself. And as opposed to playing politics within the chamber on this very important issue, maybe I would encourage them to look at that standing committee and the commitment to do a study, which I believe is actually on their agenda, and to continue to pursue that. And maybe reflect, like I had posed a question earlier to one of the NDP members of Parliament, you know, what is the position today with regards to the Saudi agreement? You know, during the election, they were very clear. They supported it. The leader of the New Democratic Party made it very clear. So did their member of Parliament from London, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the current members, as they stand up and they address this debate today, have they flip-flopped? And if they have, that's fine. I'll respect that. But at least be transparent with Canadians as to what it is that they're hoping to be accomplished, and if, in fact, they today support the Saudi Arabia agreement.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Laurier Sainte Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring my colleague up to date a little bit. So first, when it comes to the committee, I sit on the committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee. I am aware of the issues that we are working on. Yes, we will be looking at the question of Canada signing on to the Arms Trade Treaty. That having been said, I would encourage my colleague to read the motion. The motion is not on the Arms Trade Treaty. Rather, the motion is on constant oversight of various aspects of our arms exports to foreign countries, the trends, the current agreements, the agreements that will come. There are many issues. We need a standing committee. We need a committee that will do constant follow-up, not just one study. I would also like to update my colleague on the situation in Saudi Arabia and Yemen, including in January after the elections, the number of people who were executed by the Saudi Arabian government, and including the fact that we have discovered images of Canadian arms being used in Yemen, including the fact that there are reports that now indicate that Saudi Arabia, which we have every reason to believe is using Canadian arms, would be responsible for war crimes in Yemen. Yes, these are things that have happened in the last year, so I hope that my colleague will appreciate those facts. That having been said, Canadians, I know, want more information. They want proper follow-up from the House of Commons on these very concerning issues, and they don't have a lot of information, so I will use this opportunity to ask my colleague, can he tell me if yes or no the Government of Canada has approved the sale of arms in 2015 to the Hong Kong police, which represses dissidents, including booksellers and others? Can he answer me yes or no? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful that the member actually acknowledged that the Foreign Affairs is in fact looking into the issue. And one of the things that I would suggest to the member, Mr. Speaker,
point out.
This is the colleague is putting false words in my mouth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a point of debate.
Mr. Speaker, if the member would just calm down a little bit, she'll understand that what I've indicated is that they are in support of the Foreign Affairs Standing Committee to looking into this particular issue. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, what I would suggest to you...
If I could just interrupt the honourable member for a moment. I'm having a hard time hearing what's being said with all the screaming going back and forth or the shouting. If you don't mind, I'm sure you have a lot to say to each other. If it's something that's very important, shouting across the hall is not going to do it, or across the floor is not going to do it. If you can just take it to the lobby or another room, and I'm sure it'll work out much better. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I hope we can kind of reset the clock on this. The member kind of proves the point in which I was making. In her question, she said that the Foreign Affairs Standing Committee is, in fact, dealing with the issue. Is it dealing with it directly? Well, you will find that when you talk about the Arms Treaty, what do you think you're going to be talking about? You're going to be talking about, at least in part, what's inside this motion. And if the New Democrats really want to see an independent standalone committee, well, maybe that will come out of the Standing Committee's recommendations. We don't know that, Mr. Speaker. We should at least allow the Standing Committee the opportunity to have a good, thorough debate and discussion on the issue. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting when I pose the question, because it's the members opposite that are asking for more transparency. But they avoid a very important point. When they talk about Saudi Arabia, the NDP used to support the agreement. We have no idea, Mr. Speaker, whether or not they support it today. When we ask the questions, they evade it. They don't want to answer it. Canadians have a right to know, where are the NDP on the issue? The leader back during the election when he was concerned about jobs and who knows what else, Mr. Speaker, made it very clear he supports the Saudi Arabian agreement. But you listen to the members today and you would doubt that. You would begin to believe that they don't support it. Why can't they answer that very basic question, Mr. Speaker?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise on this important debate. Before I begin, I should indicate that I'd be sharing my time with the member for Windsor West today. I think it's really important that we start with what we're talking about and what we're not talking about. This motion is a forward-looking motion that would be designed to achieve transparency, greater transparency, and greater oversight. It calls upon the Parliament to create, by amendment to the standing orders, an oversight committee for the issue of arms sales abroad and related procedural matters to that particular motion. So the objective is to say, learning from what we've done in the past, how can we do better in the future? The proposition in this motion that's before Parliament today is that we create a committee that would study this because our allies are doing a much better job and because we lack the information that they do to do that job. And that's what I'd like to focus on in my remarks today. In the last couple of days, as you know, Mr. Speaker, we've been dealing with another important initiative, Bill C-22, in which the Government of Canada has liberally adverted to the experience in the United Kingdom with their Security and Intelligence Oversight Committee and called for greater accountability through that process and greater access for parliamentarians to information about national security operations in our country. This motion would do the same thing, but in a different context. Oversight of how arms exports occur in Canada, particularly when we learn more information about human rights abuses that may or may not be occurring in a particular country. So let's just examine the situation in the United Kingdom. Just as the government would want us to learn from their experience in national security oversight, I'm suggesting that this House could profit from learning about the United Kingdom experience in the same area. It was over 15 years ago that the United Kingdom set up a parliamentary committee on arms export controls. That committee had people drawn from a whole variety of other parliamentary committees to examine all aspects of the United Kingdom arms exports, from licensing to broader policy issues such as human rights. Every year in that country, they have a government annual report on UK arms exports, and it's recently been focusing on exports to countries of concern, many of which are the subject of the debate we're having here today. It's looking at the role, for example, of UK exports to Saudi Arabia and the war in Yemen, which of course is very much at the core of why this debate is before us today. So that's about oversight. But what about the need for greater transparency and information? Well, the British public, through that committee, has had much more access to information about what's going on, so they can hold their government to account to figure as to the extent to which arms exports are being sent to countries that most people in Britain may not want to occur. What's the situation in Canada? We have an Access to Information Act, but its exceptions swallow the rule. The moment anything to do with international affairs or foreign policy comes up, it's a black hole. The ability to actually find out what's going on is very, very limited. So this was the opportunity to hear not just from the public, NGOs and the like, but the committee hears from people in industry. Perfectly appropriate. Government representations and indeed the public, so we can have a broader national conversation about this important issue. Now, Mr. Speaker, I had the honor of working with the former member of Mount Royal, or Erwin Kotler, a champion of international human rights, and we are on a committee called the Raoul Wallenberg Human Rights Committee with members drawn from all the representative parties here. And we had an opportunity to meet the wife of Raif Badawi here in Ottawa, who was arrested and imprisoned in that country for insulting Islam, sentenced to 10 years and 1,000 lashes. And that international human rights debate was the subject of great concern across this country. we have understood in recent years more than we understood before about where Canada's arms are going. And I'll admit to you, Mr. Speaker, I had no idea just the extent to which Canadian arms abroad has become an important component of international trade in arms. Canada's weapons exports, Mr. Speaker, have nearly doubled over the last 10 years. I confess I did not know that. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Canada is the second largest arms dealer in the Middle East, according to Jane's, the defense industry publication. And now Saudi Arabia is the world's second largest buyer of Canadian-made military equipment after the United States. I don't think many Canadians are aware of that information. It may be that and I'm the last to know these things, but I find it very disturbing. I think a lot of Canadians would, that we are become such an important arms export contributor to in the international sphere. And therefore, I ask myself, Mr. Speaker, what do we have to hide as a country? Why can't we know more? Why can't we know the human rights records of the countries to which we are sending arms? Yes, we have assessments, but those human rights assessments have been watered down over the years. They aren't as available as they should be to the Canadian public. So we as the representatives of the public can have a better idea of just exactly where our money is being spent, where our arms are going, and the extent to which we are contributors to world peace. And I think that's something that one needs to look at very carefully. Apparently, our existing arms export rules have changed over the years. They're supposed to prohibit sales of military hardware to countries, and I quote, whose governments have a persistent record of serious violations of the human rights of their citizens. And here's the condition: unless it can be demonstrated that there's no reasonable risk that the goods might be used against their civilian population, close quote. Well, obviously, there are problems, because we've seen in the Saudi Arabia example how there has been diversion of arms sent to that country for domestic purposes, A, to be putting down Shia protests in one part of the eastern provinces of Saudi Arabia, and it seems B, to countries like Yemen, where human rights atrocities have been so widespread. Over 6,000 people there have been killed. Do Canadians realize their arms may be used in that theater of war? Don't we need to know whether light armored vehicles which are used for the suppression of those people are in fact made in Canada? Maybe that's good public policy. Why can't we have a committee who's tasked with doing just that? Not as an add-on to other work that the Foreign Affairs Committee might look at, but as a standalone committee to address what is obviously a growing and important industry in our country and its ramifications. Why is that any different than what we do with other committees that look at an area of our economy and address its ramifications? Why would this House be opposed to greater transparency and accountability through an oversight mechanism like the British have gotten? Why does this government refuse to see that what they have proposed 2 days ago in one bill, i.e. following a UK example of oversight and transparency, should not be used a couple of days later in another important area of our economy and our society? That is what's before this House today. And I really fail to see why how this can be politicized as somehow all about trying to talk about past events and who supported what, who didn't, how much information we had at a particular time versus how much we have now. Anyone, Mr. Speaker, who's seen the videos of the repression of Saudi citizens with Canadian light armored vehicles at least has to ask questions about whether we're on the right track. And we don't have time as parliamentarians to cover every single piece of policy. So why can't we give a multi-party committee the opportunity to have at that, look at it, get the information they need, and report to Canadians what they can legitimately report to Canadians about what's going on with our dollars abroad? That is what's before us today. I urge this House to support a motion that would provide greater accountability and greater oversight to our arms export industry. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
This is a question for my colleague more on the form of debate today. My colleague just gave a very impassioned speech, and earlier in the House, the member from Laurier Ste. Marie also gave a very impassioned speech. And while we might not all agree on this, sometimes we get passionate. The member from Winnipeg North used a turn of phrase that a couple of my colleagues mentioned, and he told the member from Laurier Ste. Marie to just calm down. I'm just wondering if my colleague would like to comment on the appropriateness of that turn of phrase, given that there were a lot of other men who gave speeches in the House today that were equally as impassioned, but that turn of phrase wasn't used to them.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, if anyone felt offended by it, I would apologize, but I would let the member know that there was a point of order that was raised as I was answering a question at the time. So it's not necessarily to justify it, but it's just to apologize.
That's more of a debate. I'm not sure if this is going anywhere. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill, very briefly, just to...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague opposite, I accept his apology, but I would note that he has a very bright and dynamic young woman as a daughter who is a member of the Manitoba Legislature. And
I'm going to have to cut that off because I believe that's going to debate. The Honourable Member for Victoria.
I'm not sure I have much to add on that, Mr. Speaker. I understand the debate that the member from Calgary is having with the member for Winnipeg North, and I hope I wasn't accused of using any inappropriate language. I don't have anything to add to that debate.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
And you know, the crux of the motion that we're discussing here today really is about accountability. And I'd like my friend to talk about what do the Liberals have to fear with greater accountability. So what we're asking for here, quite simply, is parliamentary oversight in a sense that there's a review process that's also done by elected officials who are sworn in to serve this country and to ensure the products that we sell, similar to asbestos or other toxic materials and exported, don't cause significant health or danger and death to other people. What is wrong with accountability?
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Well, I thank my colleague from Windsor West, and of course I agree entirely that we should follow the truth where it leads. Accountability sometimes means learning unpleasant truths. It also sometimes puts a different perspective on what you think you know when you have more information. And what's sadly lacking, of course, is the kind of information. He used the example of asbestos. When I was growing up, asbestos was everywhere. Now we're spending billions to remove it because we know more. I think we can follow that in the logic in this area as well and say what we're doing with our sales of billions of dollars of Canadian products in other countries may or may not be contributing to peace. When we learn more, we might consider that is the case. It may, however, be that we learned that we used to sell primarily to NATO allies. Now we're selling to countries like Algeria and Saudi Arabia and China to a larger degree with human rights abuses that may or may not be taking place. Accountability means learning more, getting more information, learning the truth, and making informed decisions with the information you have. That's what this motion's about. I don't see why we can't accept it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Windsor West. He will have about 5 minutes, and then we'll cut off for question period.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise here on such an important motion, and I thank my colleague for putting this forth. A lot of hard work and thought went into the motion. That's why it's substantive, but I think it's an important issue that has several aspects that really show that this is a serious issue for our country. And for a country that needs to set an example, especially when saying, I guess Canada's back, well, I suppose what we're doing here is that Canada's back continuing arms sales in an unaccounted way. And then not only that, Mr. Speaker, what I find really difficult about this situation here is that why would we abdicate our responsibility of products and goods once we sell them, saying, oh, no, it's not our fault. That's because they sold them to somebody else or they decided not to follow the rule of law or the order that has been done before. But let's look at the reality out there. Some of the countries that have Canadian-made weapons don't even have proper relationships with Canada. They're ending up in other jurisdictions. Some are sold directly to nations that we have a direct foreign, in an embassy and other types of connections and so forth, but after their use, perhaps in a second lifestyle, sometimes what we're debating is in the first life cycle. This is the first life, but the second life cycle, the third life cycle, they can end up abroad. And you would have to look no farther than proxy wars like Yemen, where we have these situations. So all we're calling for is accountability back to the chamber so all Canadians have a connection to products and services that are exported outside of our country. And they have their say. They have their representative that is informed. They get informed. It goes to committee. In committee, Mr. Speaker, when witnesses are called to committee, if they lie or they make up information that is not truthful and present that knowingly at committee, that's perjury. There's an accountability measure in the committee system more than just that of public shame and of public opinion. That is law. And I think that's the fairest thing to do when some of our customers then use our machines, our materials, to things that they weren't supposed to be done. And the reason I mentioned earlier about asbestos, because quite literally, Canada was exporting death with asbestos. And Pat Martin, former member here, spent more than a decade working on this issue, raising it, bringing up the fact of the matter is that men, women, and children were often dealing without the proper types of safety requirements for a product that is now illegal in Canada to be used, but it was okay for others to use, and it's out the door. Don't worry about it. We're all done with it. How can we say so on such an important issue when we know our customer base is growing to a region that has significant conflict, wars, and in fact regimes with tactics that involve using militarized weapons against their civilian populations, and this is not an unusual practice. So we're supposed to abdicate our responsibility from that. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? I believe that if we actually do the right thing, we have that accountability, that will actually increase the responsibility for our customer base and also improve our chances of making sure that other illegal arms are not dispersed to countries and other jurisdictions. In fact, we're not the only country that is doing this. The United Kingdom, for example, is going through the same process. And why does it matter, Mr. Speaker? It matters because their public money is often involved in this. So they have a right to say that. When you look at some of the programs that we are assisting with arms manufacturers, they include research and development, they include supports for exporting, and they've included, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the previous governments, a series of tax cuts that have gone unaccountable in terms of where that money went. Often much of that money left Canada anyways, but the reality of the matter is Canadians have a vested interest financially, ethically, as a social justice to have that accountability in this chamber, and there's no better place to do so.
I want to thank the honourable member. He will have another 5 minutes. He will have another 5 minutes or 4 minutes and 49 seconds once debate continues. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly is unanimous. Health falls within the exclusive jurisdiction of Quebec, and transfer payments must be maintained at 6% with no conditions. But the government has chosen the worst of all options. It's chosen to unilaterally impose conservative cuts with NDP conditions. It's time for the Liberals to listen to reason. By refusing to maintain health transfers at 6%, the quality of care provided to patients in Quebec will be affected, Mr. Speaker. The government is targeting patients in Quebec, and that's why I invite all Quebecers in the Liberal caucus to take a stand. Are they in favor or against the Quebec National Assembly's desire expressed this morning to have the funds required for our healthcare system. The Bloc Québécois has chosen Quebec's sick people. What about the Liberals? The Honourable Member for Ville-Marie.
Today, over 31,000 fans gathered at the Big O to thank and bid farewell to the Expos. After 36 years and nearly 3,000 games, MLB in Montreal came to an end on the same day that the 1994 Expos were recognized as the best team in baseball. From Jerry Park to the Big O, Rusty Staub to Vlad Guerrero, and sadly, Blue Monday, the Expos are an unforgettable part of Montreal and Canada.
I'm sure that there are Canadians in the country who still remember that last baseball game and wear an Expos cap with pride and with tears in their eyes. I urge them to join me in wishing for and hoping for a return of baseball to Montreal. I hope one day I'll be able to take my children to see the Expos beat none other than the Blue Jays. Let's go Expos.
The honourable member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my gratitude to the seniors in my riding and to those throughout Canada. As you know, October 1st is the National Seniors Day, and I want to take a moment to acknowledge the great contributions of seniors across the nation. The current economic downturn and the higher taxes from this government make seniors more vulnerable. Also, baby boomers have joined the ranks of seniors, posing challenge to ensure their needs are met. The last decade has seen changes in the Canadian society, from homegrown terrorism to large influx of refugees. This may cause some concerns to seniors, but we must ensure that these concerns are dealt with equality and respect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker, in 1993, the then Progressive Conservative Party opposite was reduced to 2 members. Today, I rise to pay tribute to one of them, Elsie Wayne, better known as just Elsie. Elsie Fairweather Wayne passed away on August 23rd at the age of 84, surrounded by her loving husband Buzzy and 2 children, Daniel and Stephen. Elsie started in politics, first in 1977 as city councillor, then to mayor in 1984, and finished her career in politics as Member of Parliament for St. John, serving from 1993 till 2004. She loved her greatest little city in the East. Elsie played a pivotal role in shaping the future direction of the Progressive Conservative Party and served briefly as their interim leader. I have many fond memories, especially her later years being such a loyal fan of the St. John Sea Dogs. I did not always agree with what she said, but it was hard not to admire her strength and conviction. She was truly the people's MP, an MP I strive to be every day in St. John Rothsay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I bring you good news from Nanaimo Ladysmith. Climate action is a win-win for our local economy and our global environment. We're innovating, cutting greenhouse gas emissions while adding well-paying jobs. 2 groups are building affordable housing with energy conservation in Nanaimo. VIU carpentry students dedicated 5,000 hours of work into Habitat for Humanity's new build. And the Nanaimo Aboriginal Centre is building affordable housing using passive design, which uses 80% less energy. This is good news countrywide. Canada's green building industry employs more direct full-time workers than forestry, mining, oil and gas industries combined. November 10, we'll celebrate climate solutions, innovation and job creation at Nanaimo's John Barsby School. 5:30 is the Climate Fair, 7 o'clock the Forum. Please come and add your voice for climate solutions that add green jobs.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today to recognize a constituent of Etobicoke Lakeshore and my good friend Bob Weeks. Bob Weeks is best known he's known by many for his on-air reporter work and analyst for TSN covering golf and curling, and previously as the editor of Score Golf magazine. Well, today I want to recognize Bob following his induction into the Canadian Golf Hall of Fame in July, a recognition that is well deserved. However, Mr. Speaker, this is nothing new for Mr. Weeks. You see, he's previously been inducted into the Ontario Golf Hall of Fame, the Canadian Curling Hall of Fame, and best of all, the Etobicoke Sports Hall of Fame. I would like to congratulate and recognize Bob for his many contributions and achievements over a diverse career. But with all these halls, Mr. Speaker, I think his next stop is the Hall of Fame of Halls of Fame.
Yes.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, during the Rio Games, Paralympic Games, I was riveted to my computer screen watching the skills demonstrated by 3 athletes from my riding. Through their determination and their perseverance, the Paralympics perfectly embody the expression, where there's a way, there's a way. Nicole Clermont took 9th place in the 3,000-meter cycling race, but had to drop out of the 72-kilometer race because of a drop, but she was in 3rd place right before dropping out. Guillaume Ouellette, a para-athletics runner from Victoriaville, 4th in the 5,000-meter, and Charles Moreau, a Paralympic cyclist from Victoriaville, double bronze medalist in the 60-kilometer race and the time trial. We lived the excitement through you, and I'm convinced that my colleagues here in the House will join me today in saying congratulations. Bravo. Congratulations to you and all Paralympic athletes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take this moment to recognize 2 of my constituents who live in Stillwater Creek Retirement Community, each of whom are veterans who proudly served our country. Rear Admiral William Christie was a chief engineer in the Canadian Navy and is currently the oldest living Canadian admiral. He celebrated his 97th birthday on September 21st. I would also like to recognize able-bodied seaman George Melanchuk for this year, who was this year awarded the Legion of Honor from France for his heroism and courage during World War II. He celebrated his 92nd birthday on September 22nd. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members to join me in commending Rear Admiral Christie and able-bodied seaman Melanchuk for their service and dedication to Canada.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, Southwest Nova Scotia is having the worst drought we have seen in many years. This summer, a forest fire destroyed 400 hectares of woodland in South Shore St. Margaret's and West Nova, and it raged for days. Not all of my honourable colleagues may know this, but in much of rural Nova Scotia, our firefighters are all volunteers and put in countless hours of training and preparing to keep our forests, families, and communities safe. Volunteers worked around the clock for days, not only battling the fire, but also supporting the firefighters. Volunteers fundraised, collected donations, and made sure our volunteer firefighters were fed and hydrated. Many local businesses continued to pay their employees while they were fighting these fires. The fire was eventually contained, our beloved Ketchimakujik National Park was saved, and nobody was injured. I would like to ask all members of this House to join me in thanking our volunteer fire services and the communities that support them.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, this past week we lost a great Canadian and I lost a great friend and advisor, David Alexander William Cook. I have great memories of my visits with Dave. I remember going into his dealership Farm World and sitting down with he and his sister Marge to discuss farm machinery, trade, grain prices, the situation in Ukraine, and other issues. We always had great discussions, and he would present his ideas with great passion and tenacity. He was a truly gifted salesman, and he could sell and convince like no one else. His dealership was known for flying out parts to customers, and he sold huge volumes of New Holland combines and tractors across the prairies. Every farmer across the prairies knew of Farm World and Dave Cook. He was a big man who had a big heart, who loved his family, his employees and customers, and the Lord. We will miss Dave. I will miss Dave. To his wife Donna, his 5 children, 16 grandchildren, please accept our condolences, but also take comfort in knowing that Dave is in a better place, and remember all the great things that Dave has done. He was truly an exceptional man and an exceptional Canadian.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it's an ideal time to be a young person. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to join the member for London Fanshawe and the member for Simcoe North at the launch of the EF Young Ambassadors Program, which will send 30 young people to represent Canada at the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Vimy Ridge. I invite all members to participate in this program and to nominate students from their ridings.
Speaker, I'm also proud to stand here as one of many in our caucus who are setting up local youth councils in our ridings to hear the priorities of our young people. I therefore encourage the students in Whitby to submit their applications to my office before tomorrow's deadline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member Mississauga Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm usually sworn to silence by privacy and diplomatic confidentiality. However, today I want to talk about the success of our team. I want to thank the Army of Consular Officers in Canada and abroad. They know how important their job is and work around the clock to assist Canadians. The fruits of their labor are not always made public, but the last few weeks have been a brilliant example. I also want to express my gratitude to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Prime Minister. Their unequivocal leadership sends a strong message to the world that Canada will never give up on its citizens. I want to thank MPs on all sides for raising consular cases while avoiding tempting partisanship shots. To the families of Canadians stuck abroad, you inspire me with your grace and determination. To my fellow Canadians, I say, please try to avoid getting in trouble when traveling, but know that your government will always have your back.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise in this House to draw members' attention to the fact that Jacques Demers has been inducted into the Quebec Sports Hall of Fame. In keeping with his reputation to overcome all obstacles facing him, Mr. Demers was very keen to be in Terrebonne to accept the honour in person for all Canadians facing difficulties in their families, educational problems, or with their health. Jacques Demers has been, is, and will remain a source of inspiration, pride, and hope. As always, he was beaming, which is typical of someone whose outlook on life is so positive, convinced that no challenge is too big to overcome. I invite all my colleagues to congratulate Jacques and to thank him for the inspiration that he remains, and at the same time to join me in sending him our best wishes for a prompt recovery. Go, Jacques, go.
The Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise in the House to remember Shimon Peres, a pillar of Israel's founding generation and one of its most respected statesmen. He gave more than 60 years of his life to better the life of others. Having served as both Prime Minister and President, Shimon Peres worked relentlessly to establish Israel's independence.
Having led his country through several decisive moments, Mr. Peres was a visionary, and even in the most difficult situations, he remained optimistic, determined to bring together Palestinians and Israelis in a peaceful coexistence.
The Canadian delegation departed for Israel. They carry with them the condolences of this House and indeed all of the country. Shimon Peres was a patriot whose pursuit of lasting peace will live on as a blessing and an inspiration for all future generations. Yehei Zikrano Levatcha. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to rise today in the House to invite everyone to participate in the first ever edition of the Saint-Lucien Cranberry Festival on October 7th and 8th. The program includes visiting a cranberry farm, a farmer's market, performances, games, entertainment, and so on. During the summer, I saw just how dynamic this community was by visiting several cranberry farms during my summer tour of the municipalities in my riding, as I do every summer. And it take this opportunity to congratulate the organizer of this year's event, Mr. David Gauthier, president of the Cranberry Festival, as well as the municipality of Saint-Lucien. Their wonderful initiative will promote development and vitality of the community, and citizen involvement by the people of Saint-Lucien will contribute to the success of this festival. Come and discover our region. Join us at the Saint-Lucien Cranberry Festival. Don't miss out on these activities in the Greater Drummond region.
Mr. Speaker, October 1st, this Saturday, Canadians will celebrate National Seniors Day by taking time to pay tribute to seniors. They're also going to thank local organizations that are helping seniors. For over 32 years, Langley Meals on Wheels has been providing hot, nutritious, affordable meals to Langley seniors. They serve seniors whose lives have changed, making them somewhat dependent on volunteers to help them maintain a healthy lifestyle. Langley Meals on Wheels delivers hot, fresh, homemade cooked meals and provides important friendships for those who may be isolated or being at risk. Providing loving care to our seniors at home, helping them keep their independence, gives them dignity and demonstrates our appreciation for them. Mr. Speaker, this National Seniors Day, I want to acknowledge the incredible work done by the volunteers at Langley Meals on Wheels for their ongoing love and support for seniors. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, as Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister for Youth, I'd like to welcome the first 15 Canadians that have been selected to serve on the Prime Minister's Youth Council. A council, Mr. Speaker, that will represent the diversity of our country and one that will bring a strong voice for youth issues from coast to coast to coast. They were selected, Mr. Speaker, amongst over 13,000 applicants that have been submitted thus far.
This enthusiasm by young people shows that if given the chance, they will take every opportunity to make their voices heard. I have encouraging news for those young people who applied but weren't selected. Their applications will be considered for the second wave of recruitment to the Council, and that will be announced in early 2017.
I extend my congratulations to these incredible young Canadians, and on behalf of this entire House, I welcome them to our nation's capital today.
Welcome.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member for Portage-Lisgar.
Has a real problem on his hands. He agreed to attend a private invitation-only reception hosted by a huge law firm. Now, this might not be a problem if only that firm didn't do legal work for the Irving family. And it might not be a problem if the lobbying arm of the firm didn't lobby for the Irving family. Mr. Speaker, this is a buffet of conflict of interests. How could the Fisheries Minister agree to be the guest of honor at this exclusive reception?
The Fisheries Minister.
Mr. Speaker, some time ago I was invited by one of the leading law firms in Atlantic Canada to attend an annual event for the business community in Toronto. It's the same event where Premier Stephen McNeil of Nova Scotia spoke last year. Mr. Speaker, I was looking forward to telling those business leaders about our government's Atlantic growth strategy and how this government is investing in historic ways in Atlantic Canada. That's the purpose of going. And if the honourable member thinks there's something wrong with telling business leaders about what our government's doing in Atlantic Canada, I disagree with her.
Because the Fisheries Minister is also the Prime Minister's point man on litigation involving the government. And his job is to manage all the legal action the government is facing. So, when a huge law firm comes calling to ask him to be the guest of honor at a reception, and they boast and bill him as a trusted advisor of the Prime Minister, there should have been some alarm bells. How did the Fisheries Minister not realize that this is a conflict of interest? Where is his judgment?
Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to tell you where my judgment is. My judgment is when I received that invitation, I asked the Ethics Commissioner for her advice as to whether it was appropriate to attend that event. She confirmed to me in writing it was. The honourable member has significant difficulty understanding that. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we always respect our ethical obligations, but we're not afraid, Mr. Speaker, to tell the whole country about the important work our government's doing in Atlantic Canada, and I'll never apologize for talking about the Atlantic Growth Strategy with business leaders anywhere in Canada.
I want to remind the honourable member that all members here can understand things. We don't want to question the ability of members to be able to understand things. The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, here again we have the Liberals defending their actions by saying the rules made me do it. Yeah. How about some good judgment when it comes to conflict? The Minister of Fisheries is in charge of the government's litigation strategy. He's been ordered by the Ethics Commissioner to not have any dealings with the Irvings. Wow. But the law firm hosting this party recently represented J.D. Irving Limited in court. And that same firm is now promoting their access to this minister. If it walks like a conflict of interest, if it talks like a conflict of interest, it is a conflict of interest. Where is this minister's judgment?
Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, my judgment told me that when I received this invitation, as many members of Parliament and ministers do, I asked the Ethics Commissioner if it was appropriate for me to attend. This is an annual event that has taken place over a number of years where guest speakers are invited to meet the business community in Toronto, hosted by a particular law firm. Mr. Speaker, law firms don't tell the public who are on their client lists. Nothing about that event speaks to a particular file, a particular client, or particular litigation. This is an event, Mr. Speaker, to talk about our government's proud record in Atlantic Canada.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, this government should spend a little bit less time with its friends and a bit more time with its partners in the provinces. When it comes to health transfers, we can't say that the government has a good relationship with the provinces. We see a clear lack of Liberal leadership here and an unprecedented level of interference in provincial jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, when will the minister actually listen to her provincial counterparts and eliminate the conditions on the health transfers? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, today I met with 2 health ministers. That includes the Minister of Health from Quebec. Canadians are proud of their public health system, but they expect their government to ensure that the system is always there for them. The Canada Health Transfer will increase by over $1 billion next year to reach over $37 billion, and I will continue to meet with my provincial counterparts. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, yes, yesterday the federal minister said that she was having good discussions with her provincial counterparts, but at the same time in Quebec, the Minister of Health said that there hadn't been any conversations. And today, just an hour ago, the same minister has said that what's happening in health, it's very concerning, is very, very concerning. Mr. Speaker, the facts are the facts. The government is being paternalistic with the provinces and doesn't respect their jurisdiction. That goes against Canadian federalism. When will they respect their provincial counterparts and stop imposing health conditions? The Honourable Minister of Health.
I was pleased to meet not one but 2 of my provincial counterparts today in Ottawa to discuss with them the importance of health care in this country. I have had good discussions with all of my colleagues across the country. I respect their jurisdiction, but you know, Mr. Speaker, Canadians do well when all stakeholders collaborate. That includes every level of government that has a responsibility for health care. This will be necessary for Canadians to have the health and health care that they need and deserve.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
By breaking their promise and adopting Stephen Harper's cuts to health care, this government is letting Canadians down. But now the premiers are denouncing the lack of consultation and conservative approach that this Liberal government has adopted. They're also protesting the Liberals' decision to impose over $1 billion in federal cuts on the provinces next year alone. Wow. Will the federal government reverse these cuts to the provinces and agree to their simple request to sit down with the Prime Minister?
The Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, it's important that this House understands the facts clearly. There will be no cuts to health care. In fact, the Canada Health Transfer will grow next year. I look forward to very excellent conversations with my counterparts across the country. Canadians want a healthcare system that is there for them. All levels of government have a responsibility in that, and when we work together, we will find synergies and we will make sure Canadians have the healthcare that they need.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, that's hard to believe when the Prime Minister has been ignoring the province's request to meet since July. Now, the Liberals promised that they wouldn't make any changes without negotiating with the provinces, and in opposition, the Liberal health critic called the 50% cut to the health escalator walking away from Medicare. But now in government, the Liberals have adopted that very reduction, unilaterally removed $36 billion from healthcare, and continue to ignore a request for a meeting. Can the Minister please explain how this is real change?
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, the approach of this government to health care is fundamentally different from anything that we have seen in the last decade. The Prime Minister made it very clear to me that he wanted me to negotiate a new health accord with the provinces and territories. That's exactly what I'm in the process of doing. We will not only increase the Canada Health Transfer, but we will negotiate new investments in health. We'll make sure Canadians have the home care that they need. We'll make the transformations. I will do that in collaboration with my colleagues. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, Stephen Harper's cuts to health care have become the Liberal cuts to health care, and the provinces are furious. The Liberals claim that they want to negotiate in good faith with the provinces, but once in power, they've decided to unilaterally cut $36 billion, and they even want to impose a list of conditions on Quebec. Does the minister not understand that Canadians voted to get rid of Stephen Harper and his policies? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, this government is not making cuts to health care. I am actually curious as to how the New Democratic Party thinks that they would not have had to make drastic cuts when they said that they were going to deliver a balanced budget. This government is prepared to invest new money in health care. We're prepared to work with our counterparts across the country to invest in home care, to make sure Canadians have better access to mental health care, and I look forward to delivering a new health accord.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Once again, the government says one thing and does something else. All the provinces, and particularly Quebec, Alberta, and British Columbia, have denounced this government's approach when it comes to the health transfer agreements. For Canadians in these provinces, it's déjà vu. This arrogant attitude, they remember it well, it was the Conservatives' attitude. How many provinces will have to oppose this government before they listen to reason and cancel these cuts? Honourable Minister of Health.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I have already had very good discussions with my counterparts across the country. That includes all of the health ministers in every region of this country. We have always discussed what we need to improve our healthcare systems everywhere. Canadians expect that we will work together and that we work closely with the provinces and territories. We will improve our healthcare system for all Canadians.
Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we already have a Toronto minister responsible for Atlantic economic development. We have the possibility that a Toronto judge could take the Atlantic Canada spot on the Supreme Court. And now if you want to get in good with the Prime Minister's Atlantic kingpin, you have to get an invitation to a private reception in Toronto, literally being held on Toronto Street. So now the Fisheries Minister's secret event is billed Get the Atlantic Edge. So, Mr. Speaker, why does getting the Atlantic Edge have to mean dodgy, unethical cocktail parties in downtown Toronto?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, it won't surprise you that the exaggerated and fabricated beginning of that question around ethical challenges is exactly that, Mr. Speaker. The Commissioner, in writing, when I received the invitation, confirmed to me that it was appropriate for me to accept that invitation. The member knows very well that ministers and members of Parliament all the time attend events around the country, and Mr. Speaker, the Atlantic Growth Strategy announced by my colleague, the Minister of Economic Development, in Prince Edward Island in July is something all of us are proud of, and I welcome an opportunity to talk about it.
Order. The member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to his ethical screen, perhaps the minister has misunderstood the definition of the word screen. Maybe he's thinking about an enormous screen door with great big holes in it, big enough for him and his friends to jump through. But I don't think that's what Canadians have in mind. So, Mr. Speaker, where is this minister's judgment?
Hear, hear.
Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, all ministers and all members of our government have an ethical judgment that is entirely superior to that member's former party. And, Mr. Speaker, when we receive invitations like this, we proactively reach out to the Ethics Commissioner. Her office confirms that it is entirely appropriate for us to accept events like that. The member knows very well that that is the ethical and proper way to handle these sorts of situations. That's exactly what I did, and I'm sorry that he's so traumatized, Mr. Speaker, that our government is engaged in Atlantic Canada.
Order, order. Most members on all sides have the ability to sit here quietly and listen to things that are provocative from the other side. I'm asking that we all do that now, and let's listen to the member for Huron. Bruce.
Group 5 is the lobbying and PR wing of the law firm where the minister will be the guest of honor on Wednesday. They have a long list of clients, including Irving Oil and J.D. Irving. What a coup it must be for them to have the Prime Minister's Atlantic kingpin and trusted advisor. The problem is that the minister isn't supposed to have anything to do with the Irvings. That should include clinking glasses at fancy Toronto restaurants with lobbyists. How could the minister not see this blatant violation of his own ethics declaration?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, again, if the Ethics Commissioner in her judgment does not see any violation whatsoever, the honourable member should accept her judgment because, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we value her judgment with respect to ethics considerably more than that member's.
The honourable member for Huron, Bruce.
Well, with answers like that, I think the Fisheries Minister is going to get to know Justice Charbonneau and Gomery really quick and really well. The ethically challenged Fisheries Minister has had rules forced on him by the Ethics Commissioner, so he can't have any dealings with Irving. So what's he going to do on Wednesday? He's going to break every single rule the Ethics Commissioner told him not to do. 330 MPs in this House see the conflict. Why can't the minister?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, again, simply because the member fabricates and asserts a falsehood doesn't make it true. Mr. Speaker, I have received written confirmation from the Ethics Commissioner.
The Honourable Minister knows that we don't suggest that members fabricate falsehoods here in the House. I'm going to invite him. Perhaps we'll go on to the member for Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadian history is littered with Liberals doing whatever they can to help out Liberal lobbyists. And they always have the same excuses. We followed the rules, they'll say. This is just us listening and consulting with people, they'll say. I was just doing this as an MP, not a minister, they'll say. But every time it's friends of the Liberal Party that get access, favors, and closed-door meetings. Mr. Speaker, I'll ask one more time, where is this member's judgment?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, my judgment is that it's important for Canadians to understand our government's commitment to growing the Atlantic economy. That's why, Mr. Speaker, when I received this invitation, I forwarded to the Ethics Commissioner to confirm that nothing inappropriate was the case with my attending the event. I received that confirmation, at which point I accepted the invitation. And, Mr. Speaker, to go to any group to talk about our government's commitment to growing the Atlantic economy, to welcoming new immigrants to Atlantic Canada. I'm proud to do so, and I'll take every opportunity I have to do exactly that.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Fisheries Minister accepted an invitation to participate in a private cocktail party organized by a major law firm. That wouldn't be a problem if only that firm didn't have links to the Irving family. And that wouldn't be a problem if only that firm didn't do lobbying for the Irving family. Mr. Speaker, it's a festival of conflicts of interest. How can the Minister of Fisheries accept to be the guest of honor at this reception? Where was his judgment? The Honourable Minister of Fisheries. Mr. Speaker, as I've said many times, under no circumstances was I in a situation of conflict of interest. That is exactly why I asked the Ethics Commissioner for her opinion before accepting the invitation, when she confirmed that it was appropriate for me to go to talk about the Atlantic Canada economy and our government's commitment to grow the Canadian economy with a group of leaders from the Toronto business community. It was a pleasure for me to accept that invitation.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, a report issued today confirms that Canada is not on track to achieve its 2020 emissions reduction goal. This dire prediction was reached even before the approval of a new LNG project emitting what some are calling a carbon bomb, emitting 10 million tons of CO2 a year. Canadians want action. So where are the promised investments in clean energy alternatives for northern communities? Where are the investments in energy-efficient housing? Where's the plan to deploy green infrastructure? We're running out of time.
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government understands that the environment and economy go together. I was very pleased to hear Rachel Notley, the Premier of Alberta, say with respect to yesterday's project approval, this is an important combination of sustainable economic growth while ensuring that you address environmental issues. I'd also like to refer to Brian Cochran. He's a business manager for a union representing over 12,000 members in BC. He said the Pacific Northwest LNG's project environmental approval is very good news for BC members of the entire International Union of Operating Engineers Local 115 who are standing by to help build this important energy facility. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Minister's Youth Council, maybe we should start thinking about what kind of planet we're leaving for those young people.
Mr. Speaker, torture is immoral, it doesn't work, and it goes against all of our international human rights commitments. And yet, the ministerial directive, which allows for the use of intelligence obtained by torture, is still in place under these Liberals. This practice is a stain on Canada's reputation, and it certainly goes against our values. Will the government finally repeal this directive, yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clear that we do not, we're not in favor of these activities. And ministerial directives are there to protect Canadians' security as well as their rights and freedoms. Well, the directives are being reviewed and are subject to consultation, and the Parliamentary Committee is studying this and will be reviewing these directives.
Saxe London.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberals claimed that Brookfield Relocation Services apologized to them. Yet today it was confirmed that no such apology was ever issued. As a matter of fact, all we got was more damning evidence. In a statement yesterday, Brookfield confirmed our assertion that Telford and Butts claimed expenses with no justification or receipts. These so-called personalized cash payouts need to be explained. Why did the Prime Minister sign off on these?
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just in case nobody has heard the answer before, these relocation policies have been in place since the 1970s. They were most recently reviewed by the previous Conservative government, most recently in 2011. Our government recognizes that these policies need to be reviewed, and that's why our Prime Minister has asked the President of the Treasury Board to review the relocation policies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask that the minister takes this seriously, please. The Prime Minister's friends were shamed into giving some of the money back, but everyone knows that a bank robber who returns part of the loot doesn't get away without repercussions. Telford and Butts occupy the most powerful, unelected positions in the government. They accepted money that now even they claim was unjustified. When did the Prime Minister do the right thing and explain why they were given it in the first place?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member has heard my response time and time again, and if she doesn't like my response, maybe she wants to hear it from Guy Giorno, former Chief of Staff to Stephen Harper. He says the federal relocation program, which applies to hundreds of moves annually, including by employees of government, military, and RCMP, exists for a very good reason. He says the relocation process is run by an independent third party. The third party determines the actual cost according to the program criteria. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the government is finding excuse after excuse to defend the Prime Minister's friend and his Chief of Staff. Yesterday, they claimed in this House that the moving company had lied. But that is not the case. Mr. Speaker, my mother always said that if you have to constantly change your story, well, it's undoubtedly because you've done something wrong. Why is the Prime Minister unable to simply tell Canadians that his staff and his government have the bad habit of abusing taxpayer dollars? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said, this is a policy to reimburse moving costs that has existed since the 1970s. And the Conservative Party under Stephen Harper developed this policy. That is why the Prime Minister has asked the Treasury Board to review this policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, not only the moving company did not lie, but we learned that some expenses were claimed without any receipts being submitted. We've said it before, but reimbursing expenses only after getting caught with your hand in the cookie jar doesn't make it acceptable. This Prime Minister and this government need to show respect for Canadian families and their money. Mr. Speaker, when will they stop spending without counting and stop defending the indefensible? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the opposition members don't want to hear the answer from me, maybe they can listen to Guy Giorno, former Chief of Staff. He said that the moving process is managed by an independent third party. The independent third party determines the real costs according to the program's criteria. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, when the Liberals came to power, they said that there would be an end to a lack of respect for workers. And yet, yesterday, they had the gall to vote against a ban on the use of scabs. Using scab workers flouts the right to bargaining and undermines labour relations. Why is the Liberal government turning its back on workers? Why is it refusing to protect the right to bargain? The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I can tell you, this is a government that respects workers and businesses and understands that collective bargaining works. And in most cases, by far, 95%, collective agreements have worked and there's no need for replacement workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, social housing is declining in Canada, and there are over 170,000 people on the wait list. A number of leaders in the housing sector are meeting in Toronto to launch a cry of alarm. The government has to do more, not less. Just to renovate the housing units in Toronto, we're talking about a $2.6 billion delay. Will the minister finally invest the money needed to renovate existing housing units, build new ones, and fix the problem with the long-term agreements? The Honourable Minister for Social Development. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I'm very pleased to take this opportunity that my colleague gives me to underscore how committed this government is to the fight for social housing. We have invested over $2 billion in our government. That's a historic investment that will make a massive difference in the lives of hundreds of thousands of Canadians. And we have made tangible and major investments in collaboration with our partners, and that's what I'm going to announce tomorrow in Toronto.
Mr. Speaker, one of the most pressing issues in Davenport, my downtown West Toronto riding, is an urgent need for more affordable housing. Affordable housing options are needed for individuals and families whose incomes cannot keep up with the increasing cost of housing, for new Canadians looking to establish themselves near city services and supports, and for seniors who are looking to downsize but not move out of the neighbourhoods where they've lived most of their lives. Indeed, this need for affordable housing is a problem across the country. Could the Minister responsible for housing update the House on what this government is doing to address this urgent need?
Good question. The Minister for Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to my colleague from Davenport for her question. This government is indeed re-establishing federal leadership in housing. Through Budget 2016, we have made a historic $2.3 billion investment for urgent housing needs, including almost $600 million to support social housing and $200 million to support seniors housing. In Toronto, this represents an additional housing investment of over $150 million. I am looking forward to participating tomorrow in the City of Toronto Housing Summit to help deliver tangible and real results for all families in Toronto and across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a difficult year, Mr. Speaker, for hardworking Canadians since his finance minister came to office. Wages are remaining stagnant, taxes have gone up. In Ontario, hydro rates are skyrocketing. And what's the response from this government? Well, it's to introduce even more new taxes and increasing the costs on Canadian families. If taxpayers voted for change, Mr. Speaker, I don't think they anticipated they'd actually have to root for it in the seat cushions of their couches so that they could pay their bills. What is the Minister of Finance doing to help his own constituents in Ontario to struggle and pay these bills?
Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for a question. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. We will take no lesson from the Conservative when it comes to growing the economy. They left us 10 years of unprecedented low growth in this country. What we've done, Mr. Speaker, and I think my colleague misunderstood, this government reduced taxes as the first bill that we passed in this House for 9 million Canadians. We then on to introduce the Canada Child Benefit, which benefit 9 families out of 10, Mr. Speaker. And then we introduced the Canada Pension Plan. We're going to enhance the Canada Pension Plan. Mr. Speaker, we're working for Canadian families and
Order. I know members are all enjoying the debate, but let's try to let one person speak at a time. The Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But you know, Mr. Speaker, they're actually compounding this problem they have by slowly eliminating the ability of Canadians to save. Think about it. Tax-free savings account, eliminating savings bonds, encouraging debt in the country. Just because the Liberals know how to spend doesn't mean that Canadians don't know how to save. Mr. Speaker, given the Liberals' apparent adversity to fiscal responsibility, I'm wondering if they're actually coming up with new legislation to just eliminate our ability to save at all.
Yeah. The Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my colleague on the other side, the first thing we did, Mr. Speaker, was to reduce taxes for Canadians. We then went on to introduce the Canada Child Benefit. We're going to enhance Canada Pension Plan. Mr. Speaker, we're making historic investment in infrastructure in this country and innovation. That's what Canadian wants, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're going to deliver.
The member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And speaking of infrastructure, last night the Liberals passed a motion that before making any decision on infrastructure spending, an analysis and new implementation plan would have to be developed regarding greenhouse gases. Now, Mr. Speaker, this motion means that all federal infrastructure projects are now on hold until they go through a not yet established analysis, and jobs that Canadians desperately need are not going to be created. Mr. Speaker, can the minister please tell this House how long communities will have to wait until this implementation plan is developed?
Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we believe that economic growth and environmental sustainability go hand in hand. And I'm proud to say that we have approved more funding in the last year than the previous government did in 5 years combined under their leadership, Mr. Speaker. And we have approved 700 projects, and 60% of those projects are currently underway. creating jobs and opportunities for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for South Surrey White Rock. Order.
Mr. Speaker, he didn't answer the question, so I'm going to try it again. Mr. Speaker, communities are getting mixed signals. The minister has issued community infrastructure projects lists, and communities need to know where they stand. People need jobs, and they need them now. We need a clear answer. Will the Liberals implement the motion and create an implementation plan, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are delivering on our commitments as we speak. We approved 700 projects under public transit, under water, wastewater infrastructure, and those projects, vast majority of them are currently underway, creating opportunity. It was the previous government that failed to invest in the infrastructure, and that is why when you talk to mayors, when you talk to provincial leaders, they agree with us and they support our plan, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Chief Electoral Officer recommended limiting the length of election campaigns. Well, it just so happens that I have introduced a bill to cap the election period at 46 days. In the last election, Stephen Harper doubled spending limits by extending the election to 11 long weeks. This cost the taxpayer $440 million. Canadians want to remove the influence of money and attack ads from our elections. So, will the Liberals support my bill to limit the length of elections?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member opposite for his work on this. The government is anxious to work with him to undo many of the changes that happened in the Unfair Elections Act, and also to specifically look at making sure that both the length of elections and the rules are as fair as possible for everyone. And I also want to say that we are very acutely listening to the Chief Electoral Officer's comments on the need to modernize our system, the need to improve it and to bring it into the 21st century. I know the party opposite's working hard with us to do that. I hope all members in the House will work with us on this process.
Member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Yesterday, the Union of BC Municipalities called on this government to deal with abandoned vessels. Earlier this year, I introduced Bill C-219, which creates a federal responsibility for dealing with these vessels, which are a black mark on our local environment and economy. We need to stop passing the buck to local governments. We need federal leadership. Will the government support my bill and get to work cleaning up abandoned vessels?
Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to protecting Canada's marine and coastal areas. We are working with our partners to develop options to address the issue of abandoned vessels and wrecks that can pose environmental and safety risks and cause local economic harm. And we are proud to support the private member's motion put forward by the member for South Shore St. Margaret's on this important subject. This is a first step in the right direction. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, the clock is ticking. In Alberta, the forest industry employs over 19,000 people, the majority of which are in my riding of Yellowhead. My constituents and the forest industry deserves to know what the future will be. We cannot afford another drastic hit. There's no time to waste. Too many jobs are at stake. Will the minister do her job and ensure that the deal is signed with the United States by the deadline of October 12th? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. Let me assure him that the minister is doing her job. I remind him that the agreement expired on the previous government's watch. We have, and they did nothing to start negotiations. We have, in contrast to that approach, been intensely involved in negotiations right from the beginning. We are continuing to work hard on this. We appreciate the compliment given to us by the honourable member from Caribou Prince George, who said, and I quote, "I can appreciate that there's been a considerable amount of work done on this point by both Global Affairs and the Minister."
Hear, hear. The member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, forestry workers and their families across Canada are worried about their futures. This is because the Liberals have failed to secure a new softwood lumber agreement with the United States. Almost 400,000 men and women are at risk of losing their jobs come October. and all the Trade Minister has offered so far are poor excuses and lack of action. After a year of inaction by the Trade Minister, will the Prime Minister finally take action, call President Obama, and get a deal to protect Canadian jobs?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. As the honourable member full well knows, our negotiating team has been involved in this file right from the beginning, Mr. Speaker. They are in constant contact with their American counterparts, and they are in constant contact with representatives from the industry across the country, with workers from across the country, as well as all the provincial governments. BC Premier Christy Clark, Mr. Speaker, said, and I quote, "I've got to give her credit about the minister. She's worked day and night to try to resolve this. It's been her central focus for several months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker."
The Honourable Member for Beauport-L'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, I certainly hope that we will finally get an answer instead of the Liberal broken record. The softwood lumber agreement is essential, and a bad one could hurt 400,000 workers and their families across the country. This government gives us the impression that it does not care about jobs, the jobs that could be lost in Quebec. Mr. Speaker, will the Liberal government ratify the agreement, or will it continue to take selfies to have Canadians believe that it's working? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I would like to tell you about what other people are saying about our approach. The Quebec Employers Association talked about the attention that we are paying to defending the Quebec forestry industry. And the Quebec Forestry Council is happy with our position on the Quebec forest industry. The Unifor spokesperson commended the efforts of our government. It is just the opposition that does not recognize the work that we are doing to protect Quebec and Canadian workers.
Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that access to education for Canadian youth is an essential part of building a brighter and more prosperous future for Canada. Yet far too many young people face financial barriers to accessing post-secondary education. Could the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour please update this House on how the government is helping young Canadians access higher learning?
Well, Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. Post-secondary education must remain affordable and accessible. That's why we invested $1.53 billion over the next 5 years for the middle-class Canadians. As of August 1st, we increased grants by 50%. That will benefit 363,000 students. We must also remember that the previous Harper government froze Canada's student grants since 2009, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Beauport-L'Orléans. Mr. Speaker, on Friday in Winnipeg, the Minister of Veterans Affairs hinted that veterans would have to wait a long time still before having a response on the decision concerning a lifelong disability pension. Clearly, this government broke its campaign promises. The minister also betrayed the solemn commitment that its party made to veterans by hauling them back into court. Mr. Speaker, when will this minister admit that he broke his promises to veterans?
Mr. Speaker, our government acknowledges the significant contributions of veterans and Canadian Armed Forces members and what they have given to this country in protecting our peace and security. Our sacred obligation to those members is outlined in our mandate letter from the Prime Minister. We remain committed to each and every line item in that, including an option for a lifetime pension. We delivered greatly in Budget 2016, increasing financial security to veterans and their families. We'll continue to work forward aggressively on this file.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The flagship of our Quebec and Canadian economy, Bombardier, is facing numerous challenges, and visibly the aerospace sector is not a priority for the Liberals. The Quebec government has invested its share, but we still don't know what the federal government intends to do. Will the federal government finally stop studying, support the growth of the aerospace sector, protect our good jobs, and support Bombardier.
For innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for the question. As the member opposite knows, we've been very concerned about this sector. We understand the importance of this sector to our Canadian economy. It employs over 200,000 people, good quality jobs, and it contributes to our GDP, $28 billion. That is why we're working with a solution with the company to make sure that the company succeeds, the sector succeeds, and to make sure we have good quality jobs here in Canada, to make sure we invest in R&D, and we're going to make sure that we continue to work with the company on a meaningful solution.
The honourable member for St. John South, Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, I grew up in Labrador. The settlement of residential schools is an issue that's close to my heart. Residential schools represent one of our provinces and one of our country's darkest chapters. Meaningful reconciliation must be a top priority of our government. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs update this House on the government's efforts to settle the Newfoundland and Labrador residential school lawsuit?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his support and his advocacy on this issue. In February, we negotiated a $50 million settlement for survivors of residential schools in Newfoundland and Labrador. This week, we welcome Justice Stack's ruling in favor of the negotiated settlement. All parties can now move forward with the implementation of the agreement, including the extremely important work of commemoration, healing, and closure for survivors. Negotiation rather than litigation remains our government's preferred method of advancing reconciliation.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the chair of the Cabinet Committee on Litigation Management is headlining an exclusive event on the taxpayer's dime for a law firm whose clients are people for whom the minister has an ethics stream and is being co-hosted by a lobbyist firm whose senior VP is the national co-chair of the Liberal Party of Canada. Mr. Speaker, the minister's mandate letter says that upholding ethics standards is an obligation that is not fully discharged by simply acting within the law.
Exactly.
Is the minister upholding this standard?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I am.
Honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly of Quebec is unanimous. Sovereigntists and federalists alike are sending a clear message. Healthcare is an exclusive jurisdiction of Quebec, and it is not up to Ottawa to decide how Quebec will manage its money. Instead of imposing the unilateral cuts of the Conservatives with NDP conditions, will the minister maintain the 6% increase in transfers with no strings attached, as the National Assembly is calling for unanimously? The Honourable.
Monsieur le Président, nous savons que les provinces et les territoires sont en première ligne en offrant d'excellents soins et qu'ils connaissent les domaines à améliorer. Mais c'est très important que nous travaillons ensemble et le transfert canadien en santé va croître de plus d'1 milliard de dollars l'an prochain pour atteindre...
Order.
Order. Apparently there's a problem with the interpretation. It seems to be working, so I would ask the minister to start her answer again, please. It is important that everyone hears this, that the Canada Health Transfer will increase by over $1 billion next year to total over $37 billion. We pledge to be a good partner in working with the provinces and territories. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the nurses in Quebec are worried. Yesterday, their president said that diminishing the healthcare transfers would put the Quebec healthcare system into deep trouble by slashing services that Quebec patients need. I don't want any figures, but yes or no, can the Minister of Health tell us whether she will maintain the transfers at 6% with no strings attached, as the Quebec nurses are calling for? Just a yes or a no. The Honourable Minister of Health.
point out that nurses across Canada have supported the approach of our government towards our discussions on the Health Accord. In fact, they have said that we must drive innovation, we must work together, we must make sure that new money puts healthcare on the road to long-term sustainability. The Canadian Nurses Association has supported this. Today we heard from the Canadian Medical Association, who also agreed that the federal government needs to be a good partner with the provinces and territories and needs to collaborate for healthcare for all Canadians.
I believe the honourable member for Portage-Lisgar has the usual Thursday question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do, and I don't want to preempt what the government will be enlightening us on, but I do understand that we will be possibly debating the Paris Accord next week, which we do welcome. We do hope that the government will pay that same important attention when they do decide, if they decide to send Canadian men and women in harm's way, that they will also take the time to take those important decisions. So with that in mind, I do want to ask the Honourable House Leader what the government is proposing for the rest of this week and for next week. Thank you.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon, we are continuing our study of the motion of the New Democratic Party. Tomorrow, we will resume our study of Bill C-22 on the Committee of Parliamentarians on National Security.
Tomorrow will be the final day of debate at second reading. I thank the opposition for their cooperation on this matter. Mr. Speaker, next week we will debate a motion for the ratification of the Paris Agreement. Like my colleague mentioned, I anticipate a very robust debate as there is much interest by honourable members on all sides. I am working with the other House leaders to complete the debate with a vote on Wednesday. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 51, the House will have a debate regarding the standing orders and procedures next Thursday. Thank you.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply.
Consideration of opposition motion by Ms. Laverdière, creation of a standing committee on arms exports review.
Order. I encourage members to take their discussions outside into the lobbies. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise again to talk about our NDP motion, which I'm quite proud of in the sense that it brings accountability to a very important issue. One thing I have learned representing Windsor West is that social justice is part of our DNA, and that's because, Mr. Speaker, for where we live and where we've been settled, we originally a Francophone settlement, Aboriginal prior to that, and then Francophone and British, but we've also lived through a number of things that make us and mark us as part of what we do with economics, as part of what we do with living, and that is the Underground Railroad, for example, Mr. Speaker, where people came to freedom. When you were a slave in the United States, you came to freedom to our shores in Windsor West to find freedom and to find justice. And, Mr. Speaker, I believe this issue of us selling military arms across the globe and ramping up those sales is something that we should have at least a lens of Parliament on. And that's all this motion's about. It doesn't make anything different aside from the fact that we get greater public accountability. And greater public accountability is very important. It's something people are seeing. And for heaven's sake, Mr. Speaker, outside of Canada, wouldn't it make sense for the world right now to examine arms sales as you are sending them out in the world? Wouldn't it make sense, given the fact we are faced with constant terrorism, constant elements where manufactured weapons, vehicles, and munitions end up in the hands of others? It would make practical sense that Canada not only do our part, but start our part in the world. It's a simple thing that can be done. And that makes sense for a lot of reasons, Mr. Speaker. And when you hear the saying, Canada is back, well, that's exactly what the Prime Minister said. And so the Prime Minister said this: Canada must stop arms sales to regimes that flout democracy, such as Saudi Arabia. He said that in the London Free Press. But hence, not only do we get a continuation of the Conservative policies of basically duck and weave any accountability about this, we get an enhanced flavor from him trying to say, oh, Canada's back, but that means something different. But, oh, by the way, we're going to continue the policy. So Canada is back doing the same things it has done before. And this is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. But people need to understand is all we're calling for is a parliamentary committee to be able to examine that. And that's important, Mr. Speaker, because then we will have the workers, we will have the businesses, we will have the traders, we will have the other domestic and international procurement people come to committee. And what is important, Mr. Speaker, is the fact when they come to a committee, their testimony has to be accurate, cannot be a lie, or they purge. And if they purge, there are significant contributions. And one of the things I argued about when I was on City Council back in the day, Mr. Speaker, was that why were we continuing to do business with people that actually had bad records or criminal records or things that were well known? And I'm not saying that's the case for this situation, but what we're doing is we're finding about the records. So if we find out that arms sales to Canada were directly or indirectly leading to another destination, then we would then have some accountability and some questioning and maybe some best practices that we can lead in the world. Right now, we are ramping up arms sales in the Middle East right now. Given the state of the Middle East, wouldn't it at least make sense to take a pause? Wouldn't it at least make sense, given the horrific scenes that we've seen day in and day out, given the sense that we have decades of conflict that is including civilians, children, and a cycle of violence they are born in, and then we have to deal with the consequences back here when they come for freedom, safety, and democracy. Wouldn't it make sense that Parliament does its job? Parliament should do its job. And for anybody else to say different is avoiding and abdicating responsibility and basically turning a blind eye, which is often, Mr. Speaker, a worse situation than them that just turn their backs because you're leading people in and you're just massaging the situation and growing the problem, and it's passive-aggressive behavior. It's time, Mr. Speaker, we fix this. This motion does just that. Accountability for Canadians and the weaponization of the world.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member can enlighten the House in terms of during the last federal election, the leader of the New Democratic Party made it very, very clear. He indicated that multi-billion-dollar contract that goes over a number of years was something in which the New Democratic Party would support. Now, during that era of time, can the member indicate to the House whether or not was a part of that commitment? Did it include also having a special committee, the special committee that the member is talking about? And if the answer to that is no, can he please indicate to the House why it is that the NDP refused to have any confidence in the standing committees that we currently have, one of which, the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs, is already committed to doing a report on the issue in which we have been debating today?
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting to hear that we cannot improve Parliament and bring up situations that are new going back. And so if we do that, Mr. Speaker, let's apply that logic. Then I would say to the Parliamentary Secretary, because he does represent the Prime Minister, to please, in multiple exchanges that he will continue to have in this House for today and several other days and months to come, his Prime Minister said Canada must stop arms sales to regimes that flout democracy, such as Saudi Arabia. So perhaps that time can be done. That would be a better explanation, aside from me saying that when the times change, we need to change. And the bombing, the destruction, the women and children that are involved has gotten even worse. I'm not putting my head in the sand and bearing this. It's about time that member did the same.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thought we might hear a bit about the relationship between this motion and sports betting. But I'll ask my question in a bit of a different direction then. We agree with the member about the importance of having a parliamentary committee study this issue. And we supported at committee the creation of a subcommittee on this. But I'm curious for his thoughts on why this motion doesn't direct the Foreign Affairs Committee to study this or to create its own subcommittee. Because surely there has to be a limit on the number of standing committees we have in this House. But at the same time, this is something that could and should be studied within the context of the Foreign Affairs Committee.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's unfortunate that this member tried to make light about my bill on sports betting, and I'll leave it at that.
Questions and comments?
Women and children are affected by this legislation, and these little jokes about the situation are not helpful to the debate, and they certainly apply directly to the matter in this House.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh, a short question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if he could expand a little bit on how this issue of human rights does deserve to have its own committee so that it can adequately address the weaponization he referred to in his speech.
Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question, and I think what it can do as well, Mr. Speaker, is it can add value-added content to other types of human rights issues that we have. They're connected in different ways. Some are intended when arms manufacturing is sold to knowing organizations and countries that have nefarious practices. Some inadvertently come into effect by later regime change and other types of activity that the weapons may find a home or a second or third use in. I think this committee could really add some substantial value, and as the United Kingdom looks at this, another Commonwealth partner, that we could actually set a best practices about selling arms manufactured weapons from Canada, their use, and their continual use in the world.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to participate in this debate. I'll be splitting my time with a member from Laurentides-Labelle. I'm pleased to rise and participate, and I want to thank the member from Laurier-Sainte Marie for her motion. In another life, she and I were co-conspirators on a number of issues, most particularly with respect to corporate social responsibility. However, I regret to say that I won't be able to support the motion for a very simple reason, Mr. Speaker, is that it appears that we're going to amend the law first and then find out about the evidence second. It seems to me that we should at least go through the business of finding out the evidence first, and then if the law needs to be amended, then we should amend it after we've heard the evidence. But it does give me an opportunity to talk about the Canadian defence industry. Government of Canada is committed to working with the industry to strengthen it, both for economic and military purposes. A stronger defence industry builds a stronger economy. A stronger defence industry builds a stronger military. And a stronger military builds a stronger Canada. Mr. Speaker, this government has demonstrated its commitment to providing the Canadian Armed Forces with the equipment they need to take on the important tasks that we assign to them. And this is a particular aspect of the minister's mandate letter, which says to ensure that the Canadian Armed Forces have the equipment they need. Because if there's one thing that we can all agree on today, it's the fact that we ask a lot of our servicemen and women. We expect them to defend Canada, we expect them to defend North America, and then we expect them to take on international peace and stability tasks abroad, often with partners and allies within the context of international coalitions, such as the one that's operating in Iraq today. Highly dangerous missions, Mr. Speaker. In fact, at this very moment, there are literally thousands of Canadian Armed Force members deployed abroad. And in order to do this, they must be well equipped. And Mr. Speaker, may I say that if they're going to be well equipped, it'd be preferable that they be equipped with Canadian equipment. That's why military procurement in Canada aims to achieve three broad objectives: timely delivery, fair and transparent procurement processes, and economic benefits to Canada. In order to be able to achieve those three goals, we have to have a defence industry if there is to be economic benefits. In the business of procurement, Mr. Speaker, one of the things is obviously economic benefits. Well, if we have no defence industry, we're very hard-pressed to get economic benefits that would come out of any procurement. The Department of National Defence defines the requirements, Public Services sets the procurement strategy, and Innovation, Science and Economic Development administers the industrial and technological benefits policy. Each year, defence procurement represents a significant area of federal expenditure. For example, Mr. Speaker, in your riding of Halifax West, there is direct expenditures of $116 million in your riding and your riding alone. And just applying a multiplier of 1, that means something north of $250 million gets spent by the Defense Department each and every year in your riding. In the order of 1,800, almost 2,000 employees are postal coded, if you will, in your riding alone, Mr. Speaker. And I just knew that would get your attention. Defence procurement also represents a significant portion of public services. And in this particular instance, $6.2 billion, constituting 42% of the government's procurement on average over the last 10 years. The Department of National Defence, contracting under authorities delegated by Public Services and Procurement Canada to D&D, accounted for an additional $700 million. The vast majority of D&D projects are completed successfully without any issues. Still, over the last year, we've looked at defence procurement to identify where improvements can be made. We're now taking actions to complete those changes. We're improving procurement capability by hiring and enhancing professional capabilities. We are drawing lessons from our allies, particularly Australia and the United States, where the governments have been working closely with industry to make in-service support more efficient. And we are streamlining internal approval processes in order to cut approval times in half. I'm confident that these measures will help improve our procurement and make it easier for our men and women in uniform to get the equipment they need in a timely manner. All of this is to say, Mr. Speaker, that the success of Canada's defence industry is critical to the success of our military. Their products, their innovation and creativity leads ultimately to highly effective tools and greater protection for Canadians in uniform. This is a critical relationship and one that we want to continue to build on. But beyond the benefits to our military, Mr. Speaker, there's another important reason to keep our defence industry strong, and that is, of course, the Canadians that they employ. For instance, Canadian Association of Defence and Security Contractors says the sector employs 63,000 Canadians and generates $10 billion in annual revenue, roughly 60% coming from exports. For instance, Mr. Speaker, the direct spending in the riding of London North Centre, which abuts London Fanshawe, is $375 million. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that might cause some jealousy in your mind, but nevertheless, even on a multiplier again of 1, that's $750 million being spent by defence in one riding and one riding alone. Defence industry jobs are skilled jobs, and in fact they pay quite a bit higher on an average than most industrial jobs, and the products they produce are in high demand. As technology advances, as the battlefield becomes more complex, more dependent on information technology, the equipment needed by our men and women in uniform grows ever more sophisticated. And the research and development these companies undertake will drive even more innovation, even more Canadian expertise. This is how Christian Ciafarni, President of the Canadian Association of Defence and Security Industries, put it in an opinion piece just this week. Defence procurement and defence research and development can be powerful instruments in the innovation policy arsenal and can help foster new as well as strengthen existing clusters. This can lead to commercial applications that have enormous long-term benefits for a country's productivity and competitiveness. And Mr. Speaker, I know you have copious free time for reading, and may I suggest in your copious free time that you read Israel, the Startup Nation. And it is an interesting, exactly. It's an interesting intersection of how the government of Israel uses their defense capabilities to innovate. Those innovations in turn lead to significant commercial applications. Those significant commercial applications lead to wealth generation for that nation. Canadian defense companies are technology firms. They're innovators in areas such as radar satellites, RadarSat-2, and the forthcoming RadarSat Constellation mission. Canadian companies are truly world-class, and their work is highly dependent on our own military. It's harder and more complex for Canadian firms to market their products abroad, and it just doesn't make sense, Mr. Speaker. This is not a motion that we can support. The government is committed to working with the defence industry. The government is committed to supporting this important sector as it seeks markets to support high-paying, high-skilled jobs. At the present time, Mr. Speaker, we are leading a multinational NATO task force in Latvia, potentially contributing to peace support operations in Africa, fighting the fight in Iraq against Daesh, and doing daily operations both here and in North America. We support the great work they do. The stronger industry builds a stronger military, a stronger economy, and builds a stronger Canada. I think that, Mr. Speaker, that's something that we can all agree on. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member, l'honourable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it unfortunate that today's debate too often departs from the subject we're supposed to be debating. We're not here to question the fact that the Canadian Army's military procurement, or that of its allies, would be done by Canadian companies. We're not here to talk about how sad we are that Canadian arm exports have essentially doubled in the last 10 years. Rather, what is concerning is that Canada used to export arms principally to NATO member countries. But in the last 10 years, under the aegis of the Conservatives, that trend has changed. Now, we export to many countries whose human rights records are concerning. Canada is currently the second largest arms exporter to the Middle East. If current export controls measures were effective, we wouldn't be debating this motion today. But clearly, those controls are not sufficient. So my question for the member is as follows. Would he not agree that part of the work that we have to do as MPs involves scrutinizing the government's activities, and this includes the sale of Canadian arms? Does the member not support greater transparency when it comes to this subject?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
I'd agree with the honourable member that the role of MPs is, in fact, to scrutinise government activities and spending, Mr. Speaker. However, before I would amend any legislation to that effect, and particularly create up another committee, I'd at least like to establish the evidence that would support such an amendment to the legislation. And as to the original preamble in her question, I just point out to the honourable member that there are 5 of the largest countries with whom we trade in defence procurements: United Kingdom, Germany, Australia, Hong Kong, and the U.S. The only country that, and I'm sure the honourable member and I would actually agree on this, the only country that's actually a bit problematic in that whole list is Saudi Arabia.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member for his intervention today. This motion is the latest in a series of repeated attempts by the NDP to actively undermine Canada's defence industry and the 70,000 well-paying jobs that we have in manufacturing in Canada that include over 1,000 in my home riding of Guelph. In the coming months, we'll be discussing legislation around the Arms Trade Treaty, as we promised during the election campaign. I'm wondering whether the Honourable Member, the Parliamentary Secretary, could expand on the redundancy of this motion.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is absolutely correct that we have a bit of a cart before the horse problem here, that we actually haven't gone through the necessary hard work slogging process of determining what would be appropriate amendments to the panoply of legislation that applies to exports of various forms of armaments. So until we go through that hard, slogging, conflicting, morally ambiguous sometimes work, then I would suggest that the honourable member is absolutely correct that this is, if not a premature motion, it's certainly an unnecessary one.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. Certainly, I agree with some of the things that he said. I guess what I'm trying to understand is we're not going to be supporting the call for a separate standing committee on this issue. But Liberals at the Foreign Affairs Committee voted against having a subcommittee to study the arms control issue. And contrary to what we've heard from some Liberal members, there currently isn't a study imminently scheduled on this issue at the Foreign Affairs Committee. We're not going to go out and assume that there's a big problem here, but wouldn't it make sense, given some of the issues that have been raised and certainly the importance of this area, for there to be a study at the existing committee or at some subcommittee thereof to develop some clarity around what's happening in this situation, especially whether or not some of the rules that have been in place for a while are being effectively enforced in these cases?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm in no position to comment on how a committee conducts its own affairs, and not being there, it would not be appropriate for me to comment as to whether they're prepared to do a study or not do a study. But I do take note of the fact that the government has agreed to accede to the Arms Trade Treaty, And because it is a treaty and because the government must necessarily put it on the floor of the House in order to have it ratified, that will be probably the first window, and probably a very large window of opportunity to debate the very issues that are on the subject matter today.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. La députée de Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this important subject. It's encouraging to notice that members of the House share our government's interest and the interest of all Canadians in maintaining high standards for peace, security, and human rights. One of Canada's foreign policy priorities is maintaining peace and security. In this context, Canada has one of the most rigorous arms export control systems in the world. It's consistent with that of its allies and its security partners. The Government of Canada aims to ensure that Canada's exports do not harm peace, security, or stability in any region of the world or within any country. All exports of merchandise and technology, including military equipment, are carefully reviewed in order to ensure that they're consistent with these objectives and with the principles of foreign policy, such as the protection of human rights. Our government cares about the transparency of Canada's arms exports, including that of military equipment. As the Foreign Affairs Minister said earlier this year, the government is taking measures to this effect in various areas. There is a UN treaty for arms trade, and it aims to deal with non-regulated arms and in establishing international standards for their export. We will make all necessary amendments to our laws and regulations in order to ensure that we are respecting all of the treaty's obligations. It's important to recognize that Canada has already met nearly all of its obligations. However, there is still some work to be done. That said, I'd like to mention that the treaty was designed to involve other countries that also have similar standards as Canada. The criteria that we are currently using to evaluate arms exports, which were implemented, are respected. We also have a clear policy about the way risks are evaluated. This is laid out in the treaty and will be applied when it comes to arms exports. Canada will also be implementing controls on companies which facilitate arms transfers to third-party countries. This is a new regulatory area for Canada. We will be consulting industry and NGOs in order to find the best way of respecting this obligation. We will be presenting legislative measures aiming to help us adopt the necessary changes so that all of our laws and regulations are in respect of this treaty as of 2017. Mr. Speaker, we will also be making changes aiming to improve transparency, particularly by communicating or by giving Canadians more information about the export of military and strategic equipment. Annual reports about the way in which export permits are managed, and the annual report on the export of military equipment will provide better transparency and more information. It will be tabled in Parliament in due time, sometime after next year. It's important to mention that on June 17th of this year, when the arms treaty was tabled in Parliament, the government also tabled 4 reports about arms export controls. These were reports from 2014 and 2015 concerning the export of military and technological equipment from Canada, and also annual reports from 2014 and 2015 about the application of the law concerning export permits. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs confirmed, this report will be tabled at a set date, which will be laid out in the law. Canadians will be able to expect this report to be tabled no later than May 31st of each year. Pursuant to established practices, this report will be available online as soon as the report has been tabled in the House to allow all Canadians to properly understand the arms export system.
We have already added a number of elements and improved the report. These were tabled in the House in June. The improvements brought to date are designed to make the content easier to understand, to provide additional information and data on the number of strategic and other exportation licenses to the countries in question. In order to make the data clear and more explicit and to provide a clearer backlog, to eliminate jargon, and to eliminate the need for comparison with other reports. The government has also made the decision-making process more explicit in these reports, including the necessity for accounting for the number of requests and applications that were rejected for administrative or other reasons. Mr. Speaker, a number of significant improvements have been made to previous reports, but we intend to do more. We're holding consultations with NGOs and the industry in order to determine how we can make the reports more informative, transparent, and easier to understand by Canadians. Our goal is to provide facts, context, and additional explanations in order to make the reports clearer and more useful to everyone. Even though we expect to do as much as possible to provide the maximum amount of information we can transparently, we still have to make sure we don't damage Canada's commercial interests or have repercussions on the competitiveness and the livelihood of Canadians working in this very large industry. Mr. Speaker, we are persuaded that we can find a right balance, a good balance between protecting the commercial interests of Canada and protecting the transparency and effectiveness of the arms exports control process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, this NDP Opposition Day is extremely important. The motion before us is also extremely important. The controversy that we're seeing now that involves the Liberal government, because we have learned, among other things, that we've had testimony on torture recently, and with the sale of light armored vehicles to Saudi Arabia, and let's not forget that's a country where Raif Badawi, a Canadian citizen, is still imprisoned. His wife is in Sherbrooke, and my colleague, the member for Sherbrooke, has been working very hard on this and knows the issue well. There are rules. We shouldn't be selling weapons to countries that don't respect human rights. So how can we be selling arms to Saudi Arabia when we're trying to get a Canadian citizen released? He has been imprisoned for holding a political opinion. So he's in jail because of his view. This needs to be dealt with urgently, and we need the committee urgently. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Lebel. I don't understand how a new committee, a redundant committee that does exactly what existing committees do, will change anything. It simply adds to the bureaucracy of our parliamentary system without doing anything tangible.
L'honorable député, the honourable member.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, comme beaucoup de ceux que...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As many colleagues have done, our colleague did not speak to the motion that specifies human rights, manufacturing jobs in defence. No mention was made of these specifics, nor did he answer the question that our side and the NDP asked. Why are Liberal members on the Foreign Affairs Committee voting against the establishment of a subcommittee that would have studied this very question? Had that been done, this debate today would not have been necessary. The NDP's motion would not have been necessary, and a study on the issue would already have begun. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Lebel. Mr. Speaker, we are not in control of what committees do. Committees are masters of their own fate. Had there been that subcommittee, it would have been engaging in its own work, so I don't see how that would have changed anything.
Member for St. Boniface, Saint-Vital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the candidate, or representative, I should say, the Honourable Member for his very intelligent presentation. We know that the Canadian defence industry is a very important industry in our economy, and we know that our Liberal government has legislation to subscribe to an arms trade treaty. The arms trade treaty is in force. So why is this opposition motion necessary today? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Lebel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't believe that committees should or could study these. I just don't see how a new committee would change things when there is already a committee in place who can conduct these studies. We have 70,000 jobs in the defence sector, and it's important for us to do our homework and to see how the industry is used. But having two committees on a single subject isn't going to change how things are.
Time for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try and make this quick, but, you know, I'm trying to get my head around the disappointments that are happening in this chamber here today. Just heard one member extrapolate data to justify denying human rights. Now I hear another member just tell us that he's proud of his government's transparency. So I guess my quick question is, can you give us some details about the military permits that were just released for the military dictatorship of Thailand?
The Honourable Député de Laurentides.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Lebel.
But what I don't see is how this motion affects any of that with the existing committees already in place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise in the House today to speak on a very important motion by the NDP that could change a great many things in how we respect human rights and in how we are involved in ensuring that human rights are indeed respected across the world. But before I start my speech, I'd like to say that I will be sharing my time with a very excellent member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford. That said, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share the motion. The motion states that we do export weapons. There are arms exports abroad. Those exports have nearly doubled over the past decade, and that's a great deal. This is a very large industry, so we have to look at it. Canada is now the second largest exporter of arms to the Middle East. So we're not a small player. We are the second largest arms exporter to the Middle East after the United States. That's a lot. And not all countries in the Middle East are compliant with human rights, as we know. Canadians expect a high standard from the government when it comes to protecting human rights abroad. That's something we've talked about a number of times, Mr. Speaker. Problems have been raised, problems regarding torture abroad, and the use of information so obtained in Canada. There's also a ministerial consideration that enables us to examine the issue. It would be good to repeal the provisions that allow us to use information that has been obtained under torture. Canadians care a great deal about democracy and human rights. The motion also states that Canadians are concerned by arms sales to countries with a record of human rights abuses, including Saudi Arabia, Libya, and Sudan. Of course, through Parliament, there is a need for Canadians to oversee current and future arms sales. So who's going to oversee that? Who's going to provide that oversight? There's no organization or body in place at the moment that focuses solely on arms sales abroad. There is no such committee. And the Liberals believe that it would be redundant to create a committee of that kind, but there is no committee that is looking at arms sales abroad at the moment. So that's why we suggest that there be a committee to oversee arms sales abroad, since we are the second largest exporter of arms to the Middle East. We're second only to the United States. And there have been recent problems, as you know. We have the largest arms sales contract for sales to Saudi Arabia, and that's made a lot of people jump since it's Saudi Arabia. I spoke about Raif Badawi a few moments ago. I'd like to point out that my colleague, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke, has Mr. Badawi's wife in his riding. He was imprisoned for holding certain political opinions. He was whipped, lashed. We don't know what his state of health is at the moment. We're worried about him. And my colleague, the member for Sherbrooke, is doing everything he can to continue supporting the family and to ensure that Mr. Badawi is freed. This is not a country that has respect for human rights. When we found out that there was a large sale of light armored vehicles to Saudi Arabia, it appeared as if the minister was trying to throw sand to stamp out the fire, because all he said is that they're just Jeeps. But Jeeps with machine guns mounted on them, well, we don't often see them in downtown Drummondville. So they're not just Jeeps. They're more than just Jeeps. They are military vehicles. So we're not... We certainly shouldn't sell those vehicles lightly. We should be transparent about our transactions. The government, the Liberal government, said that it was being transparent. But as I said earlier, there is no committee at present that has all the information it needs to assess all the components and all the criteria that would make it possible for us to sell such items to countries like Saudi Arabia and ensure that human rights are being respected. We pushed and we pushed, and we asked the Liberals to provide the documents that would make it possible for us to see an assessment conducted on whether there were human rights abuses in Saudi Arabia or not. Because if sales are projected to a certain country, then the question is, has there been an assessment of how human rights are respected? The assessment was disclosed publicly by the Liberals, and when we saw the assessment, we said, hang on there. That doesn't work. We can't sell armored vehicles, light armored vehicles, to Saudi Arabia under these conditions. The evaluation clearly showed that human rights are not being respected. There are human rights abuses, and that the sales should not have been authorized. The export license should not have been granted. That leads to a number of questions that we are putting to our Liberal colleagues. How can they say that they're complying with the current Canadian guidelines on granting export licenses, given human rights abuses in Saudi Arabia. And given the risk that those light armored vehicles would be used to commit human rights abuses against either Saudi Arabian citizens or citizens of Yemen, as we see in the evaluation. Canada is in no position to guarantee how and when the Saudi Arabian government will use those vehicles. And does the government truly believe that it's... how can we believe such guarantees even if they were offered? My colleague across the way said that there would be no point in having a committee of the kind we're requesting because it would be redundant. But I will repeat what I said earlier. There is at present no committee that is focusing on arms sales abroad, export of arms sales. And yet, we have nearly doubled our arms exports in the last decade, and we are the second largest exporter of arms to the Middle East. Perhaps there are contracts being prepared with a military junta in Thailand. I haven't heard anybody answer that question. No answer to that question. So that's why we need the committee. My colleague will say, well, why should we have a committee of that sort here? There is no such committee anywhere. But that's not true. The United Kingdom has established a committee, a parliamentary committee, to oversee sales and exports of arms. That's been in place in the UK since 1989. And if it's pre-2000, that's a very, very long time, as my daughter would say. So the UK has had a committee of that kind for a very long time. So one can be set up. We can copy that because there is a very clear need given the scope and significance of arms exports to countries where human rights are a little dubious. So that means now the average citizen of Great Britain has much better access to data on arms exports in their countries. And if we had a committee of that kind here, Canadians would have similar information. Now, if we ask, are you entering into an arms sales treaty with a military junta like there is in Thailand, we don't get an answer. How can we sell arms to Saudi Arabia and ensure human rights are respected? We don't get an answer. That's why we need the committee in question, the committee we'd like to have, and that's why I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, who's doing such excellent work here and elsewhere, and that's why I'm very grateful that she has moved this motion.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for his contribution this afternoon. Canadians expect an export control system that is rigorous, transparent, and predictable. Plans are currently underway for ratifying the Arms Trade Treaty and subject to intensive consultation with NGOs and industry before introducing legislation this fall, at which time all parliamentarians will have the opportunity to scrutinize and review these plans. Does the honourable member really see short-circuiting the normal parliamentary process as a good thing?
La députée de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking at this note I have here, and it says that according to new reports, Saudi forces used tactical material made in Canada in raids against dissidents, which led to civilian deaths, primarily civilian deaths. Pieces of the arms in questions were found, and they were branded Made in Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very clear demonstration showing that, especially with the evaluation that we have been hearing about, makes the sale of these light armored vehicles to Saudi Arabia very difficult to explain, and means that we need more safeguards, such as the committee were requesting, that could look at the data, examine the data, and ensure that there is respect for human rights abuses and that we can maintain our reputation in that regard. Questions and comments?
Cynthia St. Bagot.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague said, the issue of arms exports goes beyond any mandate of existing House committees. From the start of the mandate of this government, they've said, no, we don't need any extra committees. But the issue we're studying here, in fact, overlaps several committees, be it international development, foreign affairs, industry, labor, and human rights. I would like my colleague to explain why we are in this situation. There's an expression, which means that if it's everybody's business, it's nobody's business. The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot for her question. She does outstanding work. We work together and travel together on the Agriculture Committee, and I know how devoted she is to her constituents, and I'm very pleased to have her as a colleague. What she's talking about is basically what we are talking about here, the sale of arms to another country. And the situation has changed over the last 10 years. In the past, we mostly sold weapons to NATO countries, but now, under Stephen Harper's Conservatives, weapons were increasingly sold to countries with abysmal human rights records. So we asked the Liberals, and I will repeat the question, will we receive confirmation or not that the Foreign Affairs Department issued an export license for Thailand, a country controlled by a military junta. And if that's the case, this would be completely unacceptable. And this shows how important it is that we strike the committee we're talking about now, since we're a country selling weapons to other countries and increasingly to Middle Eastern countries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to start my speech off by thanking the member for Laurier St. Marie for her incredible work on this issue and for bringing this issue today in today's motion as part of our Opposition Day. This motion, I think, comes at a very important and crucial time for Canada because over the last number of years we have seen some cracks appearing in the government's narrative that all is well and all is under control with our arms exports. And, you know, just to be clear, I want to read out the first four main points of the motion so that the constituents of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, and indeed all Canadians can be clear what this motion is all about. Number one, it states that Canadian arms exports have nearly doubled over the past decade and that Canada is now the second largest exporter of arms to Middle East. That's a fact. Two, Canadians expect a high standard from their government when it comes to protecting human rights abroad. That is a fact. And number three, Canadians are concerned by arms sales to countries with a record of human rights abuses, including Saudi Arabia, Libya, and Sudan. And number four, there is a need for Canadians, through Parliament, to oversee current and future arms sales. And I'm most troubled, Mr. Speaker, because we have now heard from the Liberal government indicating they're not going to be supporting this motion. So they are basically against parliamentary oversight. They're against more accountability. They are not putting their money where their mouth is. And so it's a lot more talk from the Liberal side, no real action on this front, and it's a very real disappointment. And I'm going to enjoy bringing this to light time and time again as we approach 2019. We're going to have a whole textbook full of examples of the Liberals saying one thing and doing another. I think that every Canadian has a right to know what the government is doing with respect to business of arms deals. I don't believe they should be secret. You know, Canada is selling arms to countries with terrible human rights. And I want to be clear, like, this is not a normal export, and this is not about whether you support the defense industry or not. I mean, we're not saying that we should be stopping our arms exports. We simply want to know, are those arms going to countries that have a very real accountability mechanism, and can we track those arms after they've been sold to the country? Because, you know, after that it seems to be a big black hole. And they're not normal exports, Mr. Speaker. They are designed with one purpose in mind. They are military-grade weapons and hardware, and they are, let's be frank, they are designed to kill other people or put down unrest or enhance security. They are not normal exports, and for that reason alone, we need to have more controls over how they're being used. The Parliamentary Committee, the oversight that we need to establish for arms exports, it's not unprecedented change. Indeed, we've had a few members in the NDP raise this, that the United Kingdom, which is one of the biggest arms exporters in the world, they have a parliamentary oversight committee that was set up many years ago. And so the arguments that somehow by the NDP advocating for this committee that we are somehow going against our own defense industry, would you use that same argument against the British, saying that, well, they are against their own arms because they simply want to have more accountability and oversight? It does not make sense, Mr. Speaker. We need to have the tools to look at exactly how this export regime is working. The British committee gets to examine all aspects of arms deals, from licensing and even including it in broader policy issues. I think that because of the history of the government not being very forthcoming in information like that, we have to go back to the fact that the government is ultimately accountable to Parliament, and of course the appropriate ministers do have to stand in this House and explain themselves, but often that comes you know, with a lot of effort on the opposition side, and of course if the government is lucky enough to hold a majority in this House, they can dictate quite easily one way or another how they release that information. The other thing I want to say is that, you know, polling among Canadians shows that people are against selling weapons and negotiating arms deals to countries that are serial human rights abusers. And I think if we had this committee, we could be doing what the UK is doing right now and review particularly the exports to Saudi Arabia and the evidence of that our military-grade weaponry and hardware is being used in Yemen and also to put down political dissent. The fact that our exports have gone up so much to the Middle East, which is frankly a powder keg right now, there are so many conflicts going on there, I don't see why the Liberal government would be against this type of oversight. You know, back in the day when we used to sell mostly to our fellow NATO allies, those are countries that we can do business with, absolutely. But when it comes to ones with questionable human rights, that's the one where we need to have far more oversight. The reason for a new committee that is going to specifically look at arms exports, and I think this needs to be, like, you know, clearly explained for the government side, it's because arms exports don't fit into any one simple category. You can, for example, arms exports could rightfully be brought up at the Standing Committee on International Trade, on defense, on foreign affairs. It could go to labor and human rights. They all have stakes in this one issue. And so I really think it's prudent that we set up just one committee so we can look at all of those multifaceted issues. You know, Saudi Arabia has been mentioned a lot in this debate. It is the world's second largest buyer of military equipment from our country. You know, we've been told by the Conservatives and now the Liberals that Canada has strong export rules and that we are supposed to prohibit sales to countries whose governments have a persistent record of serious violations of human rights of their citizens, unless it can be demonstrated that there's no reasonable risk that the goods might be used against the civilian population. I would submit to this House that is certainly not the case with Saudi Arabia. We've also heard questions from my honourable friends on this side that there's a lot of secrecy about the arms deal that was done with the military government in place in Thailand. And of course, Thailand has been experiencing an amount of unrest. And he also, the other thing too is this summer Canadians were treated to the news story that the government has actually weakened its arms export policy. We don't control or track the use of arms exports overseas, so there's no way of telling how they're being used. I appreciate that we are going to eventually sign on to the Arms Trade Treaty, but we still don't have a timeline. And of course, we've heard from officials from Global Affairs Canada who have suggested that the expected treaty will not raise the current standards for Canadian arms exports. One of the companies in question, Mr. Speaker, we've heard about the Strike Group in the news and how some of their machinery ended up going to Sudan. So that's the problem with these large arms companies. When they have bases of operation in many different countries, they might have a base in Canada, but if for example, like the Strike Group has operations in the United Arab Emirates, it kind of muddies the water and becomes harder for us to track them down. And so having a committee whose sole purpose is to examine these issues, I think we need to focus with laser-like precision on this particular issue. And of course, the Strike Group in 2012 was that was the year that it was accused of violating international law by selling armored vehicles to Libya, and the UN has been involved in that and has brought that to light. Saudi Arabia has certainly a very big record of human rights abuses. We know that Canadian-made tactical equipment was used by Saudi forces in raids against dissidents. We have seen evidence of military gear with the Made in Canada stamp and so on. Seeing that I only have a minute left here, Mr. Speaker, I think what I will do is just sort of conclude and say that we do need to have this parliamentary oversight before our arms exports, before we are treated to more bad news. I don't think we can wait for the legislation for the Arms Trade Treaty to come forward. It's very much like the National Security Committee that's being proposed. We need to have a multi-party standing, having the ability to summon witnesses, really review some of our export rules, any treaties that are coming about, and just really, with laser-like focus, spend the time on that. So I'll conclude there, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the chance to stand in favor of this motion, and I certainly hope that some members will come to their senses and accede to it, because it really is in the best interest of our country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for London North Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully suggest to the Honourable Member that the International Trade Committee has the ability to look at these sorts of questions, that the Committee of Foreign Affairs has the opportunity to examine such questions, and in fact will be doing so in the coming weeks when it carries out its study of sanctions policy in Canada. And so that committee will be examining the sort of work that is being called for in the Opposition Day motion. There is no reason to create another committee, another level of bureaucracy to examine these sorts of questions and concerns, which are important, but can be done within the existing structure. I also hasten to add, Mr. Speaker, in my own city of London, Ontario, General Dynamics Land Systems, a very important firm, central to the defense sector in that city and across the country, in fact, does incredibly important work. The NDP seemed to support the workers and GDLS, but has since changed its position. I wonder if the Honourable Member is aware of the fact that since between 1980 and 2016, GDLS has been involved in producing vehicles that have been involved in 35 missions, and that includes 8 Chapter 6 related United Nations peacekeeping operations, 7 Chapter 7 sanctioned United Nations operations, and 4 NATO-related operations. In addition, 14 operations in support of domestic emergencies in this country, including flooding, Mr. Speaker. Can the NDP comment on that? Because the workers at GDLS want to know their thoughts.
Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, I'm more than happy to respond to those points. With respect, first of all, to the members' statements about the committee work, the Standing Committee on International Trade has so many files it has to look at. You look at the softwood lumber, our trade is so multifaceted. Yes, it might have a little bit of time to look at global arms and so on, but that's just going to be one study. This, because of the allegations of abuse in our global arms exports, we need a committee that looks at it as just one issue. With respect to the workers in the members' home riding, the NDP, of course, are always going to stand with workers. But I reckon that if he were to go and ask his workers, would you be comfortable with your exports going to a regime that is responsible for human rights abuses? No. We're proud to support those workers and the work that they do, but we need an oversight committee to make sure that our exports are going to proper countries. And I think the workers in his riding would agree. I hope he has the chance to ask them on that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have to say it's fascinating to hear my friend from the Liberal side suggest that a study on sanctions is the same as a study on the arms trade. They're, of course, two perhaps related but very, very distinct items. I want to ask my friend in the NDP about this issue of our relationship with Saudi Arabia. Of course, it's an extremely complex relationship. We should very much call out the very serious human rights abuses there at the same time as recognizing some of the strategic considerations insofar as there is a growing threat from Iran to international peace and security everywhere, and especially in the Middle East. And Saudi Arabia is sort of a counterweight in many ways to Iran. So there's this tension there between this long-term concern about containing the influence of Iran in the region, but also recognizing some of the real issues of human rights in Saudi Arabia. Where does that leave us in terms of how we should relate to Saudi Arabia? I'd be curious for the members' thoughts on that.
Honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, I really appreciate the question because I think his question really goes to the crux of the issue here. Saudi Arabia and Iran, of course, are two opposite ends of the poles in the Middle East, and both are competing for influence. But we should not forget that while Iran is trying to further its influence in the region, Saudi Arabia is too, and through some means that that ordinary Canadians may not be so proud of. I think with the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East, the fact that there are so many conflicts, I just don't see the rationale behind exporting more arms to a country that are just going to keep on inflaming the fights that are going on there. At the very least, we should have an oversight committee so it can study these issues in depth and really focus with that laser-like precision on our exports to Saudi Arabia, because I think if we saw the witness testimony in that, a lot of Canadians would be quite illuminated as to how our country is really doing business in the region. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to let you know that I will be dividing my time with the member from Calgary Shepherd. Now, every morning from coast to coast, Canadians leave their homes, get up, go to work, and in fact, more than 63,000 of those Canadians are employed in high-value jobs in the defence industry. It's an industry that has historically served a great purpose in helping keep the world safe. In World War II, for example, Canada was known as the arsenal of democracy. Canadian defence industry production was pivotal in furthering the war effort, and it also amounted to almost $10 billion in the production of necessary military arms and equipment. But the price tag isn't really important. It's that role that it played. Now, during that time, the Canadian industry was able to build more than 800,000 military transport vehicles, 50,000 tanks, 400,000 field, naval, and anti-aircraft guns, 1.7 million small arms, and, of course, much, much more. But more importantly, those defense industries kept the world safe from a tyranny of a type never before seen. Now, I know my friends in the NDP think that those engaged in the defense industry are engaged in some kind of dirty business, and they actually do believe it. They talk about dirty arms traders. They don't want to see any arms trade at all. That is how they regard it, as a dirty and shameful business. I respectfully disagree. I believe it is a noble effort. And in World War II, we saw that We saw those industries rise to meet the existential challenge that our civilization faced. And notably, there were other surprising effects. Women, by the tens of thousands, entered the workforce through these very defense industries. The social change that resulted, despite the unfortunate nature of the impetus for it, was an advance for women and for society. And the products produced by those women and in the Canadian defense industries helped to keep Canada safe and helped to protect the world, helped to make the world free in a very dangerous context. Now, while the need for military defense was clearly greater at that time, today our defense industry continues to serve a similar and very important role. And it also performs an important role in our economy and in the global economy. The continued existence of the defense industry means that we're doing our part to keep our country safe and secure, and should be able to, God forbid it be needed, we should be able to ramp up that production to meet any future requirements in what is an uncertain and increasingly dangerous global environment. It will ensure that Canada can rise to the occasion to do its part. Should we wipe out that industry, which I would argue is one of the logical outcomes of the motion before you today, Canada won't be able to do its part. So no, I don't believe, as many in the NDP do, that defense industries are a dirty business. I think they're doing important and, in fact, patriotic work. The companies that make up the Canadian defense industrial base and the types of jobs which they offer are the kind of jobs Canada needs, the type of jobs governments should value in today's highly competitive global economy. The salaries of Canadians in this industry are 60% higher than the average Canadian industrial wage, and the industry contributes $6.7 billion annually to Canada's gross domestic product. This industry serves as a vital and innovative part of Canadian manufacturing, and in fact, over time we know that some of the greatest innovations in technology, some of the greatest advances have come out of military imperatives and out of defense development. Now, out of the $10 billion in revenues the defense industry generates annually, approximately 60% of the industry's total revenue is generated through exports. The majority of the industry depends on exports. Without those exports, as I said, the industry simply would not be able to survive. Typically, national governments are the purchasers of Canadian defense equipment, and the unique conditions under which this industry operates result in a circumstance where you have to have confidential agreements with other governments. It's a government-to-government relationship in the end, and reflecting the special nature of those sales for both sides is the fact that purchases are generally made through the Canada Commercial Corporation. It's a Crown corporation, and of course, this is, by definition, a question of governments that regard these purchases as important strategic and tactical decisions. So in those circumstances, I pose some common sense questions. If you were looking to purchase important assets for the defense of your country, how much would you want to expose that to the open scrutiny which your potential enemies could see? Would you want them to know and understand the technical capabilities of equipment that you were acquiring? If you were seeking customization of your equipment to meet your particular needs, would you want those details potentially exposed to your enemies? And I can assure you that in most cases, it is customization that is exactly what the customers are looking for to meet their particular national needs. So what is the common sense answer to these questions? Well, it's pretty clear. If we create a process, as this motion seeks, that risks the national security of the potential customers, they will simply go elsewhere. The agreement for the light armoured vehicles, the LAVs, from General Dynamics in London, that alone will bring $15 billion into the Canadian economy over the next 14 years. It will help employ 3,000 people in London, Ontario. But the thing to consider above all else is that if they didn't buy those LAVs from us, it would then simply just have gone somewhere else. There were others offering to sell those LAVs. There's a lot of competition out there. It's from suppliers who don't have a process that jeopardizes the security interests of prospective purchasers. More than 10,000 people are currently employed in the sector in London, Ontario, and any measures that could drive down exports would be devastating for the local economy and for that entire industrial cluster. The international marketplace, as I said, is a highly competitive environment for military sales. Winning contracts requires a first-rate product, and it also requires a certainty of process. And this is especially so when one considers how and the fashion in which so many governments actually support foreign military sales. Now, if one were to then insert a parliamentary committee into that process, it would simply put an end to most exports for exactly the reasons I said. Countries will simply not be interested in subjecting themselves to the security and tactical risks involved. We know that in the case of the LAV sale, for example, it is exactly the capabilities of those vehicles that have been raised as one of the objections. And people want to know what those capabilities are. Well, the customers naturally don't want to expose capabilities to enemies because that will make them vulnerable. So if you then put that into a public context, into a public committee where those things were aired, it would not only negatively affect the industry's ability to negotiate deals with other governments, it would in fact wipe it out. It would lead to the loss of thousands of jobs. So what the NDP are proposing today in this motion will undoubtedly not just have a negative impact on Canada's economy and put the defence industry at risk, it would likely wipe out the bulk of that defence industry. But that doesn't bother them because, of course, they know this will happen. It doesn't bother them at all because that has actually been the overall goal of the NDP, to shut down that defence industry. They do regard it as a shameful and a dirty business. They talk about the arms trade sneeringly, disregarding, I think, its noble history and the noble objectives of it in the future and currently. So seeing the end of that very industry would be a satisfactory outcome to many in the NDP. That's the real purpose of this committee, shutting down that industry that they regard as an undesirable one that they don't want to see Canada having. They know that the industry relies on those confidentiality agreements. They know the necessity of tactical information being kept secure, of capabilities of equipment being kept secure. And they know that if you then exposed all those things in a parliamentary committee, that would undermine the confidentiality. I spent some time as Trade Minister and had the opportunity to work in that capacity with our Canada Commercial Corporation. And I know that we do have the utmost controls and protections both at that level and, of course, at the export control level. Governments have that ability to determine whether a particular sale makes sense, is in Canada's interests, has regard for human rights, has regard for our national security. All those things we can protect. But the fashion in which one seeks to protect it is important. And if one does it through a process that guarantees the loss of all those sales, that puts at risk the national security of our customers, you know you will have no customers. And that means that once again, through another NDP policy initiative, if it were embraced, it will result in what happens with most NDP policy initiatives. First, when they see an industry that's successful, they say regulate it. This is an example. Once it's regulated to death, if it's still going, they say we got to tax it some more. And if it's still going after that, or once they finally tax it and regulate it enough to start getting it on its knees, then they say it's time to subsidize it. And we can expect that in the future if we do this. I say let those industries continue their good work. They do good work for Canada, for our national security, and we shouldn't cripple them and handicap them and cause the tens of thousands who work in very good jobs in those sector to lose those jobs.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's not that often I stand in my place following the member to extend a compliment, but I do appreciate how it is that the member across the way has actually highlighted what I think really does need to be emphasized. We do have a very strong industry, defense industry in our country. And, you know, we have a process already today that will allow for the type of study that the New Democrats are performing or suggesting in the motion that we're debating today. We call it the Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs. Within that grouping of members of Parliament, they have the ability to look at a wide variety of different issues, including this one. I understand, in fact, that one of the things that they're looking at is the subject of how it is that Canada can continue to play a strong role. We need to emphasize that our defense industry has provided, and I love the way the member made reference to previous involvements, that the industry has provided for a sense of strong national security, not only in Canada, but around the world in a very tangible way. My question very simply to the member is, does he not agree that the current standing committee is more than enough to be able to deal with the issue that is being proposed?
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, what I wouldn't agree with is that the standing committee as currently exists would be the same. I think the proposed committee would be dramatically different, and that's the risk with it. Because what it would do is it would tell prospective purchasers, you're going to be subject to a level of public scrutiny of what you're doing, of what the technical capabilities are of your equipment that's going to make you vulnerable. And that's the signal that you don't want to send. That's a signal that would cause you to lose all those sales. And as I said, you know, the New Democrats, I think, genuinely want to not see a defense industry in Canada. Or they might argue, we don't need to engage in exports. Exports in arms are a bad thing. Let's just serve our own market. Well, you know, it's a small country. When I listed those statistics, those sales, the manufactured goods in World War II, you know, when you're talking about 800,000 transport vehicles, 50,000 tanks, that supported a strong defense industry. We're not going to be building that in Canada now for Canada's needs. So if we're only building for Canada's needs, we're not going to be building enough to sustain an industry. 60% of our stuff goes into export. And so this motion, which would kill the export sector, would kill the entire industry in Canada and kill tens of thousands of jobs.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The goal of this motion is not to question military procurement, be it for the Canadian military or our NATO allies, by Canadian companies. If arms exports have increased, well, why not? The question is why. So the real issue is, why are we exporting to countries with questionable human rights records? That's the real question, and I don't think we should get too far off of that question. This debate is an important one because currently this issue overlaps with the work of a number of different committees. So it's important to have a dedicated committee to deal with this particular issue. My question for the member is as follows, and it's very simple. Would you not agree that part of the work that we do as MPs is to examine and scrutinize the government's activities, which includes the sale of Canadian arms? Very simply.
York Simcoe.
Well, I would put it to you simply in another fashion, and that is that if we are going to put the scrutiny, the best of intentions, the member started by saying the intention of this motion and this committee is. Well, one of the things that I think every one of us should do here as policymakers is say, what are the potential unintended effects? We all know what the intention is, but what are the potential unintended effects? And one of the things that I used to teach my students were every time you make a policy, when I was teaching at UTA, I would always say, every time you make a policy decision, think about the unintended effects. You all know what you want to do, but what are the things you're going to cause to happen that you don't want to do? If you tax windows, do you end up with houses with really tiny and small windows? That's what happened in Great Britain many, many years ago. You have to think about those unintended effects. And regardless of the good intentions that might be behind this motion, the actual effects would be to kill that industry by exposing it to an unacceptable level of risk to the national security of our customers. They simply won't come anymore. They will say, if that's part of the process, thank you very much. We'll buy our armored vehicles from France. See you later. We won't be any further ahead with human rights. We won't be any further ahead with engaging the countries. We won't be able to apply our own tests because we won't even be in the game, and in the process, we will have lost tens of thousands of jobs and billions of dollars of economic productivity, and families across this country will be much worse off.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to thank the member for York Simcoe for giving that great contribution to the debate, talking about the arms trade business and, you know, what its contributions basically to Canada, the jobs that it's created. And while that's important, I personally want to speak to the details what's in the motion. So from a more procedural perspective, I've been sitting here all morning and now in the afternoon listening to the Liberals and the New Democrats talk about the arms business, the arms trade treaty, human rights, completely avoiding actually talking about the contents of the motion, which is, should this House have another standing committee to discuss a specific issue that was actually dealt with already at the Foreign Affairs Committee, and to the everlasting shame of the Liberals, they actually voted down the creation of a subcommittee that would actually dealt with this issue. So we wouldn't have to be here for a whole day debating whether we should have a full standing committee to deal with it. And as I've done before, I have a Yiddish proverb I want to use, and it's good to poke the fire with somebody else's hands. And I think the New Democrats are poking the fire of the Liberals on this. Do we need another standing committee to deal with the arms trade treaty, to deal with the arms trade? I don't think so. I respect their position. I respect the fact they believe this is an important enough issue that it's worthy of having its own standing committee of the House to be dealt with. I just disagree with that intent, so I will be voting against the motion. But procedurally speaking, having another committee requiring that extra work to be put into it in terms of the staff time, the analysts, the translators, the clerks, all those people required to make a committee work and to make it function, I simply don't believe that it's necessary on this one. I think it could have been dealt with very, very easily by a subcommittee that could have started the study immediately. Now, I've heard from the Liberals saying that, eventually, someday in the future, perhaps, we'll take a look at this. The committee intends to look at it at some point. Why not start now with the subcommittee? Now, I don't know. I've asked the question several times now from different Liberal members. By happenstance, one of the members actually was a sitting member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. Why did they vote against it? I did not get an answer, unfortunately. So the policy question of whether the arms trade business is going on, what exactly are we doing, it's all worthy of discussion at a committee level, and whether there would be sufficient confidentiality, sufficient secrecy. They could hold all of their meetings in camera if they wanted to. They could hold them behind closed doors if there's an issue of confidentiality. We have the means to do it, to keep information secret. But again, I think being here is that the use of resources, the careful stewardship of the financial resources of this place, of Parliament, is important because it's taxed from the taxpayers of Canada. And I personally don't believe we need another standing committee. I believe we have already too many standing committees doing work that could be done in this chamber, debates that could happen in this chamber instead of at a committee level. So again, the question of workload, of taxing the analysts, like I said, the clerks, the translators, the scheduling involved in it, the different members be assigned to it. Perhaps they would even start traveling. I know that the Liberals are very fond of committees traveling to different parts of the country to see on the ground exactly what's going on, and maybe a little bit extra. But again, or maybe they'll travel to Saudi Arabia. A very good point. Maybe they'll travel to Saudi Arabia to see exactly how they do their arms trade business. I think, again, we heard from the member for Thornhill, and then we heard from the member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan, that the Liberals actually voted down the creation of a subcommittee that would have studied this. They would have studied this issue. They would have started immediately. And the great thing about subcommittees is they feed back into the committee level. So the committee could have decided at the end of the day what are the next steps? Is there a report they should write, or is there further steps the government should take, make recommendations to the government? That could have been done at that committee level. That is their duty. That is the area of responsibility assigned to them by this House. So it almost feels like something out of a Yes Minister episode. I feel like Sir Humphrey Appleby were quite proud from the obfuscation and the sideshow the Liberals have put on so far, talking about human rights and how important, the arms trade business is and how important all these jobs are. Good-paying, middle-class manufacturing jobs is something I have heard repeatedly over and over and over today. And I just think about this, about the complete denial. What about the pipeline jobs? What about oil and gas back home where I am? In Calgary, in Alberta. I never hear anybody on that side care about those jobs. There are people in my communities who right now, I go back, every community in my riding has a Facebook page where people put on things that they're selling. And so early on in the downturn, they were starting to sell, that spare car that they had, the Ski-Doo that they had. Maybe they were selling the RV that they had. And now I'm seeing pictures of people selling off their engagement rings because they can't make ends meet. I never hear anything about them. What about their good-paying, middle-class jobs in the oil and gas sector? Where are they on that issue? Where are they debating that? Where are they caring about those people? I never hear that. There's never a mention of Alberta energy worker. All here's, the stereotype. Bernard came here on Parliament Hill to plead the case of the energy workers in person. A guy actually works near Grand Prairie in the oil patch. He relies on that good-paying middle-class job, never hear anything about it. But when it comes to arms business, and I'll say this, my father was a defense contractor for 35 years, worked in this country, worked at the Sorel shipyards. He was a shipyard worker in Poland. When he came to Canada, he continued building ships for as long as he possibly could. When the Sorel shipyard was shut down, he became a defense contractor. And that was the field he worked in. So it's a business I know really well. It's a business that gave my dad a great middle-class job. So the Liberals are very defensive on this, but they're defensive for all the wrong reasons. They're defensive because they don't really have a record to defend on jobs, because they haven't really created any jobs. The matter is, before us, is whether to create another standing committee, and that's what we should be debating, is do we need another standing committee of the House to look at an issue? Like I've told the New Democrats I've talked to, and informally and in debate, I just don't believe that it's necessary. I do think that the Liberals made a mistake at the committee level, and they should have accepted the creation of a subcommittee. And that was the proper area to have it. That's where they should have had this policy issue debate. They could have called for witnesses. They could have called for specialists in the field to come to the committee to explain to them what to do, what type of human rights restrictions, what type of issues that should be studied further. So that could have been done, again, at the committee level. I also think that, there are several parts of the motion that I agree with, and that Conservatives in general have mentioned they agree with. The Canadians, I think, would agree to, is expect a high standard from the government that continues to protect the human rights abroad. And that's fine. I agree with that. There's lots of good wording in this motion. It's just the standing committee concept that I think is wholly unnecessary. And again, we support establishing and maintaining international standards that would prevent arms transfers, fueling conflicts, supporting organized crime, or worsening terrorism. I mean, these are all concepts that we in principle agree with. It's just the question is, what's the correct procedural way of doing it? Where should we be having the discussions? And I just think it's really unfortunate. This could have been avoided if they had Liberal members on that committee had just said yes to this subcommittee. We could have studied the study right then. Heck, any member here could have sent a letter then to the chair of that subcommittee and said, I think you should look at the following 3 issues, and then suggest the witnesses. I've done it before. I've sent letters to chairs of committees suggesting areas of study. I've done it. Sometimes I have constituents who email me or send me letters saying, I think this is a policy issue. I'm not a full member of a committee, but I'll still write to the committee chair saying, this constituent believes that this is an issue worthy of study. I'd like to take it under consideration. So those are all worthy, procedural, mechanical ways of doing the business of Parliament, of getting the ball rolling and getting studies undertaken. So again, it's been mentioned a few times before. There are end-user contracts, and it's something I have a little bit of familiarity with. Again, my father used to deal with defense contractors. Was a defense contractor himself, and it was one of those mechanical. We could have studied that. We could have actually said, well, are end-user contracts appropriate? Do they work? Do they function in all instances? Should they be beefed up? Should they be abandoned in favor of maybe another model or another mechanism to control how certain equipment is used by different countries, by our allies, by those who are maybe reselling them on a secondary market? So the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie is correct that there is a need for Canadians through Parliament to oversee current and future arms sales, but that is why the fact is that the Foreign Affairs Committee already has that power, like I mentioned, has the authority that's been mentioned to look at the issues. And Liberals have said that too, and that's a point I do agree with. But then the Liberals on that committee should have been the ones to say yes to the study and give it to a subcommittee of their members to look into it. I mean, that's where they could have done it. And I'm of the view, again, that establishing an entirely new committee, another one, and I sat on the Pay Equity Committee. I contributed to that debate. I had, fulsome discussions on it. I just don't think that a new committee devoted solely to a single specific issue is a wise use of the resources of Parliament of this place. So I think it's still unnecessary to have a single issue committee. I'd much rather see it dealt with a committee like Foreign Affairs with a subcommittee. I believe that's the best way to do it. I'll be voting against this motion just on the principle of just having a standing committee. I think it's amicable that they're trying to push this issue to get greater transparency on it. Mr. Speaker, I see my time has run out, and I will yield the chair.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I will repeat what I said earlier. The arms export mandate goes beyond the mandate of any existing committee in the House. It overlaps the mandates of many committees, including International Affairs, Industry, Labour and Human Rights. An in-depth study on those issues is very important. Here's my question to my colleague. His main argument is parliamentary resources. We know that the resources needed for the operation of a committee is people, clerks, analysts. What he suggests is establishing a subcommittee. My question is quite simple. Will the subcommittee operate without a clerk, without analysts? I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. All committees, naturally, even a subcommittee has a clerk. But we know that standing committees use many more resources in terms of time and money, organization, than a subcommittee. Subcommittees often had informal meetings where the clerk doesn't always need to be there, or analysts don't need to be there. Once again, I believe that the resources of Parliament would be better used than by establishing a new standing committee. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, one of the things that I've appreciated today is, at the very least, the Conservatives have recognized, as we have within the government, the importance of the defence industry as a whole. As many of those hard-working middle-class jobs, we're talking into the thousands. Close to 20,000 is a number that we often hear about, and that's more of the direct. We understand the importance of that industry. I was a bit baffled when the member made reference to the pipelines in the oil industry. I'm from the prairies, and I can assure members that not only we within the caucus, but our Prime Minister indeed has been fighting for that particular industry. In fact, in 10 years, the former Conservative government couldn't even get 1 inch of a pipeline to Tidewaters, and that is something that people on the prairies will not forget. But my question to the member is, the difference seems to be that the NDP want to have a special committee, and the Conservatives want to be able to have a subcommittee of the Foreign Affairs Committee. My question is, does the member not recognize that the Foreign Affairs Committee has within itself, it's already there, it's created, they've already said that they're going to study the issue? Does he not have confidence in his own members that they can actually deal with it at that level? Why not allow the Foreign Affairs Committee to actually deal with it as a full committee? And after the time they've had to do their consultations and so forth, if they then determine to put forward a recommendation for a subcommittee that would be more ongoing, then maybe consider it. Why doesn't the member have confidence in his own colleagues that sit on the Foreign Affairs Committee?
Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe there was a motion put forward at that committee to actually have a subcommittee created. Make sure to ask his colleagues why they voted against it. That matter was still there. And talking about jobs, what about Air Canada jobs? We saw a bill earlier in the previous session that will probably cost Air Canada jobs in Manitoba, in Winnipeg. Isn't that right? That's right. Probably cost them there. And when we speak about the Liberal record on jobs, what about the lack of business confidence that they're creating for people back in Alberta? Countless business people keep calling my office to tell me they're not sure if they're going to be staying open another 2, 4, or 6 months because they're not sure where this government is going. A $30 billion deficit, higher taxes coming down, higher payroll taxes coming down, and another thing, carbon taxes, new carbon tax. That's exactly what people in Alberta want. A provincial carbon tax, a federal carbon tax, higher payroll taxes, $30 billion of deficit, $100 billion within the first term of this government. Nothing. Nothing for Alberta energy workers except debt and bankruptcy, Mr. Speaker. They have nothing to speak for as a record on jobs. Good. Thank you.
Resuming debate, The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatanack-Aski.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin by noting that I will be splitting my time with my colleague from Esquimalt, Saanich Suk. First, I'm honoured to rise in this House to speak to our motion, calling for transparency from this government, a motion that is rooted in our deep concern and the deep concern of many Canadians when it comes to our country's arms exports. I would also like to thank my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Laurier-Sainte-Marie, for her work on this front and her broader work in terms of human rights. Mr. Speaker, we rise in this House every day to speak about issues of great importance. This issue before us is literally an issue related to an issue of life and death, and our role as a country on this front. While today's motion focuses on the need to strike a committee calling for greater transparency in terms of our arms exports, we in the NDP are proud to stand up against a regressive, warmongering agenda that we see continued by this government. First, for some background. As it stands today, Canada is now the second largest arms dealer in the Middle East. Saudi Arabia, Algeria, and China are among the top 10 destinations for Canadian military goods. This is according to the Department of Global Affairs report from 2015. We are, of course, aware of the fact that reports over the past year have also indicated that Canadian sales of military-related equipment have increased to countries with poor human rights records. Saudi Arabia, of course, we know, according to Freedom House, is known as one of the worst when it comes to human rights. We know that Canada signed a $15 billion deal for light armoured vehicles between Saudi Arabia and Canada's General Dynamics. This is the largest arms trade deal in Canadian history. We know with China, for example, our arms sales to that country have soared to $48 million. Reports have also indicated that Canadian-made weaponry have been used in the Saudi Arabia-led war in Yemen, where over 6,000 people have been killed, and one of the world's worst humanitarian situations continues to deteriorate. Cesar Jaramillo from Project Plowshares told us that Canadians should be worried. He talked about how Canada addressed the UN Security Council and highlighted the importance of protecting civilians in conflict zones. He noted that it is civilians who are often most at risk as a result of arms dealings, in particular to regions engulfed in conflict and notorious for their poor human rights records. And so Mr. Jaramillo, like many others from the not-for-profit sector and those that are interested in peace, have indicated that Canada's actions simply do not reflect the kind of rhetoric we've heard. Peggy Mason, who once served as Canada's United Nations Ambassador for Disarmament, said it's hard to justify Canadian weapons exports to any Mideast country. She noted that it has been a bedrock principle of Canadian export policy that Canadian arms exports would not contravene international law, including UN arms embargoes, and that would not contribute to undermining international peace and security. Once again, Mr. Speaker, the rhetoric of this government doesn't match its actions. Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't agree with this government's ramping up support of arms deals like the ones I've referred to. In fact, polls show that most Canadians disapprove of arms deals with human rights abusers. Now, it is true that the deal, like the Saudi arms deal, was signed under the previous government, but we know that this government has not changed its approach. So much for that slogan of real change. Mr. Speaker, there's no question, and we've seen it today in this House, that the discussion around arms exports involves a very important discussion of jobs. And this is a key point. It's a key point because Canadians are facing increasing levels of unemployment. Our unemployment rate has crept up to 7%. Our growth in terms of jobs is essentially flat. Compared to 12 months ago, the economy has added just 77,400 jobs. During this time, 35,700 full-time jobs have been lost, and those that have been added, 113,000, are part-time positions. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that the ongoing trend of full-time jobs being replaced by part-time employment is a cause for major concern amongst Canadians. Now, when we talk about unemployment, I don't have to look past my own home of northern Manitoba to see that grim reality. In addition to the many First Nations that experience extremely high rates of unemployment, we know just based on this summer that this has been a difficult time for our region in terms of jobs. The closure of the Port of Churchill, the announcement to close the mill in the Pas, the dismantling of the East Side Road Authority, the insecurity that surrounds our value-added jobs associated to mining. The reality of rising unemployment is grim. It's grim where I am, it's increasingly grim across the country, and it's particularly grim when you apply a generational lens. My generation, the millennial generation, is facing an increasingly difficult reality when it comes to jobs. In fact, the unemployment rate amongst young workers in Canada is double the national rate, over 13%. A growing number of young workers are in temporary work. Many are calling this an emerging crisis. I'm proud of our NDP initiative to hear from millennials on the rise of precarious work, the rise of contract work, the rise of temporary work, work that involves no benefits and no pension. And what I hear time and time again from young people across our country, from Halifax to Vancouver, from Whitehorse to Toronto, is that young people want to have access to good jobs. And so the question is, where is the federal government when it comes to that discussion of good jobs? My answer is, I'm not really sure. There's been no leadership when it comes to creating a robust, sustainable job creation strategy across our country. Instead, it's been a policy of inaction, misdirection, and frankly, the threat of future job loss. In regions like mine, the federal government is sitting by while people in industry after industry lose their jobs. In places like BC, we saw the federal government approve the Petronas LNG deal, where they're running roughshod over First Nations rights and failing to invest in the green economy and sustainable green jobs. All while at the same time, this government is looking to ratify the TPP, a trade deal that will further erode good jobs in our country to the tune of at least 35,000. Mr. Speaker, this is not the sign of a government that is looking out for Canadian workers and their jobs. And so to say that somehow that arms deals and arms exports is what's going to save us is simply not the case. Mr. Speaker, the second point is one of values. The Prime Minister and his government have made it clear that they want to turn a new page when it comes to values. Granted, we had 10 years of a government that practiced the worst kind of fear-based politics, a politics of division. So yes, many Canadians sought a positive, progressive vision in the last election. Many believed in the slogan of real change put forward by this government. And since that election, we've seen the Prime Minister speak of his feminism and the importance of a feminist approach. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, this government's support of such arms deals is neither real change or a reflection of feminist politics. It's not feminist to sell arms to countries that have appalling human rights records, to states that regularly abuse the rights of women. It's not feminist to sell arms to countries that execute people because they are gay or members of the LGBTQ community. Many women and men across Canada want to see this government live up to the values that they espouse. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, this government ran on a platform of bringing about transparency and accountability, and that is exactly what this motion aims to do. And in an area as important as manufacturing and the export of arms, this motion is critical. It's about doing what's right. It's about truly standing up for human rights and feminist politics. It's about standing up for a vision for good Canadian jobs. It's about standing up for good Canadian values. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have some. I listened to my colleague across the way, and there's two issues within this motion that I want to quickly address. One is the whole idea of the Saudi Arabia agreement. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, that during the last election, the NDP and the leader in particular had no problem whatsoever talking about the value of these jobs in which the current member seems to want to criticize. He, in fact, indicated in regards to the agreement, you don't cancel a commercial accord retroactively, it's just not done. You think he was strong, Mr. Speaker? The New Democratic member from London Fanshawe was even stronger. So yes, he is very aware, referring to their leader, and that's why he was clear in the debate that we should honor the contract. We don't renege on contracts. It's a signed contract, and we will honor that contract. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the member very specifically. Has the NDP changed its position with regards to Saudi Arabia? It seems that is the case. And while she's answering that question, if she could tell me, are there other standing committees that the NDP would like to create beyond this one?
The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it strikes me that the Liberal member across, along with many Liberal members, love to live in the past of the last federal election. And now if he had continued to read news that has come up based on this exact discussion, he would know that the NDP has been very clear, in fact, called for the suspension of that deal, the need to look into exactly how these arms are being used. Obviously, we've been made aware of very disturbing information. We've all been made aware of very disturbing information of the way in which these arms are being used in the conflict in Yemen. And I appreciate that the Liberals, can't always handle the facts and certainly like to use very positive-sounding rhetoric. But the fact of the matter is that this government is continuing the policies of the previous government when it comes to arms exports. This is something that increasingly Canadians find to be unacceptable. And what we're asking is for real leadership on something as fundamental as transparency.
Questions and comments. L'Honorable Député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
L'Honorable Député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech. I know that she cares deeply about this issue, and I appreciated what she said at the end of her speech on the issue, on the question of values. But I would like to come back to something that's been repeated, because now we supposedly have a transparent and open government. So I would like to ask my colleague, given the number of issues involved around the sale of arms and the fact that we need to continually follow up on this process, does my colleague understand why the Liberals, who claim to be open and transparent, refuse to strike a special committee to study these issues on an ongoing basis? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague who cares about this issue and human rights as well. She defends them day after day in the course of her work. What I would say in answer to her question, which is why do the Liberals refuse to approve the motion? Well, this is a very basic question. Why, indeed, is the government opposed to transparency and accountability? These are values which they certainly promoted during the election campaign. They talk about it here in the House of Commons. Today's debate is on an issue which is very wide in scope and very serious, and therefore we are proposing that we strike a committee to ensure that our human rights values are indeed being respected. And that's why we don't understand why the Liberals keep on saying no. I'm sure that Canadians are also wondering the same thing, and I'm sure they will be asking themselves more and more questions in light of the actions of this government.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start my remarks today
based on my personal experience working in zones of conflict, where the important question was often where the arms feeling that conflict were coming from. Arms that made the job of human rights observers more difficult and more dangerous, and arms that made the job of humanitarian aid workers greater and greater as each day passed, and more dangerous as each day passed. So for me, an effective control on arms exports is not just a theoretical question. Whether it was arming the pro-Indonesian militias in East Timor in 1999, when I was there as co-chair of the Human Rights Observer Mission for the UN referendum, and we saw the murder of more than 1,500 people after the vote for independence. Where did those arms come from? It's a question that's never really been answered. Or whether it was in Ambon, where I worked in 2000, 2001 for the International Migration Commission, trying to do peace-building work between Christians and Muslims, where outside interests were clearly fueling the conflict with both arms of a sophisticated nature and explosives. Or whether it was the case of the Taliban in Afghanistan, where I worked in 2000, who have continued over a decade to be armed from murky sources. Or finally, for me, the rebels in Muslim Mindanao, where I worked in 2010 as an election observer, and where people were killed at the poll that I was observing. And we've seen in Muslim Mindanao rebel groups using kidnapping and beheading as a tactic, not just to win their conflict, but is much more specific, to raise money to purchase arms illegally on the world markets. So it's harder for me to dismiss the concern about what happens to arms exports when they leave Canada, when you know people who've actually died as a result of the uncontrolled arms trade. Now, I don't want to be misunderstood. I'm not making a pacifist argument here about the need to do away with all arms. Arms are needed for defense, and there's nothing wrong with arms exports which are done in an open, transparent, and responsible manner. And that's exactly what the proposal we have before us would help us do. The motion to create an arms exports review committee would enhance Canada's international reputation, but it would also enhance our own ability to make sure that our impact in the world is a positive one and not inadvertently or through lack of care contributing to the conflicts around the world, which end up producing not just death and destruction locally, but waves of refugees around the world. So why have such a committee? I've heard arguments today, I've been listening to the debate from the Conservatives about how we need a subcommittee rather than a committee, so they're going to vote against this. It seems, with all respect, a very specious argument. A subcommittee is staffed in the same way that a committee is staffed, and the only thing that's really different is normally you have fewer members on a subcommittee. So it's not really an argument about the substance of what we're talking about today. And I've heard many arguments from the other side about the Foreign Affairs Committee. That the Foreign Affairs Committee, first of all, some have said, men who don't sit on the committee have explained to the one woman who sits on the committee that it's already doing this work when it's clearly not, or that the committee could somehow do this work. Well, I would submit with respect that the Foreign Affairs Committee has a fairly large task already. The Foreign Affairs Committee is responsible for Canada's foreign relations with the entire world. And so it doesn't have the time available on its agenda to do more than a one-off study at most. And what this does, this saying the Foreign Affairs Committee could do this work, is that it misses the positive example from the House of Commons in the United Kingdom, where a very focused committee of the UK Commons is able to provide much more detailed scrutiny of arms exports, and to do so over the long term, and not just as a snapshot picture, but a committee that's developed expertise and is therefore very valuable to the members of Parliament in the British House of Commons in allowing them to take responsibility for the arms that leave their shores. So as I say, the UK demonstrates the value of that focused committee with ongoing oversight over arms exports, as opposed to simply saying, well, the Foreign Affairs Committee could look at this. Yet another argument that was put forward by the Liberals earlier today was we don't have to have a special committee to look at arms exports because we'll be introducing legislation to ratify the Arms Trade Treaty, and you can talk about this then. Well, I would submit that this suggests exactly the opposite to me, that if we're going to actually join the Arms Trade Treaty soon, as the Liberals keep telling us, and I believe that's a good thing, then what better place
what better place to make sure we're observing our obligations under that treaty than having an arms export review committee? So it proves to me exactly the opposite of the arguments that I've been hearing in this House. Now, I believe there's always been a need for such a committee, but that need has increased recently. We know that Canada's arms exports have doubled over the past 10 years. That means we have an increased responsibility to make sure that what is happening with those arms exports is legal and that the end users are responsible end users. We've seen a shift in our arms exports where most of our exports used to go to NATO countries and other allies, and now we know that we have become the second largest arms dealer in the Middle East of all places. Mr. Speaker, I have a particular concern about our arms dealings with Saudi Arabia, and I do so express those concerns on two grounds. Of course, the obvious, there is the Saudis' own appalling human rights record, and very strong evidence now before us that Saudi arms have been and continue to be likely to be used against their own civilians. And remember, this is a country where there are severe restrictions on the rights of women, and of course, where gay men like myself are subject to the death penalty. But in addition to the Saudis' own appalling human rights record, the Saudis have a record of exporting not just their extremist version of Islam, but also arms that have been initially sold to them, mysteriously are showing up in other conflicts. And in particular, there's very disturbing evidence about the flow of arms through Saudi Arabia into the conflict in Yemen. And so why, in fact, have we become, as Canadians, one of the largest suppliers of arms to a country with this kind of appalling record? I have particular concerns about the Saudi lab vehicle deal. The Conservatives, yes, signed the deal. The Liberals signed the export permits. And yes, during the election, the NDP said we thought we should keep the contract. But the new evidence on the flow of weapons from Saudi Arabia to Yemen came out after the election campaign. And the NDP has called for the suspension of this deal. We also have additional evidence which I find disturbing, which has not been really extensively covered here in the House. We haven't really heard from the government on it, but it's evidence that it's not just a private contract between a company in Saudi Arabia, but the Canadian Armed Forces are actually engaged in assisting with trials of these vehicles and in training for the use of the vehicles. So the other side likes to tell us it's just a business deal and we have to keep the contract. It appears that it may be much more than that. Now, what about the workers? And I hear what about the workers extensively from both the Conservatives and Liberals. I'll try and stay off my sense of irony on hearing about the workers from parties who voted against anti-scab legislation. But what I would say, if you're talking about the lab vehicles, for instance, why not use those same facilities and those same companies to rebuild our own military vehicles when we have the example I use is where someone said to me, isn't it great the Canadian military brought these heritage trucks to our parade? And I was able to say to them, those are the only trucks we have. Those are not museum specimens. The average age of vehicles in the Canadian military is over 40 years old. And so if you're worried about workers in those factories and what you could do with those skills, I would submit we could put them to work building trucks for the Canadian military instead of building trucks for a human rights abuser and a country which may use them against their own citizens or pass them on into other conflicts. I see from the Speaker that my time is drawing short, so I want to say in particular thanks to the member for Laurier St. Marie for her great work on the Foreign Affairs Committee in general and in particular on this motion. And I think that there's something interesting that I see in this motion. There's a great deal of research in peace and conflict resolution which shows that when you get women involved in peace and conflict resolution, we, not just they, we achieve more success and quite often through very practical measures that reduce the negative impacts of conflict. And that's what I see this very motion as, an example of a New Democrat woman from Laurier St. Marie who has stood up and said, here's something we can do to make the world a better place. And isn't that what it should mean to say that Canada is back? That we're going to actually put ourselves to work signing the Arms Trade Treaty and monitoring our exports to make sure they don't contribute to human rights abuses and how that they don't contribute to further conflict around the world. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for probably one question and one response. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, throughout this debate, we've learned a lot in terms of the New Democratic Party's position on the defence industry, an industry we within the Government of Canada do appreciate, and will make sure that that industry remains healthy, and its contributions to Canada's middle class is second to no other. But that's not my question, Mr. Speaker. The question is that now the NDP, through this motion, this is the second time in which they put forward a motion to establish a standalone standing committee. The first one, the Liberal government acknowledged, thought it was great, it was pay equity. We advanced it, we moved it forward. This one here, we disagree with. We believe that the Foreign Affairs Committee can deal with it. The question that I have for the member is, are there any other standing committees that the NDP have that they're thinking about, that they would like to share with the House, or are those the only two that we can anticipate?
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't resist saying I find that kind of a hysterical reaction to what we're proposing, in the sense that if there's an issue of concern, I will support creating a standing committee to deal with that issue of concern. I see no reason why we can't have committees dealing with things that this Parliament wants to deal with in detail. And so when we had the Special Committee on Pay Equity, it wasn't a standing committee, it was a special committee to do a task. Now, the difference to me is that in terms of pay equity, the government could get busy and solve that problem. The responsibility for examining arms export is an ongoing responsibility that this House of Commons has, and that's why a standing committee would be the right vehicle to do so.
Comme il est 17h15.
Since it is 5:15, under the order adopted earlier today, any issue necessary is deemed put to a vote and deferred until Tuesday, October 4, 2016, at the end of oral questions.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, perhaps rising on a point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure if you were to canvass the House, you would find the will of the House to call it 5:30 at this time, so we can enter into private members' business.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 5:30 p.m.? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming consideration of motion M24, Tamil Heritage Month, in the name of Mr. Enna Desengri.
When the House last took up debate on the motion, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre had 7 minutes remaining in the time for her remarks, so we'll go to that now. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure to rise in the House today to speak to motion 24, recognize every January in Canada as Tamil Heritage Month. I will resume where I left back in May. Tamil Canadians are making a difference in all walks of Canadian life. They are the business owners that are catering our jobs, the teachers that are helping to guide our children into adulthood, the doctors and nurses that care for us when we are sick, the athletes whose exploits we follow with excitement on the cricket pitch. And there are the politicians that represent all of us at City Council, in the provincial legislature, and I'm proud to say also right here in this House. Members like the Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park are making a difference for all Canadians every day and are doing us all proud. The Tamil diaspora in Canada is estimated to be more than 300,000 people. The population has grown quickly from fewer than 150 in 1983. There is a community that has faced tremendous challenges and, like so many others, have come to Canada as a land of opportunity and for new beginnings. Like my family and the families of so many of our fellow citizens, they came to Canada for the opportunity to build a better life for their next generations, for their children and grandchildren, to live in peace and safety with their neighbors and work hard to provide for their families. We are proud to have welcomed them to Canada. Just like Canada has always been an open and welcoming country. And just as we see, we are welcoming Syrian refugees to Canada today. I hope that in 30 years, we can look back and see that Syrians we have welcomed into the Canadian family have made as important and meaningful a contribution to Canada as have our Tamil brothers and sisters. Mr. Speaker, it is time. Canadians owe much to the contributions of the Tamil community to our economic and social prosperity. I am proud to stand with my friend, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park, in support of making next January and every January Tamil Heritage Month. Thank you, Nandri.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand today in support of the motion put forward by my colleague, the member of Scarborough Rouge Park, to recognize the contributions of the Tamil Canadians have made to Canadian society by declaring the month of January every year as the Tamil Heritage Month. The motion also calls for the recognition of the richness of the Tamil language and the culture, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon Tamil heritage for future generations. As you all know, every January, Tamils celebrate Thai Pongal, the harvest festival, all over the world. The sun is being thanked for providing the energy for a bountiful harvest. In Canada, we do something similar outside Tamil communities, and I, of course, am referring to the Thanksgiving coming up next weekend. I'm proud to stand with my Conservative caucus colleagues in support of Tamil Canadians, just like the former Conservative Prime Minister Brian Mulroney did in the 1980s, when under his leadership, Tamil resettlement commenced in 1983. Over 300,000 Tamils have since then resettled here in Canada, and our society is very enriched because of it. One example of the Tamil hard work is the Uthian newspaper in Scarborough, which is turning 21 years of publication this fall, and I wish them many more years to come. Mr. Speaker, I've been dealing with the Tamil community in Canada and abroad for over a decade now, since I was the Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs. So I have a first-hand knowledge of the struggle and the challenges that they've had to deal with, whether settling in Canada or recovering after the tsunami that ravaged Sri Lanka in 2005. I visited Sri Lanka with the former Prime Minister Martin, and the late Jack Layton. I can tell you that I remain impressed with the dedication and the commitment of those involved in the reconstruction of the communities affected by this natural disaster. Our DART team did an exemplary job, Mr. Speaker, during this crisis. I've also learned firsthand of the Tamil spirit of engagement when I came to the transitional needs of the internally displaced people, having visited one such camp in Vavunia in 2009. In November 2013, I represented former Prime Minister Stephen Harper at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting held in Colombo, Sri Lanka. Here again, I took the opportunity to forcefully express my government's demand that Tamil rights be upheld by Sri Lankan authorities. During this visit, I laid a wreath at the northern outpost of the Elephanta Pass in memory of all civilians who died from Sri Lanka's 30-year-long ethnic conflict. I also met with the Northern Province Chief Minister and listened to his concerns on rehabilitation and rebuilding efforts by the Tamil people. I understand now that the Tamil-Canadian connection has been for over 10 years, which have been directly involved in this community. The Canadian government, indifferent of its political colors, have been a friend to the Tamil people for over 30 years. And this has been the case both during the plight of the Tamil refugees coming to Canada, as well as those remained in Sri Lanka, to whom the Canadian government offered assistance with reconstruction and reconciliation to enable Sri Lankans to live in freedom and security. Canada has been a faithful partner to the Tamil people abroad in the areas of human rights, the rule of law, promotion of democracy. At home, Canada's ethno-cultural mosaic has been enriched with the accomplishments of the Tamil Canadians who have called Canada home from coast to coast to coast. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague across the aisle for the important initiative, and I look forward to celebrating the first Tamil Heritage Month in a little while. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. While the majority of the Tamil peoples coming to Canada to make it their home have arrived since 1983, Tamil peoples first began arriving here as early as 1948. Through these decades, the rich history and heritage of Tamil people has been a great contribution to Canada. Motion M24 asks the government to have these contributions and Tamil Canadians' rich cultural heritage recognized by declaring January of every year Tamil Heritage Month. I stand in this House today to voice my support for this motion. I'm pleased that the Liberal member from Scarborough Rouge Park has tabled this motion. This was something that the NDP had previously brought to the House through Private Member Bill C-471, an act to designate the month of January Tamil Heritage Month from 2013. Unfortunately, that bill died on the order paper following after first reading. So it is with great pleasure, and I'm glad that the member opposite is taking up this cause and building upon that work. January is the perfect month to recognize Tamil heritage as one of the most important events. The Thai Pongal, the Tamil monsoon celebration, takes place in the middle of that month. This festival dates back at least 1,000 years. This is just one aspect of the deep cultural heritage that Tamil Canadians have brought to Canada. The Thai Pongal Festival is named so as it takes place on the first day of the month, Thai in the Tamil calendar. This normally falls between the 12th and 15th of January. Pongal refers to the staple dish of the celebration, a sweet rice-based dish which I've seen compared to rice pudding. Thai Pongal is a festival that can be celebrated by one and all, and it is known for its inclusiveness. It is a celebration akin to a thanksgiving for a successful harvest. One of the great aspects of the Thai Pongal is the sharing of the Pongal. Even though households all make their own, in the spirit of unity and inclusiveness, the Pongal is meant to be shared. After the family meal, it will be shared amongst neighbors, friends, and other relatives. It's not just a celebration that the Tamil Canadians are well known for. The Tamil language, literature, and art are also great examples of the depth of the culture and heritage of Tamil peoples. The Tamil language is the oldest spoken in India, and Tamil literature is the oldest known literature in India. While Tamil literature proper is considered to have begun in the 1st century CE, some inscriptions have been found dating as far back as the 3rd century BCE. In 2004, India declared Tamil a classical language because it meets the criteria of being ancient, having an independent tradition, and possesses a considerable body of ancient literature. When speaking of rich cultural heritages, it would simply be impossible to leave the Tamil peoples unmentioned. For more than 75 years now, Tamil Canadians have brought this incredible heritage to Canada, both on the economic and socio-cultural levels. The NDP has long recognized these contributions and are proud to officially recognize the importance of Tamil heritage in Canada. This motion will see the federal government catch up to other jurisdictions, such as the provincial government of Ontario and the municipal governments of Toronto and Ottawa. Following the NDP bill from 2013 in this House, those jurisdictions adopted motions of their own, formally recognizing the heritage and contributions of Tamil Canadians during the month of January. Today, Canada is home to hundreds of thousands of Tamil Canadians. In 2011, Statistics Canada found that nearly 147,000 Canadians identified Tamil as their mother tongue. Due to the large global Tamil diaspora population, the accuracy of this figure is challenged by some community organizations and experts. Those groups point to a population more in the range of 200,000 in the city of Toronto alone. Whatever the final tally, there is no doubt that many, many Tamil people have come to Canada in order to make it their home, to raise their families, and to contribute to the rich fabric of Canadian society. The Tamil population is a noteworthy example of how Canada is made stronger through its cultural diversity as the community continues to grow and thrive here. For just a few examples of the contributions Tamil Canadians have made it to this country, I'd like to point out to 3 individuals. First, Shyam Salvadure. He is a well-known and award-winning novelist who came to Canada with his family when he was 19. He's just one of many well-known Canadian authors with Tamil backgrounds. The second is Dr. Alagu Pillai. After obtaining his PhD in nuclear physics from the University of Toronto, he traveled the world as a scholar, as a tenured professor in Malaysia and Zambia before returning to the University of Toronto. He has contributed immensely to Canada through his work at the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, as well as being the Canadian expert at the United Nations Atomic Energy Agency. My third example is Logan Kanapathy. Mr. Kanapathy is the first person of Tamil heritage elected to government in Canada. In 2006, he became a part of our history when he became the first Tamil Canadian to be elected to public office when he won a seat as a city councillor in Markham City, Ontario. These are just 3 examples of the contributions of Tamil Canadians have made to our country. Like so many groups coming to Canada, they're looking for a home that will allow them to thrive. And thankfully, many are able to find that in Canada, and we all benefit from that. Whether it's the novel that you can't put down, the local city councillor who listens to the concerns of their community, or a nuclear physicist ensuring that Canadian nuclear power plants are safe, the contributions of Tamil Canadians highlight not only their rich backgrounds, but highlight the strength of Canadian diversity. Declaring January Tamil Heritage Month is another step the government can take to reaffirm the acknowledgement that Canada is strengthened by diversity. And, Mr. Speaker, promoting Tamil Heritage Month will not only show that Tamil Canadians that their many social, cultural, and economic contributions are valued, but it will provide Canadians from all walks of life a greater opportunity to learn about and experience the rich, vibrant cultural background and history of Tamil Canadians. It is my pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to stand in this House today to support this motion. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honour for me to have the opportunity in the House today to support motion number 24, introduced by my colleague and friend, the member of Scarborough-Rouge Park, which seeks to have the House recognize the Tamil community's contributions to Canada and to establish January as Tamil Heritage Month all across our great nation. Mr. Speaker, being the representative of the second most diverse riding in Canada, a riding that is home to 5 Sikh Gurdwaras, 4 Hindu temples, 3 mosques, and 2 churches, the people of Brampton East and all Canadians across our country understand the importance of cultural diversity. The Tamil Canadian community is one of the fastest growing communities in Canada, and they contribute an unparalleled and unmeasurable amount to our country and my home riding of Brampton East. From the Brampton Tamil Seniors Association, which recently celebrated their 3rd anniversary, to the Brampton Tamil Association, which hosts the annual Elam Pavilion at the Carabram Multicultural Festival. Tamil Canadian community leaders and volunteers dedicate countless hours to enriching the already vibrant community of Brampton for Tamil and non-Tamil residents alike. I'd like to take a moment to speak about the Brampton Tamil Seniors Association. This group serves 200 active seniors in Brampton, and they consistently meet on Mondays at a local community center to bring activities to seniors who are in isolation or face disability issues. They have the opportunity to mingle, build a support network, learn computer skills, among other things, which are all essential for seniors in our community. They are contributing to their local community by helping provide the very basic services these seniors require in a context that is relevant to their community. The leadership of their community is to be commended. It is for this very reason, among others, that in Brampton, every January since 2014, the month has been proclaimed Tamil Heritage Month. Celebrating and embracing cultural diversity is vital for the city of Brampton. As many in this House know, January is an important month for Tamil Canadians. During this time, Thai Pongal, the Tamil Harvest Festival, and other Tamil artistic and cultural events take place throughout the month. Thai Pongal is a celebration to give thanks to the sun for providing the energy for a bountiful harvest. It is a value that is so essentially Canadian, simply because it is deeply ingrained in every culture that makes up our great nation. Much like many Canadians, the Tamil people came to our country after facing horrific experiences in their own. They deeply understand the value of the importance of freedom and justice and stand firm with our Canadian identity and our Canadian values. They advocate for human rights, freedom, tolerance, and generosity. Many arrived in Canada as refugees decades ago and now are proudly part of the Canadian fabric. The community's success can be attributed to hard-working individuals who value post-secondary education and fiscal responsibility. It is remarkable that within a relatively short span of time, Tamil Canadians have established themselves in Canada, empowered by their high level of literacy, education, and professional competency in all walks of life. They have planted deep roots in Canada and are flourishing from entrepreneurship in business establishments to doctors, lawyers, and engineers, lawyers from Osgoode Hall, like the member from Scarborough Rouge Park, members of Parliament from our last session, where the first Tamil Canadian was elected to this House, to this current section, where our good friend, the member from Scarborough Rouge Park, serves alongside of us. And on a personal note, Madam Speaker, when I was in high school in Brampton, I stuck out because of my turban and my identity. Even though I grew up in a city where diversity was the norm, I always shied from celebrating who I was. And some of my Tamil friends felt, they couldn't celebrate their heritage. And in the last 10 to 15 years, we've come a long way in our society, we've come a long way in our city, in our province, where Tamil Heritage Month is celebrated on such a grand scale every January. And I look forward to, having this motion passed and January being declared Tamil Heritage Month. So celebrations across this country, from coast to coast to coast, will be celebrating the Tamil heritage in Thai Pongal. And Canadians of all walks of life, no matter where they come from, no matter what they believe in, will be able to celebrate with their Tamil brothers and sisters in the joyous occasion of Tamil Heritage Month every January. So, Madam Speaker, in essence, the success story of Tamil Canadians is just another Canadian success story, and I encourage all my honourable colleagues to support this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak in favour of Motion 24, that in the opinion of this House, the government should recognize the contributions the Tamil Canadians have made to Canadian society, the richness of the Tamil language and culture, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon Tamil heritage for future generations by declaring January every year Tamil Heritage Month. And I want to congratulate my friend from Scarborough Rouge Park for bringing forward this motion. I've had the pleasure of working with him on the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee, and I'm sure he finds its work as interesting and engaging as I do. Now, whenever we discuss motions like this, I do sometimes get the question from people, why do we need another commemorative month? And why is it important for us to spend time and energy on this discussion? And what does this discussion accomplish? So at the outset, I think it's important to answer those questions. to underline that what this motion calls for fundamentally is recognition. Recognition without instituting specific policy changes. There's no cost associated with this motion. It doesn't create a civic holiday, for example. Points of recognition, of cultural recognition like this, require the action of Parliament, but they don't really involve us necessarily, or at least oblige us to take specific subsequent action. So then some might ask, Madam Speaker, what is the purpose of these kinds of steps? But despite not necessitating subsequent formal action by government, all of this, us in this House, I think, agree that these kinds of points of recognition are still very important. So much of our politics, of our life together, politics in the fullest sense of the term, is shaped by our understanding of our identities, not simply by material considerations or choices. The kinds of communities that we form, and often the political choices we make, are shaped by a deep sense of who we are, individually and collectively. Now, Canada is a country in which, at least historically, we have aspired to a shared common civic national identity, complemented by a multiplicity of ethnic, cultural, linguistic, and religious identities. Unity in diversity. And both the unity and the diversity are important. And I would further say that acts of political recognition of the contributions of minority communities are essential to helping us preserve our unity in the context of diversity. People from minority communities benefit from expressions of cultural recognition and appreciation from majoritarian institutions like Parliament. These acts of recognition help ensure a fuller sense of national unity. So when we as a chamber undertake acts of specific recognition like this, we certainly are recognizing Canada's diversity, but we are also enhancing unity by showing Tamil Canadians our firm commitment to recognizing their distinct cultural identity and their contributions to Canada, and through that recognition, helping to ensure that all Canadians feel fully included. We're also, of course, inviting Canadians who aren't of Tamil origin to become more aware of Tamil culture, the contributions of Tamil Canadians, and maybe to reach out and learn and experience some of the richness in Tamil culture. Now, we often hear Canadian multiculturalism described in a way that suggests it is a modern, politically spawned phenomenon. But multiculturalism is not a product of government policy. It is a concept which our relatively new country drew on by learning from and observing the experiences of other societies throughout the vast swath of history. To start with, in fact, as my colleague from Scarborough specifically mentioned in his original speech, multiculturalism is indigenous to Canada. Canada has always had a plurality of languages and peoples living here since time immemorial. But Canada also draws into its understanding of multiculturalism from the experience of various immigrant communities to Canada, and from Indian immigrants to Canada in particular. Canada has a large and growing South Asian community, which happens to include my wife and my in-laws. Immigrants to Canada from India bring with them the experience of another multilingual, multi-religious, multicultural democracy. They have been doing multiculturalism for much longer than Canada has. And multiculturalism, though enhanced by acts of state recognition like this, fundamentally stands on ground created by individuals, families, communities, and by civil society as a whole. So I congratulate Tamil Canadians and all Canadians for the hard work that they do to preserve and strengthen their cultural identity as part of the Canadian whole. Anything that we do or say as acts of cultural recognition as Parliament really pales in comparison to the significance of the more substantive acts of cultural preservation and sharing that ordinary Canadians in every part of this country are involved in every day. Parliament can undertake this act of recognition, and I believe it is important that we do so. But the substantive work continues to be in the hands of individuals, of families, of communities, and of civil society. Now, I note this because the Tamil community itself is a model of both the unity and the diversity that we aspire to here in Canada as a whole. The Tamil community contains a wide variety of different faith traditions. It includes people whose families hail from India or Sri Lanka or from other places. It includes people who are active in and have made significant contributions to all three of our major political parties and probably other ones. Now, one of the key ties which unites the Tamil community is the beautiful and historic Tamil language, and I know other members have spoken about that today. Tamil is one of the oldest surviving languages in the world. We know of written inscriptions that date back about 2,500 years. And the Tamil language is remarkable for its longevity, but also for its continuity over time. I read recently that around the world there are over 300 daily newspapers published in Tamil. So it is an old language, but also a language that is very much with us today. Now, I have to say I was surprised that my friend from Brampton East neglected to mention the contribution of Tamil Canadians to sports, but I am always happy to share my knowledge of sports with him. Canadian tennis player Sonia Jayaseelan, cricketer Sanjayan Tharisingham, and ping pong player Pradipan Peter Paul, and hockey players Raman and Velan Nandakumaran have made us all very proud. As members can tell, Tamil is not, thank you. As members can tell, Tamil is not my mother tongue, but I'm working on it and always interested in learning more. Now, my colleague noted in his opening speech that we would not be the first government in Canada to recognize Tamil Heritage Month. This has been recognized by the province of Ontario, as well, he noted, by a variety of municipalities, by Ajax, Pickering, Brampton, Toronto, Ottawa, York Region, Markham, Stouffville, Oshawa, and Whitby. And I'll just conclude by saying, Madam Speaker, that it's so great to be in a country where valuing our diversity is a point of political consensus. We can look around the world and see places where the value of diversity, the value of unity diversity is debated as part of politics. But we're in a chamber relatively, not perhaps the only one in the world, but relatively unique in the world, where this is really very clearly a point of consensus, where we all recognize the benefits of diversity, the value that immigration has brought to our country. And I think that universal political recognition of the value of diversity acts to strengthen our collective unity in the context of that diversity. And again, I think this is a good opportunity to both recognize the contribution of Tamil Canadians, but also to invite non-Tamil Canadians to learn more about Tamil culture, to take the opportunity to draw on the richness that this community has brought to this country. So I want to again thank the member for bringing this forward and encourage all members to join me in supporting this motion. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Seeing no one, I'll recognize the member for Scarborough-Rouge Park for his right of reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank all my colleagues from all the parties for their statements this afternoon. It's definitely a sign of strength for the Tamil community that we can cross party lines and come together on such an important and very symbolic issue that affects all Tamil Canadians. I want to thank my colleagues who spoke not just today but also at the last session, recognizing M24 as Tamil Heritage Month every January for their support and solidarity. Since I last took the floor in May on this topic, I want to share some very personal stories that speak to the history, strength, and resolve of the Tamil Canadian community. This July, I visited Sri Lanka after a prolonged period of time, where I personally saw the enormous destruction that took place over a 26-year civil war. It is a country where I was born, yet it's a country in which it's very difficult for Tamils to live in peace, security, and equality, or even call it home. It's a country that is unable to protect the unique Tamil language, culture, people, and land. My visit gave me a closer look into the ongoing conflict. It confirmed to me that while the armed conflict is over, the underlying issues for Tamils are far from it. The foundation for peace on the island must be one based on a robust federal system that respects all minorities, equality, human rights, and the strict adherence to the rule of law. I returned to Canada grateful as always to come back to this country that I call home. Canada gave me and my family refuge in 1983. It is a country that has given abundance of rights, freedoms, and opportunities for me and my family. In Canada, the basis of your success or failure is not predetermined by who you are or where you came from. In many ways, the rest of my summer was spent reflecting on this reality. I had the opportunity to go to St. John's, Newfoundland to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the first Tamil boat refugees that arrived on our shores in 1983. We celebrated the great people of Admiral's Beach, our Coast Guard, Captain Gus and Rom Dalton and his crew who saved the 155 camels, and the survivors and their children who made that heroic journey. I want to thank the Canadian Tamil Congress for their hard work in organizing this event and celebrating Tamil Canadian history. I also want to thank the great people of Newfoundland for their generous welcome, as always. I then had the opportunity to attend the second annual Tamil Fest in August of this year. It is the largest street festival in all of Scarborough. The event saw over 175,000 Torontonians celebrate Tamil food, culture, and people. In September, the Canadian Tamils Chamber of Commerce celebrated its 25th anniversary at the Metro Toronto Convention Centre, and I was proud to induct the first ever Hall of Fame award winner, Dayalan Muthulingam of the Cable Shop. To see the countless Tamil Canadian business leaders who have succeeded under great adversity was truly inspiring. It is motivating to see the likes of Dr. Ravi Kugadasan of Digital Specialty Chemicals who gleed at the 23 PhDs that currently work for him. La semaine dernière, je me suis rendu.
Last week, I traveled to a Tamil school in Dollard-des-Ormeaux with my friend, the Honourable Member for Dollard-des-Ormeaux in Quebec. The Tamils in the school spoke 3 languages, French, English, and Tamil, with a great deal of pride.
I stand in front of you as a proud member of this community, a community whose contributions to Canada is really just beginning. We have come a long way both as Canadians and as Tamil Canadians. In closing, I want to thank the many individuals and organizations that have worked to make this initiative a reality. My friends, the collective advocacy and contributions of various community leaders, organizations, and all levels of governments across this nation efforts speak to the fact that preserving Tamil heritage in Canada does not begin or end in partisan lines. And it is because of our collective efforts that all Canadians will now be able to celebrate Tamil Heritage Month every January from coast to coast to coast. I want to leave where I started last May by acknowledging that we are on the traditional unceded lands of the Algonquin people, and I want to thank our Indigenous peoples for sharing their land. Nandri, merci, thank you, miigwech.
Is the House ready for the question? La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Hungary, seconded by Mr. Soroya, moved that, in the opinion of the House, the government should recognize the contributions that Tamil Canadians have made to Canadian society, the richness of the Tamil language and culture, and the importance of educating and reflecting upon Tamil heritage for future generations by declaring January every year Tamil Heritage Month.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favour of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, les oui l'emportent.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, October 5th, 2016, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
It being 5:30 p.m., it being 5:56 p.m., The House now stands adjourned until tomorrow, 10 a.m. in accordance with Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.